Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Neglected and Becomes the God of Creation and Destruction Part 15. Before we start, please go support Ethan 1939 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Issei is a male in this story. Part 101. Revelation. Issei and Shinobu were still walking through the city. It was totally in ruins while the buildings were destroyed. It seemed that a war had broken out in the middle of the city, and all that Issei and Shinobu saw were simply the sentences that I leave at the end. Issei and Shinobu kept walking around the city looking for any sign of life, but they couldn't find anything other than rats or cockroaches. In the end, the albino sighed to sit on a bench next to the blonde. Issei. It's useless, there's no one, it seems like the whole city is desolate. What happened here? Shinobu. Maybe there was a war that extinguished the human race. Issei. I doubt it, I don't see tanks in the middle of the streets or some command post that proves there was a war. It's like the humans have just disappeared, he said, looking around. Both were still thinking, but at that moment they both heard a loud noise. When they turned to their right side, they saw how a human figure, apparently looking for food in the garbage, this with his hands, was tearing the old garbage bags, apparently looking for something to eat. Shinobu. My lord, a human, he said, pointing to that human figure. Issei. Finally, hey, you, hello, he said, trying to get that man's attention. At one point Issei had inadvertently kicked a can. It made a sound that echoed throughout the place, and the man, apparently when he heard the sound, stopped looking in the garbage. Little by little the man came out of the garbage dump, but when Issei and Shinobu saw the man they were a little scared. The skin and flesh of the man's body was rotten, and he looked like a dead man. Issei recoiled when he saw that, but the sound had brought the attention of a few more people, and both young men saw how there were real zombies looking at them as their prey. Issei. But what the zombies? Shinobu. It's a lot, I think we have to go, he said, looking at Issei. Issei. There aren't that many, I can easily kill them, but what do real zombies do in the city? Was there a zombie apocalypse? Is that why the world seems to have gone to shit? He said, trying to find an answer. A zombie tried to pounce on Shinobu, but this one with Kokurotari had split him in half. Shinobu. I don't know, but this is not a good time to think, he said, cutting another zombie in half. Issei. Shit, and I didn't bring Yui and Lin, he said, pulling out his revolver. I'm sure Blue Rose will make a lot of noise and attract more, but since, he said, starting to shoot. When firing, the skull of one of the zombies had exploded. Blue Rose's bullets tore apart the zombie's body, while Shinobu's sword easily pierced through their flesh and bones. Issei. Shinobu, can you give me a copy of Kokurotari? Shinobu. Gladly, she said as she created 2 copies of the great katana with her powers. Issei took one of the copies, while the blonde, using 2 swords, easily killed the zombies. Issei smiled defiantly as he continued to kill alongside the little blonde. The albino believed that their battle was going on too far, so with his flames, he had incinerated the remaining zombies. Issei. Sigh, that was crazy, zombies in real life. Are you serious? Couldn't this world go to shit anymore? Shinobu. My lord, it seems that these zombies have roots of eccentricities, he said, looking at the dismembered body of one of the creatures. Issei. You say they are eccentricities? Shinobu. That's right, but it looks like they're not quite eccentricities, it looks like they also have some kind of creature or virus inside of them, he said, looking at his blood was blue. Issei. I see, so these creatures were created, this makes more sense. Well, now you'll have to call me Will Smith, since I'll be legend, he said with a smile. You'll be like Shinobu the dog. Shinobu. Don't compare me to an idiot dog. The boys were still talking, but Issei had quickly and instinctively dodged some kind of tentacle that tried to hurt him. Both of them quickly looked towards the entrance of a tent that was abandoned, and from this had come a quickly strange and amorphous creature that looked like some kind of crab. The creature's tongue stretched many meters, and it seemed that its target was Issei and Shinobu. Issei. Now what is this? Shinobu. It seems to be the same type of creatures as the zombies, but evolved, he said, looking at how the beast seemed to smile as his tongue moved back and forth. The creature tried to attack the boys, but a bullet quickly exploded in its head while it had been covered in lightning. Issei. Maybe, but they're not a big deal, he said simply. The boys were about to leave, but at that moment, suddenly, the sun had been covered with something, and both of them, looking at the sky, saw how a kind of brains with giant tentacles flew through the sky, leaving both young people in shock. Issei. What are those things? Are they brains? Shinobu. They don't seem to be of supernatural provenance, so. Issei. Are they aliens? Shit, first zombies and then aliens, this world did go to shit a lot, he said, looking around. Shinobu. I think we should look for a safer place than this, more of those things may appear, he said it would be. Issei quickly took out his wings to start flying with Shinobu, but when he let out his power, he had quickly caught the attention of the alien brains. They quickly turned in Issei's direction and went towards him. The albino was a little upset when he saw that, and the monsters tried to catch them with their tentacles, which began to attack them. Issei quickly dodged the tentacles of these creatures to get away a bit. Shinobu. My lord, it seems that they are attracted by your power, she said as she was carried by Issei. Issei. Then they will be exterminated by him, die idiots, he said, releasing a great blaze of black fire. When the flames of fire swept through the creatures, they began to screech loudly, their tentacles turning to ashes as they fell to the ground dead like flies. Issei. It's just rubbish, how come they the world? Have they also destroyed the world? Unnatural. Hell in heaven will be as desolate as the city. Shinobu. We have a lot of questions and few answers, for now we'd better go on foot, with its power it will attract more of those things, and we won't be able to be at peace. Issei. I think you're right, plus I don't detect a sign of decent life, it looks like humans have gone extinct, he said, putting away his wings as he fell on the roof of a house. I just hope the girls are okay. As Issei carried Shinobu, he began to move away from the area, jumping from building to building, but unbeknownst to him, a horned demonic-looking humanoid form saw both young men with a smile. Wow, that's interesting. Time skip night. The night had already arrived and an albino next to Shinobu broke into a hotel. They had entered and had verified that there was nothing or no one in the entire building. When it was finished, Issei simply opened the door of a VIP room. They both entered it to rest for a while, and Issei with his white flames repaired the destroyed and somewhat grimy room with its white flames and also burned any insects that were hiding under the covers or under the bed. Shinobu, seeing how the room was as good as new, quickly threw herself into bed while she was tired. Shinobu. I'm tired, today was a very hard day, my feet are killing me, she said, looking at her feet that were dirty. Issei. That's because you don't wear shoes, he said as he also threw himself on the bed, but yes, it was a long day, and we still don't know why the world went to shit, not even that it caused it. Issei was still trying to search his mind for a reason, but it was quickly pushed out of his thoughts as he felt Shinobu quickly bite his neck. Issei. Hey, at least let me know, he said as you felt the blonde suck his blood. The blonde, when she finished eating, took her fangs out of the albino's neck and licked the two small holes that the albino had in his neck. Shinobu. Hey, drawing the albino's attention, how about we get out of here? Issei. What? Shinobu. You know, we traveled back in time, maybe we just traveled many years into the future, maybe the human race just evolved so much that now they live on bigger planets with more resources, and this place is just their waste. Issei. Maybe you're right, but we can't yet, not until I know why the earth is now like an apocalypse movie, he said seriously, not until I know my friends were okay. The blonde only sighed to lie on the albino's chest. Shinobu. You're very good compared to anyone else, he would probably have left this place by now, he said as they huddled on Issei's chest. Issei. Yes, but I'm not just anyone else, plus I want to know that my girls and my friends are okay, he said, thinking of his friends. By the end of the day, Issei and Shinobu had fallen asleep while the albino waited for his friends to be okay. Time skip next day. The day was a new and apocalyptic day. Issei slowly woke up, but he was quickly brought out of his dojo by feeling a strong tremor. Shinobu also woke up from the tremor, but each time they felt how the tremor increased in magnitude. Shinobu. A tremor. Issei. No, I feel a presence underneath us. Issei and Shinobu quickly went out to the terrace of the room, and from there they saw how some kind of purple mutant creature hit the pillars that supported the building. Issei. Now what the is that thing? Shinobu. This is bad, he's trying to pull it under the whole building. The monster finally achieved its mission, and with a strong punch, had thrown the last necessary pillar. The building began to shake, so that little by little, the structure began to crack until it had finally been destroyed. The building was slowly collapsing, and the floor below Issei and Shinobu was slowly cracking until they both fell into the void. The debris covered both of them, even in a great boom was heard throughout the city as the building fell into pure rubble. The monster, seeing that nothing had come out of the rubble, thought that his targets were dead, simply turned around and decided to leave, but the voice of a certain albino had surprised him. Issei. Hey, you idiot. The monster turned around and in doing so received a strong blow that made it go through several buildings, and a scowling Issei could be seen at the end. Issei. You know, idiot, I like that building, he said, watching the monster rise. The beast simply stood up and roared to run on all fours, as if it were a bull, and with its horns tried to charge Issei. But the monster tried to do so and was stopped by the boy's foot, which stopped him as if it were nothing. Issei. Your strength is pathetic, I really don't understand why you even try to go for me, he said, serious and cold. The monster glanced sideways at Issei, and at that moment he saw the evil smile on his face. Quickly Issei kicked the beast's face, causing its jaw to crack. Without it even being able to react, chains came out of its own shadow and held it tightly until he finally fell to his knees in front of Issei. The albino looked seriously at the creature while it looked nervous. Issei. I know you have an idiot conscience, so speak up now, he said that the chains would absorb the life force of the monster. Who are you? My name is Barrett, I'm a general of the Demon King, said the monster. Issei. General of the Demon King? Who is the Demon King? Barrett. Rizen Live and Lucifer, he said, surprised to both of them. Issei. You say he did all this? Did he shatter the world? Barrett. That's right, I along with the other generals come to kill the few humans who don't join him, and you and that brat are one of them, he said, looking at both of them. The albino now had a clue, but how did that madman make the world get to such a point? How did she beat him? How did he cause all of humanity to become extinct? The albino's head was filled with more questions, but the angry albino grabbed the monster's neck and began to squeeze it until the monster could not breathe properly. Issei. I understand, then you're going to give a message to your master, he said as he lifted him by the neck. Tell him there's a new demon king in town, and he's going to die very soon, he said as his killer instinct increased along with his power, scaring Barrett a little. Issei. Now get out of the way, and if I see you again, be for dead, he said, throwing the monster into the large pile of rubble that used to be the hotel where he and Shinobu were. The monster could only watch as Issei disappeared into his own shadow alongside Shinobu. Barrett got up to start creating a magic circle and disappearing into his master, but in the place a strange figure had stared in amazement at what had happened and knew that he had to talk to that boy in a black trench coat. Time skip elsewhere. An Issei can be seen looking from a skyscraper at the entire city. In the sky there were still some of those strange creatures floating in the sky. Shinobu looked with some disgust at those creatures, but Issei kept thinking about what had taken from that monster. Issei. So this is all the fault of that deranged bastard, should it really got to this point? Shinobu. I think it's obvious, just look at the scenery, he said, looking at the totally destroyed city. Issei. That's just a saying sign, now what do we do? Shinobu. I have no idea, we don't even know what date we are, maybe we're many more years in the future, or maybe we're in a post-apocalyptic present where that Rizen triumphed, although I really doubt that he has defeated you. Issei. Me too, so what happened? Both of them in the end couldn't look for an answer, but before they both did a crazy thing, a huge explosion had caught their attention. A few meters away it seemed that there were people with gas masks and machine guns, trying to defend themselves from the zombies. Shinobu. What do you say? Let's go. Issei. Sigh, well, maybe they'll give us answers, so yes, he said as he stood up. Let's go, he said, pulling out his wings. In battle, a dozen people started shooting, killing several zombies, but it seemed that the monsters did not stop coming out. They continued to accumulate until they made a whole orch that jazzed the boys. Soldier 1. Quick, you have to get to the safe zone there, we can lose them. The soldiers kept firing, but at one point a soldier was caught by the zombies and they were about to devour and dismember her. But before some could sink their teeth into the girl's skin, a katana had cut the zombie in half. At that moment, the soldiers saw a blonde girl in a dress while holding a long katana easily. Shinobu. Hi, you'd better get up and follow your friends. Soldier 2. Q, do you want to be it? At that moment they saw how the zombies began to catch fire in a black fire, while in the sky they saw a pair of black and white wings that left them in shock. Issei. We're just friends, but we'd better go to that safe zone they're talking about, he said, looking at the soldiers. The soldiers quickly snapped out of shock to start running, while Shinobu and Issei covered their backs. In the end they reached a kind of subway. The entrance of this was covered by a large solid steel door. They quickly knocked a couple of times for it to open. The soldiers entered, and before Issei and Shinobu entered they heard the voice of one of the soldiers. Soldier 1. Where's the captain? Soldier 2. I don't know, do you think he's been left behind? Soldier 3. We have to save him, we can't leave the captain behind. Issei. Hey, he said, called the attention of those present. I'll do you a favor and we'll go get your captain. In return I want to talk to your boss. We'll be back in a few minutes, he said as he left with Shinobu. Soldier 1. Wait, she said, taking off her mask showing that she was a brown woman. Who are you? And why do you do this for us? Issei. Haha, well, I am your guardian angel and the solution to this apocalyptic world. My name is Issei, hyoudou, a pleasure and goodbye, he said as he began to fly alongside Shinobu. The soldiers heard the hooded man's name and were shocked, and they quickly could only go and warn their leader. But Issei, it flew through the skies. Some of those creatures that looked like brains tried to catch Issei, but he quickly incinerated them or blew them up with his revolver. After flying a couple of meters he had sensed a small presence, similar to that of the soldiers. He only saw how a man with a shotgun tried to defend himself from the zombies. The way he said, firing with his shotgun. In the end the bullets in his gun had run out and he didn't know what to do. He was totally cornered, but before he could be touched by the zombies, a white call began to incinerate the zombies. It seemed that he was also going to burn him, but when the flames touched him, he didn't feel anything, just great warmth and security, and when he looked at the sky, he only saw a hooded man flying in the sky. A golden light covered him, and it looked like he was a messiah coming down from the sky. Issei. Hey, you, he said, getting the man's attention. I came to save you, he said with a smile. Time skip. After rescuing the man, Issei returned with the others to the underground. The soldiers joyfully greeted their captain, while Issei watched that with a small smile next to Shinobu. Thank you for saving me, I owe you my life, said the captain who still had his mask on. Issei. That's okay, but can you answer some of my questions with your leader? Sure, it will be nice to have more people who don't try to eat you, he said as he took off his mask. At that moment Issei was surprised to see how the man he had saved was none other than his friend Kiba. He had some cuts on his face, making him an experienced warrior, while the albino was still looking at him in amazement. Issei. K Kiba, it's you. Kiba. Do you know me? At that moment, one of the soldiers had whispered something in the blonde's ear as he quickly became serious. Kiba. I understand, I need you to come with me, now he said seriously. The albino only paid attention to walk, they went deeper into the subway. Issei and Shinobu had no emotion when they saw how the entire subway seemed to be in not very good condition, but these at the end of the tunnel saw a light, and at that moment they saw a great city underground. Issei. Where are we? He said looking at the big city. Kiba. We are in the underground city of Kuo. There are several cities like this all over the world. We created them so that we can survive and not be attacked by more creatures that are on the surface, he said seriously. Come this way, I will take you to my mistress. Issei. With Rias. Is she the leader of all this? Kiba. Not really, it's just the senior general, the leader of this district is Surzich's-sama, he said seriously. The blonde took both young men to a large castle, where there seemed to be some demon guards and people of other races, who greeted Kiba with respect and let them pass. They finally entered a large castle, in which there were many guards and servants, but mostly children, as if it were a nursery. It seems that this is where the orphans live. It was really not a bad idea, since they would be the new generation. The guards quickly got serious so that quickly a red-haired woman that Issei recognized along with another group of women came out. Issei was happy to see his girls. He could recognize their auras wherever he went, but when he saw them he noticed that this world was more bucked up than it was. Rias looked like a military man, while the others did too. Rias was wearing a black suit with an eye patch. Issei was surprised to see her like that, but above all that cold and serious half that her eyes showed. Issei could also see Asia, who seemed just as serious and cold as Rias, Akeno, Kaneko and the rest of the girls, although some of them like Tiamat or Hela were not there. Issei. Rias. It's you. The Redeed only approached the hooded man, while Kiba whispered some things to the Redeed quickly. The Redeed was surprised to hear it, but it remained in her serious countenance. Laughter. Tell me your name now, he said it would be. Issei. I think Kiba already told you, but are you really Rias Gremory? Rias. I'm General Gremory, leader of the platoon and the Crimson Resistance. You call yourself Issei hyoudou, right? Issei. That's right, my sister Azara and you know it. In fact there are Sarah, Akame, Azara and you, he said, pointing to his brothers who began to cry when they saw the hooded man. Azara approached the boy crying a little. He is under his hood showing his face. He was surprised. If they imagined him brown, he would be the spitting image of his little brother. Azara. I am possible, he said, moving away from Issei. Issei. What's impossible? I'm Issei hyoudou, your brother and theirs, he said, pointing to his other family. Where's mom? Where are the others? Rainer, Tiamat, Hela, Yuri, Yui and Lin. Where are the others? Because it's impossible for me to be here. That's Yuri's. It's impossible because Issei hyoudou died. Hard 102 Paradox. In the deepest and most dangerous of the underworld, you can see a castle that in a few words was macabre. It looked like something out of a horror movie. The trees around it seemed withered, but at the same time they moved as if they had life. Evil and amorphous creatures surrounded the castle, implying that they protected it, and some giant demons and monsters that wore armor covered and protected the inside of the castle. While it seemed like a normal day in that place, a giant purple demon walked quickly through the halls. It went through a huge door and at that moment showed a Rizen who was drinking wine, while around him were some women who looked like snake demons. They fed the old man some grapes while he had a smile. Barrett. Mayu-sama, he said, drawing the attention of the gray-haired man. Rizen. What do you want, Barrett? If it's about your salary, I already told you I won't give you an advance, he said simply. Barrett. And no, it's not that, Mayu-sama, I'm bringing the information about something important. Rizen. Something important? What is it? Barrett. Someone called himself the new king of demons, and he challenged him, Mayu-sama, he said, getting Rizen's attention. Rizen. How much I do it all, he said seriously. Elsewhere. Issei. What that I am dead, he said in shock. Rise. As you heard, Issei hyoudou was killed years ago. It's impossible for you to be him, said it would be. Issei. Wait, how did I get killed? When was that? Akeno. Issei hyoudou was kidnapped by some guys 10 years ago. They asked for a ransom, but Mr. Hyoudou didn't want to pay. Apparently he was adopted, and he didn't care much about Issei-chan, so in the end he was killed when he was 5 years old, he said. Looking at the albino, the kidnappers were caught, and Mr. Hyoudou was imprisoned for his actions, but Issei-chan died. Issei. But why? That never happened to me, I didn't. The boy at that moment understood what had happened. They had changed the past, although his brothers still recognized him with their changes. They did not fully believe that it was their brother Issei, who was surprisingly in front of them. Shinobu. You know what that means, right? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. Yes, we created a temporal paradox, he said as he clenched his fists. Ashino. That's right, idiot. At that moment an Ashino had suddenly appeared. He was dressed as usual, while next to him was Revi, who saw Issei. Issei. Ashino, Revi, you guys me. Ashino. Of course you idiot, because they both traveled back in time, the world went to shit, they created a time paradox, he said, looking at Issei. Rias. Ashino-sensei, do you know who these two are? Ashino. Of course, I know everything, you'd better call the leaders and have them meet here quickly, this is life or death, he said seriously. Time skip. After a couple of hours you can see the leaders of the factions, or apparently the leaders who were still alive, looking at Ashino, who was smoking a cigarette, and Issei. Asia. How cute you are, little, she said, caressing Shinobu. It's really surprising that you don't have any injuries. Shinobu. Hey, let me go, only my lord can touch my body, she said, trying to separate herself from Asia, that even though she was a little more serious now, she still had her kind and caring attitude. Surziches. Well, who's that guy? He said, pointing to Issei. Ashino. Introduce yourself, Issei, this will be very interesting, he said with a smile. Issei. My name is Issei hyoudou, I'm from a different timeline where the world wasn't ruled by Rizen, he said, surprising everyone. Azazel. How do we know you're not lying? Saying that, Issei only smiled wickedly, making those present nervous. Issei. Remember when you slept with a woman 10 years ago? And all of a sudden you had a bad stomachache and you had to go to the bathroom, leaving that girl standing? It was me, Azazel, I put laxative in your drink so you couldn't sleep with that woman, he said with a big smile, as Azazel recalled what happened that day. Azazel. Damn, that was the most painful day of my life, he said angrily as Issei laughed a little. Michael. Wait, so if you're from another timeline? Issei. That's right, but in our world the Rizen didn't conquer the world, I think we changed something from the past, and the death of the Issei of this timeline had a lot to do with it, he said seriously. Ashino. That's right, the moment you died, the world went to shit, you see, most of us here are like dots on the timeline, but in your case, you are a dot the size of the entire universe, he said, pointing at Issei. When you died there was no one who could stop Rizen, your follies and strength made you invincible, and not even Surziches or any of us could defeat him in the end in a battle. Issei. But how do you know all that? Ashino. I know everything, remember, even if it's in a different timeline, I know everything, but that's not the important thing, tell me what you did when you traveled back in time with Shinobu. Issei. I played a couple of pranks on Surziches, Azazel and Michael. Surziches? Wait. Issei. After that I just started walking around the city, and suddenly it occurred to me to see my version as a child. When I saw him I felt a great nostalgia, it was as if my childhood had returned, and I took him everywhere, I had fun with my kid self, and after that I just left him at home, that was it, I really doubt that a day of fun has changed everything. Odin. It's surprising, if we use this as a weapon we can even take back the world, we can kill Rizen, said the one-eyed god. Isaka. I don't know, time travel is complicated. Revi. Did you really do something silly like that? Issei. Well, the first thing that crossed my mind was to go bet on a race, but unfortunately I'm still 16 years old, he said simply. You. Wait, he said, drawing the albino's attention, so that means you're our brother? He said, looking at the albino. Issei. That's right, hello, it's nice to see you, you've really changed over the years, she said smiling. Azar along with Akame and Sarah quickly jumped in to hug Issei, they were crying with joy to see their little brother again, and in the end, Yu also joined the hug, while Issei simply returned the hug. Michelle. Very nice and all, but we really have to move on to the important thing, how do we make all this change? He said, referring to the world. Issei. Don't worry, Shinobu and I travel back in time, kill the kidnappers, and then everything will be fine, he said with a smile. Ashino. That's not so easy, Issei, he said seriously, looking at the albino. Issei was sorry to say this, but this is all your fault, he said to the albino in surprise. I wouldn't change a thing if you had fun with your version as a child, but what changed everything was that you did something like that on the exact day you were supposed to meet Riaz and Sona. Riaz? What? Sona? Should he know us? Issei heard how his heart stopped for a few seconds, he understood what the blonde meant when he took his child self and they had fun. It was the day when Issei had to go to the park with his brothers, the day when Riaz had to go to the human world together with Sona, and the day when he, along with his brothers, had to meet Riaz and thus get to know the supernatural world. Ashino. I think you noticed, that's right, when you traveled back in time, you prevented you from having a relationship with Riaz and Sona, by never meeting them, they remained a normal family, even though you never suffered, you caused your own death, those kidnappers were supposed to be terrified the moment they knew they were friends of the Grimoires, the family of powerful businessmen in the same human world as well as in the underworld, so that would never happen, and after a couple of days they would be arrested for attempted murder of a young man, but not knowing the Grimoires, they continued with their plan, kidnapped Issei, and when they didn't pay the ransom, they murdered you and by the time Issei hyoudou died, the world also died with him. There was no one strong enough to stop Rizen and his army, and in the end as a result, Issei. He won. This is all my fault. A lot of people died because of me, he said, clenching his fists angrily. Shinobu. You don't have to feel bad, it's their fault for being too weak, he said, trying to comfort the albino. Ashino. A great man once said, great power. Issei. It comes with a lot of responsibility. Yes, I know, and I know this is all my fault. Ashino. Don't put the weight of the world on your shoulders, boy, it was just a mistake. Anyway, when you fix the timeline it will be like none of this happened, it will be like a bad dream, he said simply. Issei. But still. Surziches. Tell me, Issei hyoudou, he said, called to Issei's attention, what relationship do you have with us? Issei. I'm hanging out with your sister, so you're my brother-in-law. Surziches. I see, haha, you know, in this world I've always wished that Riaz had a normal life, that she met a good guy, and she fell in love. When you leave I want you to promise me something, she said, looking at Issei. Promise me that you're going to make her the happiest woman in the world. Issei, hearing that, only smiled with joy as he looked at the blonde. Issei. Yes, I promise. Riaz. Do I really jump with you? He said, looking at Issei. I don't see anything special about you. Ashino. Believe me, he's a womanizer who keeps conquering women. You were one of his victims, he said with a smile. Issei. Don't say it like it's some kind of womanizing monster. Ashino just laughed along with Issei. The smile of both of them was finally contagious, and after a long time, those present began to laugh. It has been many years since Riaz along with the others had laughed honestly. In the end, Issei with a smile, decided to fix the whole paradox while Shinobu supported his master. Issei. Well, I'll go back in time and make sure this doesn't happen, he said with a smile and a determined look. Ashino. I wanted you to see the place, but you'd better leave before you. The great tremor had shaken the entire underground city. Quickly a guard entered the room and warned what was happening. Guard-1. Surziches-sama, Riaz-sama, they are attacking the city. Riaz. What, how they don't know we're here? Issei. Well. Ashino. Issei, what did you do? Issei. Let's say I challenged the idiot Rizen to a fight and told him where to find me, he said as he scratched the back of his neck. At that moment Yu and Kiba set it by the neck and tried to hang Issei. Kiba. You're crazy idiot. Yu. We're all going to die. Ashino. Well, I expected it. Issei, you're going to have to come out and kick Rizen's ass. Issei. Sure, it will be a piece of cake, he said with a smile. Riaz. You're suicidal, surely carry an army, he'll murder everyone in this place. Revi. Speak for yourself. At that moment a transparent sphere appeared in the middle of the large table where they were, and on it could be seen a Rizen with an entire army. Rizen. I know you're over there, Brad. I went up. Watcho, I went up. Shit, let's see who's stronger. Issei. I'm going for it, idiot, he said, quickly leaving. Ashino. This will end badly, he said, following the albino. When Issei saw the city again, he could see how everyone was panicking, the children hugging each other and crying while the other people were panicking. Surziches along with his leaders tried to calm the people down, but they suddenly stopped talking as they felt a great power. The people also suddenly stopped doing what they were doing to fall to the ground for that great price. Surziches along with the other leaders at that moment saw Issei, who remained serious while he was responsible for such overwhelming power. Issei. Listen, getting desperate and losing control will get you nowhere. Stay calm, I'll take care of kicking that old man's ass in the meantime. Keep your calm. Issei, after saying he only went to the exit next to Shinobu, been at the door of the exit of the subway, and the others were also with them. Surziches. Are you sure about this? Don't need help. Issei. No, just make the people in this place see what's going to happen, he said with a smile. Issei quickly left along with Shinobu, and Shinobu saw the old man, noticing how thousands of evil dragons, demons that looked like dogs or mutant tigers, winged demons in humanoid forms, some kind of snake women, and the rest of the monsters were in the place. Rizen mockingly looked at the hooded man while all his army was in the place. Rizen. So you're the idiot who challenged me, eh? You're just an arrogant brat. Issei. Wow, you're still just as much of an in this timeline. You haven't really changed anything, he said with a smile. The people who were in the underground city watched what was happening through a large magical sphere which was summoned by Surziches and Michael. Issei. Hey Rizen, how about you leave, commit suicide, and we'll be done with this once and for all. Believe me, this won't end well, obviously for you, he said mockingly. Rizen. You really are an idiot, Brad. Barrett, kill him. The demon only tried to attack Issei, but his hair was totally destroyed in one fell swoop. The demon's head was torn off the monster's body in one blow, shocking everyone who saw that. Issei. Heck, you didn't really learn after the first beating, did you? The snake woman began to cry when she saw apparently her beloved dead. She is angry, and with a lot of anger she tried to kill Issei, but she was cut into thousands of pieces by a katana. At that moment those present saw a more mature Shinobu, showing that she was more like a teenager, while she had Kokuratari in her hand. Shinobu. Haha, has some of my powers returned, now I'll be able to defeat these idiots, he said with a smile. Rizen. They killed 2 of my generals, who are you? Issei. I am the god of destruction and creation, the descendant of the god of the Bible and the first king of demons and the ruler of this world, and I've come to take what's mine, he said with a smile. The humans and allies of Issei upon hearing that were surprised as Ashino had a smile. Rizen. Are you crazy? God died and the first king of demons is my father, the original Lucifer, you're lying. Issei. Hahaha, do you really believe that the original Lucifer is the first king of demons? No, you're wrong, there was a demon, the first and strongest of all, who ruled the earth before Lucifer himself was born, and I am your descendant, not blood, but I do have his powers. Do you think I'll be beaten by a cheap knockoff like you, he said with a mocking smile. Rizen. You're lying. Issei. Do you think I'm lying? Well, let me show you. Black flames began to come out of the body of the albino, and it was covered by a large pile of black fire. Everyone feeling such power coming from a single person, they were surprised, especially Rizen, since that power totally surpassed him, and from the pillar of fire came a black-haired Issei, who with a macabre smile, took out his wings, which looked like those of a bat. Issei. Okay, idiot, dance. The now albino raised his finger so that a large black sphere appeared. Rizen. Kill him. The demons and dragons rushed to attack the albino, while he only smiled macabrely. Issei. Ha, dark moon. The black-haired man threw the sphere, and a black sucked in most of the army. Rizen had to hold on to a building to avoid being sucked in, and when the bush boy disappeared, the gray-haired man could only see the black-haired man laugh like crazy. Issei. This is really fun, I want to keep destroying all these bastards, he said with a crazy smile. The black-haired man concentrated a great deal of energy on his finger again, and out of it came a large black ray that made many more demons explode. Shinobu. My lord, I think we need to finish this faster, he said, cutting a goat-like monster in half. If he continues to launch such powerful attacks, he will cause the underground city to be harmed. Issei. How boring you are, but okay. When saying that, the black-haired man this time was covered by white flames. Michael felt the boy's power and only shed a couple of tears, since that power was identical to that of his deceased father, and by feeling his power, the angel knew that Issei was telling the truth when he said that he was the descendant of the same god of the Bible. When the pillar disappeared, a pair of wings wider than snow itself emerged, while an albino Issei again appeared ready for battle. Issei. I will destroy you, you filthy sinner, he said as the crisp-colored sky lit up. The sun began to cover the place, and from the sky thousands, no, millions of angels made of light, appeared to support the albino. Rizen became nervous when he saw that his army was totally outnumbered, but this one tried to show that he was superior. He created a large sphere of power and threw it at Issei, but the albino with one hand simply deflected it, causing it to crash into a building. Issei. Was that an attack? What a pathetic old man. The gray-haired old man was terrified at that moment, but he still wouldn't throw in the towel so easily. Rizen. Let's see what you think of this, he said, snapping his fingers. At that moment a giant creature with wings and tentacles appeared, and it even attached a demon in the form of an ogre and devoured it in front of everyone. He didn't seem to differentiate friend from foe, but when he saw Issei, he saw him as his main target. Issei. Let's see who wins, he said, pulling out his revolver. The angels quickly rushed into battle. They fought demons and creatures. The angels split most of the demons in half, some were defeated, but this quickly regenerated and returned to battle, while Issei fought Rizen. The old man received blows and kicks all over his body. He tried to return them, but his power was not comparable to Issei. On the other hand, the adolescent Shinobu with his sword cut the tentacles and killed the newly summoned giant monster. It lipped its lips and sank its fangs into the dragon's neck, and the dragon's blood was quickly sucked along with its life force, and the monster finally fell dead to the dragon. Soil. Shinobu. Haha, thank you so much for the food. Rizen saw how little by little his army was annihilated by the albino, and the albino saw him angrily, while the albino looked at him seriously as he pointed his revolver at him. Rizen. You're a. Issei. Shut up, old man, he said, punching him and sending him to the ground. The gray-haired man crashed to the ground, creating a crater, while Issei saw how his army was totally defeated. The few demons that survived escaped, and the people who were in the city underground celebrated the victory of the albino. The gray-haired man tried to continue fighting, but when he raised his head, he only ran into the barrel of Issei's revolver. End of music. Rizen. Yes, okay, I give up, take me to the authorities, he said, giving up. Issei. Excuse me? Rizen. You know, you're a hero, you have to arrest the villain, not kill him, right? She said somewhat mockingly. Issei finally let out all his power and went back to normal. The albino looked at the serious man and then smiled evilly. He quickly fired, hitting the man in the shoulder, obviously done on purpose, causing the old man to scream in pain. Issei. I think you have the wrong idea. I'm not a hero, I am death in person, destruction and creation into one being, and also do you really think I'd let you live after all this, he said, showing around. Rizen. Wait. Issei just pointed his revolver at the old man's head while he smiled. Issei. Final words. Rizen. Me. Bang. The albino didn't let him finish and just pulled the trigger, killing the man once and for all. Issei. Nice last words. The albino in the end only sighed to get out of the crater. He saw how Shinobu returned to normal, and his clothes were loose. The people in the underground city celebrated the absolute victory of the albino, while Issei simply sat next to Shinobu on the ground. Shinobu? Why did you do it? Issei. Do you? Shinobu. You know, killing him so coldly. Issei. Knowing that he did all this, that he destroyed the world, it bothered me. I know that most of my friends are probably dead like Rito and Tsukyun, so I got angry, and I just didn't see any reason to have mercy on him, he said seriously. The blonde simply nodded her head to hug the albino, putting her face on Loli's chest. Shinobu. I know it hurts, but we'll fix this, he said, stroking the albino's head. Issei. Yes, I hope so. Time skip. After that, people celebrated and took Issei as their hero. Some people cried with happiness, others just hugged Issei, and some girls saw Issei blushing. After a few hours, Issei was at the shrine with his other friends. Ashino. You remember what you have to do, don't you? Issei. Yes, I'm not a child, I just have to keep my past self from interfering and changing the future. I'll give him this card that specifies what's going to happen, and then we'll both leave. Yes, I understand. Azara. Do you really have to go? Issei. I'm sorry, I still have several responsibilities in my world, and I haven't killed the bastard of Rizen there yet, so hey, you know. You? Yes, but we will still miss you. Issei. Don't worry, when you fix things this will be nothing but a bad dream, and we will be together again in the real present, he said with a smile. Sarah. Ani-chan, I don't want you to leave, he said, hugging Issei. Became. Stay with us, she also said, hugging him. You. Goodbye, brother. Azara. We love you, Issei, never forget it. The four brothers hugged the albino, and he returned the embrace. After a few minutes in which the albino said goodbye to his friends, Shinobu opened the portal again, both held hands and entered the portal normally, leaving that world behind. Time skip 1 week. After fixing the time travel issues, and Issei can be seen in his mansion looking at the clouds. This one was together with Shinobu, both looking at the sky, while both reminiscing about their little trip. Issei. Well, after this adventure I learned not to mess with time travel again, he said, stretching. Shinobu. I don't know, it didn't seem that bad to me, I was with you for a long time, he said with a somewhat mocking smile. Issei. Haha, that's right, Sai, but I think that, more than an adventure, was more like a kind of vision of what will happen if I don't finish off Rizen, so I'll start taking this more seriously. Shinobu. Really? Or after a couple of weeks will you go back to how you were before? Issei. We'll see in the future, I guess, he said with a smile. They both laughed a little, but at that moment an Azazel and Surziches and Michael angrily entered the roof and grabbed Issei by the neck. Azazel. You bastard, how the did you show up 10 years ago? I saw you in a bar when I was trying to seduce a girl. Surziches. How the did you set a trap in my office? Michael. Like you placed a cake on my chair in the middle of a meeting. Issei. I withdraw what I said, time travel is the best. Part 103 Mystery. Time skip 3 months later. Asgard. It was a cold night on the Asgardian walls. Everything on the outskirts was snowed, but despite that the night sky was clear, full of auroras that ran through the entire territory, and the stars shone with great intensity. The guards continued their rounds, while a strange silhouette mocked them, moving cautiously. This silhouette was skillful, moving without making any kind of sound or leaving any trace, moving through all the streets of Asgard, alleys and rooftops, until it reached the outskirts of Odin's massive palace, where thousands of guards hovered around without leaving any opening. The silhouette smiled with a big twisted smile, and took the form of a shadow, sticking to the ground without problems, as it continued to sneak through the shadows of the place, even from the guards, without attracting attention. As he entered the palace, he extinguished all the torches in his path, knocking out guards in the process, moving at an astonishing speed until he reached a huge door filled with hundreds of bolts. This is easy, said the silhouette as it decreased its eyes and entered through one of the doorknobs until it entered and illuminated the room with magic, while seeing large weapons and some treasures. But ignoring all these, it went to a revolver that was chained. The figure tried to take it, but some Nordic seals prevented anyone from touching it. The silhouette, seeing that, only smiled, and with his hand he froze these seals to dust and did the same with the chain, and then took the revolver. The revolver apparently could not be lifted by him, but he took a purple piece of paper from one of his pockets, and when he placed it, it seemed as if the restrictions on the revolver had been overturned so that he could lift it. The man was about to leave, but at that moment a Valkyrie along with an entire platoon had entered through the front door. Seeing this strange figure, Valkyrie. "Enough, sorcerer," she said, accompanied by a platoon of guards, and some of her fellow Valkyries. "Put down your weapon and surrender." The figure only smiled at hearing that and with a single movement shattered the wall without any problem, while some of the Valkyries jumped through the hole to follow the silhouette. Bard. Alarm bells off. At that moment, a Valkyrie sounded a huge horn that echoed throughout Asgard, and thousands of soldiers responded in kind. The silhouette paused for a second to observe what was happening and quickly watched as hundreds of guards ran all over the city on land and sky, even through the water channels. A huge flying ship flew overhead as the Valkyries revealed its location. "Valkyrie. There it is, catch it," he said, drawing his sword with the figure. While he was there he would turn into shadows, escaping through the ground as he did before, but a fire arrow that fell out of nowhere managed to wound him, returning him to his original form. The man was shown as a bearded brown man who carried a bow. "Well done, hooray," beautiful woman shouted as she tried to attack the silhouette. "Hurrah. Freya, be careful, I detect very dark magic coming from that thing," the blind archer said. "Freya. Okay," said the beautiful woman as she fiercely lunged at the figure with a sword in hand. The silhouette was barely able to escape the woman's attempted attacks until strange lightning bolts separated the two sides, causing damage to the place. "Thor. He's mine," said the god of thunder. "Freya. Hell, Thor, we saw it first." "Thor. I'm sorry, sister, but we haven't had invasions in ages," he said excitedly. "Freya. Of course not," this annoyed woman said. "Our father was a participant in a ladder on Earth, but the fun was left for him alone, besides you did face one." "Thor. Jormungandr hasn't left the ocean since, and I start to get bored." "Freya. Take a number and format, you idiot," he said, attacking Thor to get him to get away. Both gods began to fight against themselves, forgetting about that silhouette, which they took advantage of to escape, dodging the dates of Hur, wounding Valkyries in the process. "Hur. He's escaping." Thor and Freya began to follow him, though Freya used her sword to trip Thor, and Thor used lightning bolts to make Freya electrocute herself a few feet ahead. Thor was starting to get the upper hand until Freya pushed him so hard that he went through one of the walls of the buildings and then taunted the Rito, but as he ran, Thor used his now axe to hit Freya, pushing her in the same way. The gods fought all the way until they saw an old man who looked at them in annoyance. It was Odin who had arrived on the scene. "Both." He started, both gods said as they signed up. "Odin. Their duty is to protect Asgard, not help destroy it, and they let the intruder escape." "Thor. Relax, father, he still hasn't left Asgard, our magic barrier won't let him out, plus we keep an eye on land, air and water, so he won't escape so easily," he said, while he could hear the sound of two goats as they ran. At that moment the four gods present saw how that silhouette rode a chariot which was carried by goats, which was Thor's. He began to fly through the air while mocking the gods. "Freya. Aren't those your goats?" he said with some mockery. "Thor. No, my goats." Odin earnestly summoned his spear and taking it in his bare hands, he aimed carefully and threw it with such tremendous force that the glass of all the buildings was shattered by the shockwave. As the spear approached the figure in slow motion, he took it in his hand but did not stop it, on the contrary, it only changed its trajectory near Thor's axe so that it moved it away from his hands. Odin looked earnestly at this figure, which responded by wagging its butt in mockery as it escaped away into the heights. "Thor. Don't worry, the barrier will stop you," he said as a huge explosion made a hole in the barrier and the mysterious subject disappeared into the stars. "Freya. Can't get enough of being wrong." "Sigh, father, why didn't you use your Gunnar? Have you forgotten that it can never fail?" "Odin. I did, I used Gunnar very hard, she can never fail to be taken by someone else without my permission, but," he said, looking at his spear gravely. "Valkyrie. Odin-sama." "Odin. What magic did I touch my spear?" "Valkyrie. Sir." "Odin. You heard me, escort Thor and Freya to the palace, I'll talk to them seriously later." "Thor. Where are you going?" "Odin. I have to see how a person could enter Asgard undetected," he said seriously. On the wall there was a handful of soldiers surrounding the place. While Odin approached, they would have passed him, and the one-eyed god was looking for someone. "Odin. Where is Heimdall?" "Soldier. Odin-sama," said one of the soldiers as a faint voice caught his attention. "Heimdall. Here." Odin at that moment saw a wounded Heimdall. The guard of his walls was wounded, his sword buried in his body which was stuck in the wall of the wall. A group of Asgardian mages were healing his wounds, while soldiers tried to see how to dig up his sword. "Odin. Heimdall, my good friend, how?" "Heimdall. That thing, I hadn't seen anything like it, whatever it is, it didn't come from the nine worlds, but if it came from the cosmos cough of a very dark part that even I can't see, I couldn't alert the guards. That thing came to me by surprise, I failed in my duty as a guard, I did." "Odin. Forget it, Heimdall, the important thing is that you stay alive." "Heimdall. I couldn't see where it came from, but I could see where it went." Jotunheim. "Odin, what did that thing want?" "On the other side, heaven." The serious Michael can be seen next to his sister looking at two girls. "Michael. Well, first of all, I welcome you to the Sky faction. You and your sister Ikaros can do whatever you like, but your first mission as part of the Sky Guard will be to find information about the Sky defectors." "Gabriel. It's a pleasure to meet you officially, Astri-chan, Nymph-chan, he said happily looking at both girls. At that moment, a blonde girl with big breasts had spoken while looking animated. Astri. Leave it to my Michael-sama, Gabriel-sama, I promise I won't let you down. Nymph. Hi, we understand and we will fulfill the mission, said a girl with blue hair a little less developed than the previous one. Michael. Well, you and your sister Ikaros are the last Angeloids left on our side, we expect a lot from you, but I warn you something, he said, pulling out a folder that said Issei hyoudou, don't approach this person for anything in the world. Astri. Issei hyoudou? Isn't that the name our sister Ikaros keeps? Why doesn't he want us to get close to him? Michael. Believe me, no woman should keep coming to him for certain reasons, his sister will be fine, but it will surely go through some things. Gabriel. Things? What are you talking about, Ani-sama? He said innocently. Michael. You'll understand when you grow up. On the other side Issei's mansion. An Issei can be seen in his mansion, he was incubating the egg of the rainbow dragon, this while playing video games on his cell phone, was hugging the egg while giving it some warmth. Some girls seeing so much dedication in Issei to take care of the dragon egg, only imagined Issei taking care of her future children. Every time they waited, they blushed more and a burning in their crotch began to emerge, while they drank tea with the mother of the chestnut. Kisara. It seems that Issei-chan puts a lot of effort into taking care of that egg, he said looking at the albino. At that moment an office had entered the scene. Office. Issei knows the importance of the birth of a dragon, besides, he is someone responsible. You? Issei responsible. Tiba. What a nice joke, office. Issei. I'm listening to you idiots, he shouted from the living room. Kisara. It reminds me of when Issei was little, he always fed the stray puppies, in fact I think I gave Yui and Lin a picture from when Issei was a child. Yui. That's right, here it is, he said, showing a chestnut Issei that looked somewhat surprised. Lin. Master looks very cute in this photo. Irina. A picture of Issei as a child, she blushed next to Roswis. Roswis. Kawaii, it's adorable. Akeno. Ara. Zenobia. It's something that even none of us have, she said somewhat jealously. Asia. Issei child, she said ecstatic with love as she looked at how cute her boyfriend was. Yui. That's right, no one but us has a photo like it, that's why we are the main ones in the master's harem, she said proudly. Riaz. How much do you want for that photo? I'll give you everything you want, he said looking at both girls. Zenobia. He's taking it very seriously. Asia. Riaz Onasama, she said, surprised by the attitude of her former president. Lin. We won't give this to anyone, it's a reminder of when our master was still innocent, so it will be a relic that will be kept by us for decades. Yuki. And they don't want to see it. He said, getting everyone's attention. Akeno. What are you talking about, Yuki-chan? Yuki. My powers as a succubus also consist of changing the appearance of whoever I want with my magic, I can even change mine, although I have never done that, I think I can transform my Issei-kun at will. The succubus confessed that the eyes of each of those present glowed in a red color, as if their desires would light up in a reddish color through their eyes. Akeno. Ara, Yuki-chan is a very good girl, I'm sure tonight we'll use what you say, he said with a smile. Riaz. That's right, to do something very good with ice, she said with a slightly perverted smile. The girls put on the same smile, and Issei had a chill, he instinctively decided to go out for a while, while keeping the dragon rainbow's egg in his shadow. He started walking through the streets of the city somewhat bored thinking about what we had been through this month. Issei after returning in his space-time adventure with Shinobu, he has been a little more thoughtful about Millennium and Rizen. On the other hand, he has been a little more time with Makina and Ikaros, they didn't know the human world, so it was fun to see how they were both surprised by the smallest things they encountered. He was also a bit bored since Tiamat, Hela and Raynor had retreated again in their search for more treasures. The chestnut wanted to accompany them, but they mentioned that they needed to do that task alone, which broke the hearts of the chestnut and Tiamat, even though this was because they missed an adventure and Tiamat because they spent time with Issei. The chestnut tree at the end was on the bridge he always visited, which was near the school. He only saw the cars pass by with boredom, but at that moment a certain one-eyed god had caught Issei's attention. Odin. Jojoho, what's going on, boy? Have you run out of video games? He said this while he had a coffee in his hand. Issei. Odin. What are you doing here? Odin. Jojo, I've come to propose an adventure to you, he said with a smile. Issei. Great, which one? Odin. I'm sorry, I can't give it to you officially, since heaven and hell have you punished. It would be a shame if, he said stopping while showing a piece of paper of good conduct that said he was allowed to go on an adventure with the permission of his guard Makina. All that's missing is her signature. Issei. According to the role, I can go if there's someone she trusts watching me, she said with a smile. Odin. And who do you propose? Issei. I have someone in mind. Time skip. Tiba. Let go of me, I told you I wouldn't go on your adventure, he said, annoyed as Issei dragged him with his chains and put him in a vehicle. You. I have no objection, as long as they keep me away from Stella I'm fine. Don't get me wrong, she's cute and all, but I don't want to be arrested by the UN, she said as she got into the car. Issei. Come on Kiba, it's going to be a men-only adventure, look, even Saji and Saryog are here he said, pointing at both. Saji. Issei told us it would be an amazing adventure, and I had nothing to do so I came he said with a smile. Saryog. I hope we fight giants or something. Issei. Once, a man's affair, who knows, maybe they'll get a girlfriend. Kiba. I already have Tasuka, so I don't care about any other girls. Asper. Come on Kiba-senpai, it's an Issei-senpai adventure, it's going to be exciting he said with stars in his eyes. Issei. We'll get wealth, fame, and of course a lot of fun, sounds amazing to me, doesn't it? He said looking at the blonde. Kiba. No, and I don't care. Issei. Too late you're already in the car he said, locking the inside and outside of the car so the blonde wouldn't escape. Odin. Jojoho, I'm glad you're all excited, said the one-eyed man as an Ashino co-piloted the car. Ashino. Hahaha, this will be exciting, and while I probably won't participate much, it will be a good way for a change of scenery. Issei. We're leaving. The car, after starting, had disappeared in a magic circle, leaving the city to go on its next adventure. Hard 104 Land of Giants. The unofficial team of Issei self-proclaimed was in Odin's palace, while they were escorted by Valkyries. Saryog who carried Kiba admired the architecture alongside Yu, Gasper and Saji. Yu. It's incredible, this palace is like the one in fairy tales. Asper. Yes, it's very big too. Saryog. Not bad. Valkyrie. Not bad. A Valkyrie asked, expressing how much she was bothered by the black-haired man's comment. You're an Odin's palace boy, no demon has ever been before. All. Issei yes they said while the albino smiled mockingly. Valkyrie. Well at least one of your level has had the honor of being invited in. Saryog. Right, no one at my level he said proudly. Issei. Hey, old man where are you he said as he ran and hugged the old man with some mockery as he put all the weight of his body on his back. Where is he I want to see my dear girl. Odin was about to speak, but Issei was targeted by the spears of the Valkyries. Odin. Alright he said as the Valkyries put down their spears and calmed down brats, because they don't go and help themselves to some of the banquet while I prepare some things for the journey is coming, he said as everyone was escorted to the main hall while Odin made his way to his restroom. At that moment a woman with almost blonde brown hair had arrived and stood beside Odin while Issei and the others moved away from him. Freya. Do we really need those clowns? I remember that in the past we only needed 2 of our members to accomplish the mission. Odin. Losing Blue Rose in our lands was our responsibility, but I can't handle this alone besides, Loki is still sealed, and I hope he stays that way. You don't know the evil he unleashed on the world, and if something overwhelms me, I know that they will be able to face it. Freya. Shouldn't we send troops from Asgard? Odin. No one is as qualified to do this as that boy, he is always ready to do crazy things and suicide missions, after all, he was the only one who returned from Helheim, along with Ross-chan. Freya. And with Hela. Odin. Jojoho, that's right, do you think if I send him to Jotunheim he'll come back with a hexy giantess? Her other girls will probably be angry, though. Freya. Do you send the guy so he can get a giant wife? Odin. No, I also command the Gremory swordsman, a rag, the strongest pawn of the Citri, and the future Mayu who will replace Urziches in the future. Ashino. Don't forget about me he said arriving while smoking a cigarette the man who knows everything, a pleasure. Odin. Will you go with them? Ashino. No, I'll just stay and enjoy the luxuries that this castle offers me, if something very bad happens I'll intervene. Odin. Jojoho, you know, well, although I think they all have girlfriends, that Saryog boy might get a mature and hexy giant next to the Citri pawn, who knows. Possibly Issei I'll come back with a couple more girlfriends, and that'll be it he said mockingly. Shinobu. He's the king of the harem, you never know he also said mockingly. Freya. You've got to be kidding she said before the one-eyed man got serious. Odin. You don't understand, do you, Freya? That's why I haven't let you and Thor leave Asgard without my permission, the 2 of you don't yet have the maturity to take the lead. Freya. Father, with all due respect, Thor and I are strong enough, if you let us. Odin. No listen to me well Freya, being strong is not enough, if I send troops to Jotunheim, it means that the giants will have reasons to fight against us, in other words, more enemies against us, we already have demons, rebel angels and aliens, Asgard doesn't need more enemies nor strong kings, he needs wise kings he said, touching Freya's shoulder. Time skip elsewhere. Issei and his friends were outside the palace playing with training weapons while being watched by the Valkyries. Sarah and Issei put on armor and started clashing weapons while laughing. On the other side was Saji with a helmet that was too big for him and was hit by the swords of Kiba and Yu trying to hurt him, but the helmet was stronger than the training swords, so these only caused small vibrations in his body, and Gasper had a huge armor on. He tried to walk, but in the end he just fell to the ground while laughing as it was too heavy for him. Kiba. This is funny, he said while he was riding a horse still chained so it wouldn't escape. Gasper. That's right, besides it's the first adventure we've been going on with Issei senpai, he said while the big armor he was wearing made him look like a sturdy man and taller than the boy's normal height. You? Okay, but I think we need to put an end to this and get to the main thing. Kiba. That's right, this has to stop now, I have to go back to Tasuka. You? Yes, you're cloying, he said looking at his blonde friend. Sarayog. You're right, it's time to put an end to this, he said seriously. Kiba. I admit I was hoping you wouldn't become aware, but we did join forces, he said, before realizing that the black-haired man left him talking to himself. Sarayog. Where's the blacksmith? Kiba. But what the hell are you doing? Sarayog. Putting an end to it, isn't that obvious? Kiba. Will you put an end to this by looking for the blacksmith? Sarayog. What? No, I mean I've been thinking about the whole weapon thing. I mean after all, Cao has his spear, Issei his swords and his revolver, Rayo's even Biku and Arthur and even Lefei has his. I thought my strength and Regulus was enough, but you've convinced me. Kiba. Dobo have my own weapon. Kiba. You're sick and no, we're leaving. Asper. What? But I thought I'd at least have a legendary weapon before we left, as Issei senpai told me, he said while getting a little embarrassed. Kiba. I'm sorry Gasper, but I think. Saji. That Gasper will have a legendary weapon. I want one too. Sarayog. Me too, please don't tell Regulus, I don't want him to get jealous. Kiba. Valkyries. No one here will have a weapon. Issei. What? So back to this? He said, showing Thor's Stormbreaker axe. Valkyrie 1. Is Thor Sama's axe? Valkyrie 2. Impossible, no one but Odin Sama can lift it. You can tell they don't know Issei. Issei. Hey guys, let's do crazy things with this, he said with a smile. Elsewhere. Freya. Please, father, she said as she escorted Odin to the outskirts of the palace with a Shino. Do you really think that some young demons will be able to survive Jotunheim? Also, I think it's an exaggeration to rumor that this boy was able to pick up and destroy Nai-sen's hammer. He said as lightning flashed through the gardens and the palace, leaving everyone in silence. Freya. That's strange, Thor doesn't usually get up that early. Odin. No, it's not Thor, he said as he continued walking alongside Freya. The two eventually reached the courtyard where they saw an Issei lifting Stormbreaker while using Kiba as a target. Issei. Don't worry, Kiba, before I touch the edge of the axe your body, I will call it and it will return to my hand still in the air, he said with a smile, as the blonde was held by Sarayog and Saji. Kiba. Let go of me, they're crazy sons of bitches, he said trying to Saphers. You. Hit him in the chest. Asper. No, in the head it's better. Kiba. You guys shut up. Freya, seeing this, tried to run and stop him but was stopped by Odin, who shook his head and let them continue. More Valkyries tried to stop him as well and take the axe from him, but Issei used small shocks to paralyze them. Some in the end ended up with messy and fluffy hair and others with cramps or static in the body. Issei. Okay, here I am going, he said, throwing the axe. The blonde only closed his eyes expecting the worst, but when he didn't feel anything, he just opened his eyes again to see with fear how the axe was in the air, paralyzed millimeters from touching Kiba's skin. The axe quickly returned to Issei's hand, while everyone except Kiba, who breathed heavily from the fear he had gone through, celebrated the success of that small experiment. Issei. Okay, nothing happened. Kiba. You're an idiot. Odin. Hahaha, warming up after the meal. Issei. I was so excited that I couldn't help it. By the way, where's my blue rose? I gave it to you to maintain, he said, looking at the old man. Odin. Follow me and return Thor's axe. You don't know what a fuss Thor would make if he doesn't find it when he wakes up, and even more so if he knows you have it. The albino only left the axe and together with the others followed Odin and Freya to the other side of the palace next to the Valkyries. Well, they thought of a way to return the axe, even though neither could lift it from the ground. On the way, the albino could see how that woman kept looking at him in a bad way for some reason. Odin. Sigh, I can't find the words to say it, so I'll just say it, he said looking seriously at the albino. Your revolver was stolen. All. Qui. The albino quickly grabbed the old man by the neck and spoke in a gloomy voice. Issei. Who the buck dared to rob me? Odin. Calm down, and we don't know yet, but we do know where he is. He went to Jotunheim, he said seriously. Saji. Jotun what? Sarayog. It's the land of the frost giants, he said as Saji and Gasper listened intently. Saji. I thought Asgard was full of warriors and experienced travelers from those lands, so why warn us and not take responsibility? Ashino. Or call the whole DXD team. Odin. It's because if I put Jotunheim in the crosshairs of the other factions, all the other kingdoms will see this alliance as hostile and will rise up against us. We have too many enemies to win one more, but if I send a small unknown squadron the other kingdoms will remain at peace. You? Understanding, but only Issei is the one who would gain something, that is to get his revolver back. What would we gain? Freya. How about I slit your neck? Would you be more satisfied with that? The girl at that moment felt chains come out of her shadow and grabbed her by the neck little by little, choking her. Odin was upset by that, and everyone saw Issei. Issei. Listen to me, stupid, I don't know what bucking problem you have with us, and I don't really care, but it's better for you to treat your father's guests with more respect if you don't want to be eaten by my shadow, she said, looking at the girl with a cold look. The chains eventually disappeared while Freya breathed again. She alone saw Issei with more anger, but the albino didn't care. Odin. What you say is true, calm down, Freya-chan, and about the other, they said they wanted guns, right? Freya. Father. Odin. I can't give them weapons like that directly, but I can give them free passage to go to Nevadalar, to talk to the dwarves. You? Sounds good to me. Issei. And what are we waiting for? Let's go get my revolver back and go get those sons of bitches, he said with a smile. Ashino. It's not that simple yet, he said as he looked at the boys. Odin. That's right, I forgot to mention something. Whoever has your axe is not a rival like the others, he is something stronger. Issei. Is it strong? Odin. More than that, he not only has strength and magic, he has the cunning of Loki himself, a rival that you must beware of. If he discovers them they will lose the opportunity to recover the revolver. Issei. And who is that? Odin. The king of the giants Asgard, he said seriously. Art 105 female. The scene begins with the self-proclaimed Issei team on a snowy and extremely cold plains, Saji and Gasper shivering even with their coats on, while Saraog explored the place. Saji. We've arrived in Jotunheim, what do we do now? Saraog. I imagined it more spooky, he said, looking at the landscape. You? Is there a difference between Helheim and Jotunheim? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. A lot. Helheim is full of caves and black forests, it seems like there's sky, but it's just a grey cloud of ash that covers the entire alternator, whereas here I can see the cosmos, he said, pointing to the sky, looking at how the sky left an incredible view of space, with auroras that do not overshadow those of Asgard, but just as striking. Freya. Jotunheim is so far away from our star, she said as she approached with a huge cargo wrapped in animal skins. That's why giants often attack Midgard, they want the sun and moon to themselves. Issei. Wow, I thought the goddess of beauty wasn't interested in helping us, she said looking at the goddess. Freya. I'm not helping them, I'm just following my father's orders. Once I arrived at Asgard castle they will be on their own, arrive before midnight to this place, and we will teleport them back to Asgard, but if they don't bring Thor's goats, I will leave them here. Issei. Heck, you're more tsundier than Makina, he said mockingly. Freya. Shut up, said the girl's voice echoed. Saraog. What is this for? He said opening the luggage. Freya. Asgard's demands are clear, he wants an Asgardian wife in exchange for the revolver. Saji. And that's where you come in, right? Freya-sama, she said mockingly. The goddess only looked at him with some contempt and seriousness as she continued to speak. Freya. Naturally he asked for my hand in marriage, but my father knows he'd slit the giant's throat before letting him say a word, so my father offered him a better offer. I'll send you 5 women, the most beautiful in Asgard, and Asgard accepted. Saji. That's great, and where are you pretty women? Freya. Saraog. Well. Responds, he said after there was a huge silence. The woman was still silent, but a certain blonde began to laugh a little, drawing the attention of the others. Saraog. What's so funny? Kiba. Ha 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 ha, isn't that obvious? You will be the giants' wives, he said with a mocking smile. Saraog. But we are 6 not 5. Issei. Kiba bucking traitor, you deceived us, I knew that bringing you on this adventure was a mistake. Kiba. You forcibly brought me, idiot, now let me know it's obvious that you don't need me for this, he said as Yu walked towards the Norse god to try and escape the situation, but before he could escape a hand touched his shoulder as a dark aura appeared behind him. Issei. Where are you going, brother? He said while smiling wickedly as he stopped the brunette. You? And I don't know what you're talking about, I'm just going to the bathroom, he said nervously. Saraog. There's no bathroom, there's just ice floes all around us. Asper. Yu senpai, do you want to leave us? Yu. Sigh. Well, Odin said he would give 5 beautiful women, clearly the stalls were full, and you can handle this mission. Freya. Actually. Issei. No one will leave here until I have my revolver back in my hands, he said as he tried to stop Yu. Yu. Let go of me, I won't go to this shit, he said, trying to free himself from the albino's hands. Saraog. You know what? I'm too masculine to be a woman, so I think I'm leaving, she said, trying to escape after Gasper saw the dresses that were stored in the luggage. Issei. That I wasn't clear, nobody's leaving here. Saraog. Hahaha, I'd like to help Issei, but clearly they only need 5 warriors. I would just get in the way, he said, trying to escape again. Freya. Actually, there are 6 dresses coming there, she said, while the others made a poker face, except Gasper, one of you will have to be the maid. After saying that, the boys heard the word of the goddess and all looked at Kiba and he tried to flee, but Issei with his chains had caught him, leaving him without escape. Kiba. Time skip. After a while you can see about 6 guys transvestite. These didn't look anything like girls. Issei, although she had some feminine features, you could tell that she was a boy. Saji was bothered by some clothes. Yu could hardly move because of how tight the dress was, and Sareog was about to tear her dress because of her muscles. Saji. Damn, this thong is pinking me, she said, annoyed. Kiba. Why are you wearing that? Saji. You don't use it. Issei told me that. Okay, I figured out what happened, he said as he watched an Issei laugh. Yu. Damn, this doesn't work. The only one who looks like a real girl is Gasper, he said, pointing to the little vampire who felt like the most normal thing in the world. Freya. This mission is 100% a failure, she said, somewhat disappointed. Issei. Hey, if Thor did it too, plus I have an idea, he said with a smile. The albino only left some white flames that covered him and the other boys. Time skip. 5 women in wedding dresses that covered their entire faces stood in front of the huge doors of a huge ice castle. A giant with a huge belly opens the doors to receive them. Giant. Who are they? Freya. It's the 5 fiancés of Utgarda, said the Norse goddess in Viking costume that covered all her feminicide. Now let's go. Giant. No, only brides can pass, said the giant. You must go. The goddess just turned around and began her walk until the giant's voice stopped. Giant. Wait, do you think we're stupid? Freya. Yes, I think so, but I'm sure you think it's for something else. Giant. We've seen this trick before, said the giant. I can see that among them there is a blonde. That must surely be Thor, but the others? Are the gods really so desperate as to dress up as brides? Freya. Don't talk nonsense. The Norse gods are men of their word. If you don't believe me, check their faces and tell me if any of them are Viking. Bearded, she said as the giant asked them to take off their veil. Flashback. You can see the boys now turned into girls. Now they even had breasts. Their hips and butt were bigger. Issei only laughed this time with his higher voice, while saying that his plan had worked. On the other hand, Kiba joked, telling Sareog that her dress did not match her eyes. Saji was only cold because of the little clothes she was now wearing. Yu just kept her arms crossed as she checked that she hadn't changed her body much, and at the end of Gasper, who now looked smaller, having a bit of chest, while saying that she looked beautiful in her dress. Freya. Shit, how can you be more beautiful than me, she said, looking at Issei's female face, which he covered with his veil. Issei. I don't know, maybe apart from being very handsome as a boy, I'm very beautiful as a girl, he said with a mocking smile. From the shadow of Issei, a blonde loli emerged as she hugged the now female Issei. Shinobu. My lord, she looks very cute. If he had told me, he would have taken the place of one of his idiot friends. To just see him like this, or rather to see her, he said as he hugged now Issei woman. Kiba. Wait for that. Issei. Yes, well, I think it's a bit late, but if something happens, you'll support us in combat. The boys were still looking at her now female body, while a certain black-haired man was staring at her crotch. Sareog. Thanks to the Mayu, I still have my friend intact, he said looking at his genitals. Issei. Yes, he doubted that anyone would see us down here, so it wasn't necessary to modify that part of their bodies. Plus I don't want to lose my friend, he said while looking at the others. Asper. Senpai looks so cute, you should stay like that longer. Issei. No. Freya. Well, I think they are women in appearance now, but that's not enough. They must act more feminine or they will be discovered. Utgarda is too smart. I dare say he is at the level of Loki. It will not be easy to fool him. Issei. Hey, if Thor made it, then we like this surely won't be suspicious. Saji. Hehehe, that's how breasts feel, she said as she kneaded and touched her own breasts. Freya. Okay, let's go. Then flashback. After reminiscing a bit about their previous conversation, the goddess only saw how the giant asked the girls to take off their veils to see their identity. One by one, the women took off their veils as they introduced themselves one by one. Sareog. Hi, I'm Sahari-chan, my pleasure, she said waving with a smile. Yu. My pleasure, I'm Yuuka, my pleasure, he said somewhat elegantly. Saji. I'm Taiga, you a pleasure, she said a little embarrassed. Asper. My pleasure is Gasper-chan, I hope to get along with everyone, he said with a smile. The giant was amazed for a moment by how beautiful the girls were, but he saw the only girl who wouldn't let the veil off. Giant. Hey, it's you, take off the veil. The last girl only sighed, showing a very attractive girl with red eyes and snow-white hair. Issei. I'm Issei, I don't care much about meeting you, he said mockingly. The giant was shocked to see the beauty of that albino girl. Giant. Sorry for bothering you, miss. Issei. It's okay, now take us to your king. Flashback, Seriog. Hey, because you're prettier than me, he said, looking at Issei with some jealousy. Issei. I don't know, just get over it. Seriog. I refuse, at least I'll repair my feminine pride by groping your breasts, he said, trying to catch the albino. The female Issei only gave the black-haired woman a small blow on the head and stopped her. Asper. Why am I the only one who didn't change? Only my hair grew, she said before brunette lifted her fault. Kai. You? Yes, there is change. Saji. It's true, I just change her hair. Tiba. I don't know what's scarier, the way you take it or the fact that Gasper is still so feminine. Issei. Now all the best for last, she said as she held a maid's dress while she saw a certain blonde. Then flashback. Giant. Only brides can pass, he said looking at a sixth girl. At that moment, the giant saw a blonde girl wearing a maid costume while he reluctantly saw a certain albino. Tiba. Issei. Giant-chan. Giant. Hi. Issei. She's one of my maids, the ugliest and the dumbest. All the giants asked while the rest just laughed. Issei. That's right, when they told us that they would take us as wives I felt sad for her, so I brought her with me, so that I could find her a husband in these lands, she said, while she saw the blonde in a mocking way. Giant. I understand, my apologies my lady, I didn't know that there could be such generous people in Asgard. If it's your servant she's allowed to pass, she said, while all these were passing, although as the giant gave a small spanking to Kiba, she is looking furiously at the giant, while he gave flirtatious looks to the blonde maid. Kiba. When this is over, I'll kill you, he said, looking at Issei. Issei. Take a number and get trained, because after this many will also want it, she said, looking at a huge banquet of giants, while in the distance she could see the king of the giants on a throne, who received the guests with a smile. Hard 106 testing. You can see how a girl with white hair and big pigtails was looking out over the city from above a building, when a voice pulls her out of her thoughts and causes her to be on guard. Ara, so you pose one of Kronos' relics, said the female voice. The girl with the pigtails quickly took out her weapon and summoned a sword to see a woman with such dark and long hair. The so-called queen looked totally serious, but the mysterious woman had a fixed veil similar to that of a wedding dress, but matching it with an extravagant black suit, and it covered her entire face. Quickly some apparently somewhat strange clones had come out to help Queen and tried to attack the woman, but with just smiling, eradicated all the clones, causing them to drain like the shadows that they are. Be surprised, use your own Zafkiel to control the relic of Kronos, demons like you can become very intelligent when they put their minds to it. Queen. Who are you and what do you want? He said looking at the mysterious woman. This idiot will be the first, all the people here, these are innocent people, they will die. Queen. Do you own a relic of Kronos that allows you to see into the future? She said while smiling as she saw how some of her clones appeared under her and quickly tried to catch her. The clones were about to catch that strange woman, but as soon as they touched the girl, the clones just fell to the ground dead, shocking Queen. No my girl, I don't need to see the future to know, she said with a smile, as long as there is death in a place I'll be there. Queen. I don't care about that, I don't care about you or anyone else, I only want one thing. And it's being able to kill your little sister Yui-chan, or rather Kurumi-chan, right? The albino was about to go to attack that strange woman, but she raised her hand stopping her. Come on, don't be like that, in addition I don't want to kill you, your death is already written, and I don't want you to miss it. Queen. Are you looking forward to this feast? Or does it bother you that you're not the one to start it? He said he was looking out of the corner of his eye at the city, mocking how insignificant human lives seemed to him, but after turning that woman was gone. The albino just looked seriously at the place where that strange and mysterious woman used to be, with a serious look. Queen. It looks like Lady Death paid me a visit. Elsewhere, 6 girls passed through the great hall of the giants, who left their conversations and drinks to see the beautiful maidens. Some looked at these girls with suspicion and others with lust. Issei. Whispering act normal, he said as he put an innocent smile on his face, while the others had trouble getting used to it. Boing boing. Seriog. Whispering shit, how can girls fight this? The black-haired woman said as she tried to stop her breasts from bouncing while the giant saw the girl. You. Whispering hey, behave. Seriog. Whispering shut up, it's easy for you, you don't have huge breasts like me, they are hard to keep in place. Saji. Whispering hey, shut up, the giants are watching us a lot. The girls tried to act normally as Issei said, they tried to control their new feminine features like Saji. He did not stop looking at everything trying to control his long hair, but what surprised those present the most was the normality with which Issei acted. Tiba. Whispering how are you acting so normal, he said looking at the albino. Issei. Whispering my proportions are totally perfect, I don't have to worry, and besides, even if it's the first time I've done this, I must say I'm very hexy, she said looking at herself in the reflection of an axe belonging to one of the giants. Tiba. Whispering you're an idiot. The girls suddenly stopped talking when they saw in front of them the huge giant king who was sitting on his throne, while he looked at the girls with seriousness and suspicion. Issei. Edgarda-sama, he said, waving animatedly and happily, feigning innocence. She looked like a small doll compared to the huge king, who stood out in height even among the giants present. The giant king possessed a huge armor that matched his blue-gray hair and beard, as well as his skin that seemed to be covered by ice. Unlike the other giants, Edgarda's eyes seemed to be covered by a dark aura that brought out his bright green pupils with intensity. Yu and Kiba noticed that even this awkward look at the other giants, to whom it seemed very unnatural, and they preferred to silence their murmurs when they noticed the king's gaze on them. Yu. Something here doesn't seem normal. Saryog. Yes, no one here offered to accompany us to our class, they don't have manners, she said indignantly. Edgarda. Very right, little one, said the deep and terrifying voice of the giant king as he snapped his fingers, and a couple of servants prepared stairs of the appropriate size for the girls to sit on those huge chairs. Are you comfortable? Issei. Do I really have to share my chair with them? He said, making a tender face and moving his hips. Dint1. You can sit on my Issei-chan, said one of the giants with some mockery. Issei. Ara, thank you. The albino quickly jumped up and kicked one of the giants in the face, sending it to the ground, knocking it unconscious, while it had heart-shaped eyes, while fantasizing about the albino being unconscious. The others were simply shocked and expected the king of the giants to react badly, but this one was only enough to look at the albino. Edgarda. Ha wow, they have energy, and they are strong, although he was the jester of the group you knocked him out easily, rest assured, being my wives they will not have to share their jewels, only me and my bed, he said, winking at the girls. Yu and Kiba were disgusted to hear that. Gasper and Saji had a chill pulling on the albino's skirt to ask for it all to end soon. Issei. Yes, why war trophies? He said, he's getting a sadistic smile, causing Kiba to kick his foot, implying that he was putting the mission at risk. Servant. Time for dinner, he said as they brought huge plates of food to all the giants' tables, especially the brides' tables, which were huge mountains of food piled on top of each other. Saryog. Edo. Asper. Do we have to eat all this? He said, looking at the big mountain of food. Edgarda. What's going on, my dears? Said the giant, looking at the girls with a smile. Aren't they going to eat? Saji. We're not hungry. Saryog. My stomach hurts. Asper. Edo, he said, thinking of a pretext as he touched more of his fingertips. Yu. Yeah, he also said, trying to find an excuse. Issei. I'm on a diet, he said with a smile. Come on, Edgarda-sama, I want to see all your trophies. I want to know how big and powerful my new husband is, she said flirtatiously. Edgarda. I was thinking of a giant with a grimace suspicious of the albino maid, he said, looking at Kiba as he was startled. Will you be the one to bring the weapon back to Asgard? He said as the blonde looked at him with some anger and confusion. Kiba. Me. Issei. Of course I do, he said with a forced smile as he approached the blonde to whisper, take it as far as you can, I'll take care of it. Kiba. But the blonde added as Issei quickly covered her mouth. Issei. Do it and I'll tell Riaz that you had nothing to do here. Kiba. Really? Issei. Do you think Riaz cares coming from you? The albino said mockingly while the blonde reluctantly agreed. Kiba. It offends me a lot, but I took it anyway, he said with a small smile. Edgarda. Well, they will give you the weapon, but after the banquet, he said with a mocking smile. Issei only cursed the giant, the very wise son of a bitch who mocked him and Odin in his thoughts, along with the other gods. The albino swore that he would kill that wretch with his own hands after that. After saying that, the giants began to eat, but the king of the giants mischievously began to slide one of his huge fingers under the table, touching Kiba's thigh. He kicked Issei's leg for a moment, and he noticed what the giant is doing. Edgarda. Hey, what if I ook, he screamed as he felt Issei pinch his arm tightly. Issei. Dear, do you want me to get jealous? The albino said with an angry expression, preventing that idiot from touching her friend. Dint2. It's perfect, said one of the giants, while the others looked at him strangely. What? He said while he was noticing the stares of his companions. Issei at that moment only smiled mockingly while no one noticed and quickly changed his attitude. Issei. Ooh, he said to change to a more shy and sad attitude. Sniff Edgarda-sama, he said, feigning sadness. Am I not good enough for you? He said, causing the other giants to reproach their king for making the young woman cry. Giants. You, they all shouted together. Saryog. Hey, you apologize for making Issei-chan cry, he said, playing along with Issei. Giants. Yes, that's right, apologize. Dint3. Poor girl, I still don't know each one, and her husband is already planning to cheat on her with a maid, said another giant, as the echo of the castle began to increase. Edgarda was confused, it was the first time that his subjects addressed him in a disrespectful way. Well, when he saw his 6 wives, he noticed how the albino among her false tears hid a mocking smile. Edgarda. Silence, the king of the giants shouted, making the whole castle tremble, and silence the boos of his subjects. On the other side, Issei's mansion. The girls sat around a round table, each talking about one thing. The Keno. And that's how Ice-kun and his friends destroy the sky, he said, explaining to Tasuka and Stella. Any questions? Asuka. Issei-sama is someone very strange and crazy, he said, thinking a little about the albino. Stella. I see, I suppose my beloved is similar. Irina. Sort of, actually Michael-sama gets annoyed every time Darling's name is mentioned after that. Yuri. In fact, the faction leaders threatened to freeze Issei-kun as they did Kakabiel, he said with a somewhat nervous smile. Rise. Yes, but I want something, he said, getting everyone's attention. Yui, Lin, he said, drawing their attention, I want the picture of Ice as a child. Both. No. Riaz. Why not? Yui. It's something I love, I confide to us, only we can have the baby pictures of love. Lin. He himself told us that we don't show them to anyone. Laughter. Sighs. Maybe I'll ask you to give us each one. Yui. He hesitated. Lin. That's why we are the rulers and monarchs of this harem. Both of them smiled mockingly while the others felt a little jealous. On the other side, Castle of the Giants. Back in the hall of the great castle, all the giants sat down without making any sudden movements. The Giant King's great cry of rage had filled them with fear, especially as they saw how the dark aura surrounding his eyes spread when he expressed his anger. Issei. Hey honey, calm down, because you don't show us one of your best weapons, maybe a legendary weapon, she said with a flirtatious smile. The giant hesitated for a moment, but that doubt vanished when he felt the albino's hand touch his thigh. The giant finally snapped his fingers for them to bring something covered by a small blanket. The king removed the blanket and showed a revolver which Issei recognized 100%. Issei. Wow, it's beautiful. Asgarda. That's right, but you're not Asgardians, are you? You. What if so? He said with a smile. Asgarda. At no time did they demand the goats from their prince, or said the king, looking seriously at the girls. If there is one thing I know about the Asgardians, it is their loyalty and devotion to their kings, and you claim one of the two things I stole from Asgard. Issei. We thought the second one would come in the mail, said the albino as Kiba and Saji tried to silence the albino. You know, deliver half before your demands, and the second half after it has been met. What? Are you new to this? Dint1. You're right, said one of the giants as they analyzed the albino argument. Issei. Hey, the king of giants is new to this? He said mockingly. I thought that being an old man I would have more experience in this. You. So stealing things is the only way he can get a girlfriend, he said mockingly as he played along with Issei. Saji. That's scary, he said while feigning discomfort. Sereog. Muau, girls, don't blame Asgarda-sama, it's not your fault that he's so ugly and has no friends. The giant remained silent while listening to the whispers of his subjects and the taunts of the girls. He didn't know how to react. It was the first time that his enemies humiliated him. He wanted to express all his anger and kill the girls, but he couldn't do it. Asgard would see that with bad eyes and unleash another war between gods and giants. The giant only took the revolver in his hands as he threatened the girls. Asgarda. Shut up, no one is fooling me now. They will die for this weapon that they stole from their useless gods, especially this Issei. Issei. Did you steal it from Issei? She said while smiling mockingly while the others did the same. Asgarda. Yeah, so what? Issei. Well, thank you, he said as white flames came out of his body, because I am Issei. When he shouted his name, the flames had returned his body to normal. The giant king was surprised by that, but he received a big blow to the face from Issei. Issei. No one steals my revolver. Issei quickly returned the others to normal while they lent themselves to the fight. Issei took up his beloved revolver again. Issei. I'm sorry for making you wait, beautiful. I promise I'll never leave you again, she said as she took the revolver in her hands. The giant king rose from the floor while he furiously smashed the table in the living room in one fell swoop. Asgarda. Damned, how dare they take care of me. Issei. And how can you think of stealing my blue rose? The albino threw himself at the giant king again. The giant quickly defended himself and threw a punch, but Issei quickly stopped him by causing a large shockwave to push the giants back. Asgarda. Hahaha, you are certainly strong. It can even be compared to the strength of the great Thor. No giant who has gone toe-to-toe with him has been victorious. Issei. I correct, he got over it in every way, and then if you know that, you should already know how this will end, right? Asgarda. That's right, and that's none except me, he said with a smile. Issei. What? Asgarda. And I will beat you just like I did with him, he said as the other giants laughed. Issei. You said that I wouldn't be victorious hand to hand. What makes you think that I won't be able to stop you? Asgarda. Why boy, you are in my castle, he said while snapping his fingers. The snow falling through the window disappeared to show a dark landscape full of darkness. Issei noticed that the other giants were starting to get nervous, but knowing that their king would take control, they preferred to stay out of it. Saji. Where are we? You. I don't know, but if I were you I wouldn't look out the window. That idiot just teleported us into the void, he said looking into the distance out of a window. Asgarda. Gunungaheper, at least something like that. No one can leave this castle without falling into oblivion, and we with it. Issei. And if we kill you I guess there's no way we'll come back, right? Asgarda. Clever boy, that's right. Issei. So we're at an impasse. Asgarda. We're not, you see, I like to fix things with games, let's do something bratty, if you guys win 4 of my 6 games, I'll teleport the castle back to Jotunheim. Issei. What if we lose? Edgarda. You die. Issei. Well I do. Saji. Hey, are you sure? You. His skill is deception. Issei. Mine too, he said with a smile. Edgarda. Then I'll choose the first test. Issei. Okay, I guess I'll go first, in the meantime you guys do what the girls do, he said mockingly. Sareog. And what do girls usually do? Issei. I don't know, talk about me? He said mockingly as he approached the giant king. Saji. Am I the only one who thinks Issei-san's story resembles Shrek's? You? If so, who's donkey and who's in Puss in Boots? Edgarda. Bring the feast. As he said that, a group of giants at the table while others brought huge trays of food, many of these giant animals and fruits. Sareog. That's right. You? Yes. Edgarda. Are you hungry, brat? I hope so, the test is simple, whoever eats more wins, and on our side will compete the giant Logi. Saji. He's like any anime character, but he doesn't eat much. Don't you think it's strange? You and Sareog. No. Tiba. Stop talking about him, it's strange. The albino with a smile sat down at the giant table while he saw the giant who was smiling. Edgarda. Get started. The giant Logi began to eat with great dexterity, he ate the meat, the desserts, the bones, even the dishes, while the albino only gave him a sinister and evil smile. Issei simply took a giant piece of meat and swallowed it whole in one bite, surprising the giants and his own friends. The albino, as if he were some kind of machine, swallowed all his food whole, easily winning the test. Issei. Termi burpna, he said with a smile. Issei's companions weren't even happy about what just happened, they were just in shock, where or how the head he devoured so much food in seconds. Edgarda. I am possible. Issei. You may not even know it, but I have a big appetite, he said while smiling, and his stomach was a little swollen from so much food in his stomach. Issei's stomach quickly returned to normal as he smiled mockingly. Tiba. Issei, how did you do that? Issei. Ooh, didn't I tell you? I can create a black hole inside my stomach like Kirby, it's funny, the last time I did it I devoured a restaurant, he said mockingly and with a smile. The king of giants, seeing that, got angry, but only decided to move on to the next test. Edgarda. Well, who's next? Tiba. Well, I think it's my turn, he said, coming forward. Edgarda. And what is your specialty? Tiba. Speed. Edgarda. Haha, I hope you're sure of what you're saying, bring huge. Those present began to feel the strong footsteps of the giant coming towards them, but when they arrived they only saw a chubby child, ugly as a troll, and it seemed that he could not move because of the weight he seemed to have. Saji. Can that brat really run? I mean, his steps may be longer, but Kiba is still faster. Sareog. Don't be complacent, remember that we are in their territory. Kiba. Well, let's do this once and for all, he said as he crossed his arms. Edgarda. Fine, but if you don't make it to the other side of the castle you lose. Tiba just smiled at this, and they both took positions. Edgarda. Ready. Run. The chubby giant shot out at a great speed, Edgarda thought he had already won, but at that moment lightning came out of Kiba's body, it covered his entire body, and he easily broke the sound barrier as he started to run. You saw a flash of sorts overtake him at a great speed, and by the end of it all Kiba had reached the finish line with a smile on his face. Giant. The winner is hyoudou Kiba, he said in surprise as the giant king just frowned more. Kiba. It didn't even serve as a warm-up, he said with a mocking smile. Issei. I see you've improved your handling of your new technique. Kiba. That's right, I call it blinking body. Issei only smiled as he saw the giant king with a mocking smile. Issei. Come on giant king, give us your third test in one go, I want to go home with my weapon, he said with a mocking smile, as the giant got angry. Edgarda was upset letting out his killer instinct, but this one was different, this one felt very unnatural, even for the boys, but the king came back to his composure. Edgarda. Okay, hyoudou pointing to Sareog, what's your ability? Sareog. Hahaha, isn't that obvious? Saji. Being an idiot. Tiba. Have more muscle than brain. You. Disturb the mother of your friends. Sareog. No, idiot's obviously the strength. The giant king, hearing that, only smiled. Edgarda. Well said, bring my cat, he said with militia. He entered the living room at that moment with a huge cat that brutally exceeded the boys in height, but to the giants, he looked like a normal cat. Edgarda. The test is simple, but I'll take the trouble to explain, just to avoid mistakes, you need to pick up this cat, don't kill it, just pick it up with your hands. The giant king thought that it would be impossible for them, but when Sareog took the cat to lift it he was surprised, the cat was slowly being lifted, the black-haired man had to remove his restraining seals to be able to lift the cat, but he finally succeeded. Sareog. I'm on you. He Issei screamed at the top of his lungs as he watched the cat be lifted up by the black-haired man. The giant king along with the others saw that in shock. Sareog felt on top of the world, but the cat simply with a small blow sent him flying. Sareog. I did it, Issei. Well done Sareog, rest for a while, anyway you won. The giant king was totally angry. They passed the tests in a very easy and simple way in front of him, and he couldn't help but get angry at the sight of Issei's mocking smile. Issei. Hey, old man, give us the last test so we can go. The giant looked at the albino, but he smiled thinking about the next test. Edgarda. Good, bring my grandma. Saying that strange and surprised all the boys. The giants at that moment brought an old woman who looked frail. She was the size of Issei and the others, while she greeted kindly. Edgarda. If you manage to move or knock down my grandmother you will win this challenge. Issei. That's it. It'll be simple, he said with a smile. The albino usually approached the old woman while Edgarda laughed. He already thought that he had the victory assured, since not even Thor could against it, but to his surprise, the albino simply laid it delicately on the ground while he was still smiling, as if it was nothing. Edgarda. But how? Scream in shock. Issei. Simple. Edgarda. No god is able to fight old age and death. Issei. None except me. I'm an angel and a demon, and also a dragon and a vampire. I'm a hybrid that's basically totally immortal, and you're right, but I came back from the dead several times, and not only that, I brought the same Hela goddess out of Helheim, not to mention. My body is not like everyone else's, I'm all powerful, and you peel it for me. Edgarda. What, so you knew all this time that Logi was fire? Pretending to know nothing and get over it. Issei. No, I really thought it was a normal test. Edgarda. Ryu, but what about the guy over there? How was he able to lift your Mungander, he said, pointing to Sareog. Sareog. There's nothing in this world that can beat my muscles, he said as he started to flex. The boys just started laughing while Edgarda was just more than furious. The king had entered the castle, making the castle tremble, breaking part of the walls which fell into rubble. Some giants fell into the great abyss, but this one was different. It was full of deformed creatures that danced in an abyss of infinite madness. Issei along with the others prepared to fly away with the others, but at the last minute the giant ceased his anger to turn it into laughter, while the whole castle returned to normality. Edgarda. So that's how it feels to fall for trickery, he said while laughing, and then taking a breath and teleporting back to his land. A deal is a deal. They can leave. The group of boys quickly began to run, while Issei grabbed his revolver and left the place. The boys were about to pass through the great gate that led to the exit of the king's territories, but it quickly closed, while the giant king appeared behind them with a friendly smile. Saji. You said we could leave. Edgarda. That's what I said and I'll keep my promise, but I never said I'm alive, he said while maintaining his gentle smile as he pulled out an axe. All? Shit. The green gleam in the giant's eyes showed as he began to levitate. Saji. That's. Issei. Yes, magic of the ancient ones, he said seriously, is the first time I've seen it, but Azazel and the others told me about it. Edgarda. That's right, he said in his deepest misshapen voice, and you will be the first to be consumed by my new power, then I'll continue with Asgard. The giants who served Edgarda upon seeing such terrifying power tried to flee, but these were turned into deformed servants like several limbs made of eyes and tentacles crying in a symphony of madness, while the giant king changed his form showing tentacles that came out of his back, while the rest of the castle took the shape of a stump of flesh that was filled with fluids, veins, among other parts of the body deforming everything around them. Saji. Ooh, so that's what it feels like to fight the final boss. Issei. Yes. Saji. And this has happened to you before? Issei. No. Asper. I think he hated boys' nights. Hard 107 teamwork. Issei's mansion. Apparently there had been a small argument going on by Riaz still thinking about the photo of Issei boy. In the end, the arguments would not lead anywhere and had only aggravated the situation by annoying the other girls a little. Hiroka, LeFay and Valerie on the other hand had intervened, but rather than fixing the situation, they only worsened it with their flirtatious and mocking comments. In the end, this had not led to anything, so to calm down some proposed to take a bath to think and calm down. Faye asked Riaz why a photo of the albino was so important, to which the Redeed replied that it was part of an investment that she would show the girls deposed, but she couldn't talk about it anymore. Riaz. To all this, what do the boys see in the guns? Roswis. Well, having strong weapons allows them to destroy things. Zenobia. And it's not just that, as a swordsman I can say that my sword is an extension of my body, it's a part of me. Kuroka. Naya the swordswoman is right. Roswis. What do you mean Kuroka-san? Kuroka. Naya, you should know by now Rasan, you've met Thor, haven't you? He said while the red-haired woman nodded. Tell me what you have talked about with him. You have noticed that he is a hard-headed man who loves fights and never thinks about the consequences of his actions. Every man who owns his personal weapon shares these characteristics, but his weapon speaks for him in many ways. Arena. Aspects. Kuroka. For example, Cao Cao has a long spear, but very fragile, and he feels the need to show it around, he said with a mocking smile. The Nekomata's words made the harem's elders blush, while Issei, Kaneko and Asia remained somewhat confused. Asia. Show it around. Bizarre. Asia is nothing, don't pay too much attention to it, he said while caressing the girl's head, preventing her from hearing what the black-haired woman was saying. Kuroka. Biku on the other hand has a staff that allows him to stretch as much as he wants, with that the weapon already tells you his complex. The girls were blushing, but the words that were about to come out of Ikeno left them all in suspense. Ikeno. Ara, and what can you say about Ice-kun's weapon? She said while all the girls were waiting for the Nekomata's answer. Yui and Lin for their part already knew, but Ikeno and Ria's smile didn't make her feel comfortable. Kuroka. Nai ha. Something tells me that some of them already know, but since even my little sister is curious I'll say it. Well, he has a big and strong weapon, he also knows how to use it correctly, it's always holstered, and also he can only lift it apart from the fact that he only uses it when necessary. Ikeno. Ara, you're right about that, that's Ice-kun, fufufu. Ria's. Ikeno. Elsewhere, the Nidgarda can be seen unleashing high-level magic attacks, while the boys used a huge table to protect themselves. Magic attacks destroyed the table, but being smaller than that huge giant gave them a bit of the upper hand. Saji. We've got to get out of here. Issei. You guys go and I'll take care of it. Saji. We can't and we won't let you, we're a team. Issei. I know, he said after seeing how Sareog fell unconscious. He noticed that one of Idgarda's attacks had hit him and that his heartbeat slowly relapsed, that's why helping him is the priority. Idgarda concentrated a powerful attack, but Issei, using his revolver, had destroyed it while the bullet had razzed the giant king's cheek, annoying him a little. Issei. Go away. Saji, Yu and Gasper began to charge Sareog and tried to get out, but the castle wall began to regenerate as if it were a living organism, slowing them both down a bit. At one point one of the walls blocked their way, but it exploded into thousands of pieces when a lightning-laden bullet from Issei's revolver had hit the thing. Issei. I told them to leave. You. We already know. The boys rushed out of the place while Issei started the fight against Idgarda. At one point they were both moving so fast that they only left a green and blue trail as he cut his enemy. In the place you could hear sounds and moans of pain from Idgarda, and also screams of agony from the giants, who had been assimilated by the giant king. Idgarda with some tentacles that came out of his body tried to catch Issei, but he used his flames that quickly incinerated them, preventing him from touching him. The giant at one point seemed to continue mutating, and from the tentacles began to come some kind of fangs or razors that were directed at the albino. Little by little the battle became more complicated for Issei, but in a moment he saw how a spear of light had cut most of the giant's tentacles. The albino at that moment turned to see an Ashino arrive with a smile as he crossed the roof of the castle. Issei. Ashino. Sorry for being late, this place is more horrendous on the outside than on the inside, he said with a smile. The giant didn't care about the angel's appearance and only caused his tentacles to regenerate back into battle. Issei. Sure, now it regenerates. Ashino. Issei, do you know the story of Hercules against the Hydra? Issei. Will we crush him with a mountain? Ashino. What, no, are you telling me that your knowledge of mythology is based on movies? Issei. Yours isn't it? Ashino. Your proposal is tempting, but very complicated. We will burn it whole, that will prevent it from regenerating. Use those black flames to your advantage. Issei. Yes, sir. The albino quickly took out his wings and with his flames began to incinerate the giant's tentacles. These were still regenerating, but the albino noticed how his regeneration was becoming slower. Little by little the battle began to be more destructive. The flames of Issei consumed everything around him without leaving anything. Idgarda, seeing how that happened, tried to use more tricks to defeat those two. At one point the giant king made the floor of the castle change into a mass of amorphous flesh, and from this came some strange tentacles. Ashino and Issei dodged the tentacles, but at one point one of the tentacles had trapped Issei's left leg and he felt how his blood was absorbed. Idgarda. Haha, we like the taste of your flesh, your blood is felt old, said the misshapen giant with a smile that let a blue slime drip from his mouth. Other leech-like creatures began to come out as well, but Ashino, using spears of light, began to destroy them. Issei tried to free himself, but he was held by the tentacles of more leeches. He was slowly dragged to the ground, but the monsters screamed in pain as they felt how they were being broken in half by a certain blonde loli who had come out of nowhere. Shinobu. I'm the only one who can drink my lord's blood, she said while holding her katana in her hand. Issei. Thank you. Shinobu. Finish off this idiot fast, you want. Issei. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Ashino. No, you don't, this is ancient magic, we don't know how it works or how strong it is, so I think we need to get this over with before it gets any more complicated. Shinobu re-entered Issei's shadow as he began to use more power. Little by little the giant was cornered. Ashino and Issei saw how little by little his power diminished, and how the castle stopped having those stumps of flesh everywhere and returned to normal little by little. Issei. Is this all that the magic of the Ancient Ones and the giants of Jotunheim can do? I'm beginning to feel disappointed in those forgotten gods in whom the idiot Rizen put his trust, he said mockingly. The giant, hearing Issei's words, only became angry and flew into a rage to start throwing attacks all over, but both of them just dodged the attacks easily. Issei. After all, they should stay where they belong, in oblivion, he said as the huge giant tried to use his ice breath, but he was stopped by a strong punch from the albino, which had forcibly broken his jaw, which was now only joined by his flesh and skin. The giant roared in pain and anger, letting out of his mouth more tentacles, and from the lower part of his body a huge mouth with fangs began to come out. Issei and Ashino quickly put themselves on guard, but they felt disgusted when they saw how long tongues came out of the mouths full of more mouths, began to take the dying giants that were still left. Some begged for mercy, but that did not matter. They were dragged and devoured by what they were doing. He was once his own king, the sound of meat being chewed was disgusting, and the cries of despair didn't help. Issei and Ashino shuddered as they continued to watch the giants being devoured by their king. The more it devoured the creature, the more it grew in size until it shattered the ceiling of the hall. Issei and Ashino launched many attacks to stop it, but it was useless. The thick and deformed skin of the giant had somehow mutated into a mixture of red scales, the deformed surface of the tentacles and blue skin of what the giant once was. Issei. But what? Ashino. I think he absorbed his powers to get stronger, and I think he also absorbed your blood, the big red blood. Issei. Damn, I'm not going to become Android 17, he said, trying to think of an attack to finish off the giant, but by the end the giant had finished eliminating his deformed minions. Ashino. We won't kill him so easily, and your swords. Issei. At home, I don't think there's time to go and get them. Elsewhere, on the other side of the giant kingdom, Kiba and the others came to Freya, who watched as they carried Sareog. Freya. What happened to them? Kiba. We had some tests. Issei is taking care of the giant king, fast. Sareog needs help. He must be more tired than before, since he picked up the cat from Midgarda. Freya. Ha, I see what happened. It's obvious that I couldn't lift it, not even my brother was able to lift it. Saji. No, actually, Sareog-san picked it up relatively easily. Freya. Are you high? Saji. No, and he really did it. Kiba. Would you like to stop arguing? We have to take us to Sareog so that he can have medical attention. Freya. We won't leave here without my brother's goat, she said with her arms crossed. Kiba. Listen, I know we made an agreement, but one of our team members needs medical attention, and if you don't give it to him. Freya. What will you do? He said defiantly. The blonde, when he saw the attitude of the woman, only became enraged and with his sword attacked the goddess. She blocked the blondes with her sword while the others watched as they fought. Freya. Yours are arrogant, don't you know that demons can't be compared to gods? Kiba. Do you remember what happened in your father's castle? A stupid demon lifted the fact of your bucking bitch brother. If there's one thing Issei has shown me, it's that nothing is impossible, and if he could I can too. Freya. Lifting her up is not the same as using her full power. Kiba quickly released more quick slashes, Freya having a bit of a hard time responding as the blade of the goddess's sword was cracked by Kiba's white sword. Freya. You're idiot. Kiba. If you don't do it the hard way, I'll make you listen to us, the bad arrogant bitch. They were both about to pounce on the other, but in a moment a glow had come out of the giant's castle, and Issei had shot out of it, hitting the ground as he rubbed his head. Issei. Shit, that did hurt, he said as Ashino stood next to him. You. Brother, what happened? Issei. Let's say nothing good, what's wrong with you, my friend? He said as he watched as his revolver had a small purple flash. Freya. Ooh, the weapon is bewitched, it seems that its power was also restricted, and it can't be called normally either. Kiba. Issei, Sareog, he said looking at the black-haired man who was almost conscious. The albino quickly spotted the black-haired man and used his flames to heal him. Issei. I thought he'd be fine by now, why isn't he being taken care of? At that moment all the boys saw Freya, who simply frowned. Freya. I said we won't leave without my brother's goat, she said looking at the albino foolishly. Issei. So it's your fault, well. Freya. So what? The girl could not finish speaking as she felt how a strong blow was given to her face. She was slammed against the ground while she felt a lot of pain in her face, and her nose was almost broken. The blonde at that moment was grabbed by the neck by the albino, who saw her with anger. Issei. Listen up, slut, I don't care who you are, if you put your whims above the lives of my friends, I don't care if you're old Odin's daughter, I promise I'll rip your head off. In the end, Issei left the blonde on the ground, while with his black flames, he broke the seal that limited his revolver. Fuum. The great roar had echoed throughout the frigid wasteland. The boys at that moment saw a gigantic creature. Its skin looked like a blue-gray with tentacles everywhere and a huge misshapen red dragon wings on its back. Saji. What the? Issei. Looks like the son of a bitch has finished mutating. I'll need your help guys, he said looking at his friends. Kiba. Leave it to me. You. Don't worry, we'll cover your sword. Saji. How much I eat and with Vitra. Asper. Absolutely. Ashino. Haha, you're in good spirits. Well, it's time for battle. Each of the boys saw that monster approaching them. Issei took out his wings again to cause storm clouds to begin to appear. Fiba and Yu were preparing using their support techniques, while Gasper created many creatures to attack the monster. Saji pulled out his armor while Ashino rose into the air, creating many spears of light ready for battle. Issei in a burst of speed had shot out towards the monster beast. Each of the boys began to attack. Kiba and Yu cut the multiple tentacles that came out of the creature's body. The beasts that Gasper summoned as if they were ants climbed the creature's legs and began to devour it. Ashino's spears stuck everywhere in the body of the monster, and the strong blows of Issei and Saji would make the creature recoil. It seemed that they would win, but unfortunately the reality was different. The spears of light barely pierced the creature's skin. Gasper's beasts were devoured by the monster, causing it to mutate even more. The tentacles that Yu and Kiba cut off regenerated quickly as they grew larger, and Issei and Saji's blows barely stunned the creature. Saji. I don't think this will work. Issei. I know, but for now we're just waiting for everything to be ready, he said as he watched the sky change from grey to black as lightning fell around the place. The albino only smiled as he prepared a powerful attack, but before he could make his move, the boys heard the war cry from a certain goddess. Issei only turned to see how Freya had rushed into battle. Issei. Now what does this stupid thing do? Saji. Issei if he devours her. Issei. I know Sai after this I'm going to hit her again. The albino was about to stop the goddess, but he saw how with his sword he approached the creature's head. It cut the tentacles that tried to catch it, and in the end, it had cut the throat of the monster with a single slash. The giant tried to stop the bleeding, but in the end it was useless, and it only fell to the ground, while it seemed to die little by little. The boys were surprised by that, but Issei and Ashino thought it was odd that it ended so easily. Freya. Hahaha, they see it, idiots. I don't know how they can compare to gods like us, he said arrogantly. The goddess to finish the job tried to finish tearing the beast apart. She stuck her sword into one of the beast's arms, trying to see if it was dead, but she was surprised when at one point she could not move her sword. She used all her strength, but in the end, she could not move it. In fact, every time he tried to draw his sword, it seemed to sink deeper, and it became very upset as tentacles quickly came out of the monster's wound and trapped the goddess. Freya insulted the giant trying to free herself, but in the end it was useless. The tentacles dragged her more and more until she entered the wound, as if she was swallowing it in that place. She even used magic, but it was useless. More and more tentacles came out and ended up immobilizing her. The wrath of the goddess turned to fear and the fear to tears of despair little by little as she was completely covered by the tentacles. Freya. Atausen, she cried out in despair as she was covered by the tentacles. The goddess sank into darkness thinking that it was her end. Several memories passed through her mind, and among them she remembered one in particular. Flashback, the little blonde girl in a bad mood walked while a slightly younger Odin walked towards her. Odin. Freya, why did you bother Hela like that? He said as he sat down next to her. Freya. Like why? Haven't you seen it? It's a monster. Odin. She's not a monster, just like she didn't choose her nature. Freya. Why do you defend her so much, father? She's just Loki's daughter, do you love her more than you love us? Odin. Freya, even the gods have battles that we can't fight alone. Freya. But Thor Nasama says. Odin. Thor is still very young and still doesn't understand what it's like to be king, and I hope you understand. Then flashback. Freya. Odo-san, now I get it, I was a fool, she said as she was covered by the darkness. The goddess, thinking that it was her end, only let herself be consumed by the darkness. She simply accepted her fate, but at that moment a white light illuminated the darkness of the goddess to hear the voice of a certain albino. Issei. What are you doing, stupid, don't give up. The goddess at that moment saw how that white glow grew until she felt a hand hold her, and she was quickly pulled out by an Issei who took her in bridal form. Issei. Don't get excited, I don't like you yet, Kiba, take it and get it out of here. Kiba. Hi. Kiba quickly grabbed the blonde, and at an incredible speed she had walked away and was now left on the ground right next to Gasper and Sareog. Freya. Why do they do this? Why do you help me? Kiba. Whether you like it or not, as he turned around, we're in this together. The goddess, hearing this, bowed her head in tears, relieved to be alive, but at the same time she was ashamed because she, a whole Valkyrie, was about to die in battle and be dominated by fear. Kiba. I know you're not in a position to do so, but we really need you to take Sareog with you, you can do it. The goddess quickly wiped away her tears and nodded as she activated a magic circle of escape. She was still looking with admiration at the swordsman and the challenge of his group who fought fearlessly against the monster. Freya. Aren't you afraid? Hibba. Of course I do, but to tell you the truth, I've never seen anything like it, but if I give up, not only my companions, friends, my mistress and many innocent people will suffer. Freya, hearing that, understood the blonde's decision and just looked at the blonde again. Freya. I'll be back with reinforcements, don't die in the meantime. Hibba. Are you kidding? Do you see that idiot in black and white? He said, pointing to Issei. If we die, we'll just accompany him back here, he said mockingly. The goddess only laughed a little, but remained uneasy as she teleported them to Asgard. Hibba sighed as Issei and his other companions stood beside him, and Issei only stood in front of them with a smile. Hibba. Have you found a weak spot? Issei. I'm on it. The albino, using the power of his revolver, caused a gigantic thunder to fall on top of the gigantic monster, causing a great cloud of smoke to rise. When it dissipated, the beast had a large busher on its body, while many of its parts seemed to be totally destroyed. The boy smiled at that, but he quickly scolded himself as he looked like he hadn't done anything to her. Issei. Shit, you. How about we destroy it from within? Issei. Majin Buu Saga, I like it the way you think. Looks like I'm going to have to let it devour me. Ashino. I don't think that's a good idea, but looks like we'll have to use all our power. He's got his power-ups ready. All? Hi, Issei. Then it's time to fight for real. Part 108. The power of creation. You can see how a Valkyrie waited at the point of arrival of the goddess and the boys, while in the distance two figures approached with more Valkyries. They were Odin and behind him his son Thor. Thor. Why was my axe in boot camp? He said, a little confused as he looked at his father. Odin. Didn't you forget it a few days ago in the great hall where we drink? Thor. Yes, but normally he comes back to me when I call him. Today I had to go get him. Odin. Son, we drank too much last night after your fight through the streets of Asgard. Maybe you tried to impress some Valkyries and ended up forgetting about it, he said, making up an excuse. Thor wanted to argue further, but a flash of light from that circle was beginning to shine. Odin. It looks like they're already here, he said, seeing the flash. Odin was already waiting for Issei with the others, but he was surprised and changed his expression when he saw that only one of the 6 young men and his daughter appeared with the armor torn and full of blood that was not his. Odin. Freya, are you okay, she said as the Valkyries rushed to her aid. Where are the others? Freya. Father, said the goddess with an expression uncommon to her custom, they need help. Elsewhere, you can see the boys still fighting against that monster that had once been the king of giants. Hibba and Yu were tired, using their new powers so much had tired their body faster. Gasper breathed heavily since he had summoned many beasts, but in the end they were devoured by the creature with tentacles. Saji was also tired, even though he absorbed his energy. It seemed as if he did not get tired, he really seemed unstoppable in the sight of these. Ashino didn't know what to do for the first time. That creature was out of his understanding. It was normal, as it was the first time he had faced something like that thing. In the end they all moved away from the place, while Issei, who breathed heavily, down from the sky as he saw the monster. Saji. That thing still doesn't seem to be even tired, he said, looking at the monster which was only roaring. Hibba. How did we kill him? Ashino. For the first time, I don't know, it's the first time I've ever faced something like this, he said, looking at the creature. You. And then? What do we do? Ashino. We can't get close because its tentacles will try to catch and devour us. It also feeds on any living thing it encounters and has a great regeneration. I guess we can only do long-range attacks. Issei, do you think you can do it? Issei. Leave it to me, I'll distract you for a few moments. You and Kiba, I'll give you a window of opportunity to have your head cut off. Both. Hi, Issei. Ashino, I think I'm going to do something crazy, do you support me? Ashino. You seem very animated, so of course you do. Issei. Perfect, Gasper, I need you to distract the big guy for a few moments, too. Gasper. I'll do what senpai says. As the boy spoke, a deep terrifying voice could be heard coming from that giant monster, and it seemed that Issei could recognize the voice. Edgarda. Ha, you weak demons can't beat me, I'm above any of you. Issei. You talk a lot of now we're going to kick your ass. Issei's pupils quickly shifted so that he disappeared at a high speed and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's face, causing it to retreat a few meters. Ashino quickly began to fly as he had taken out of one of his pockets some sort of book. He read a page in it so that hundreds of copies of it would appear while they prepared spears of light. Saji had concentrated a large amount of flames in his hands to throw them at the monster. These began to incinerate some tentacles, and most parts of his body, his arms and body were consumed by the flames, but each time his regeneration returned him to how he was before. Ashino had thrown the spears, causing him to roar in anger as he saw how thousands of spears were all over his body. After a few seconds, Ashino saw how little by little the flesh and skin of the creature were filled with scales, and Saji's flames made it less damaged. Edgarda. Ha, your blood is finally helping, it was hard to take it in. Some parts of the creature's body were carried with red scales. Issei, seeing that, only became enraged while it carried a great attack while it was in the sky. Asper had created a huge creature the size of that monster Asgard. It was shaped like a bear, and it quickly threw itself into battle. It began to bite the body of the monster. Asgard only smiled internally, so that its tentacles would catch the beast. A large mouth with thousands of teeth would have been in the stomach of the creature. Gasper tried to devour Gasper's beast, but Gasper quickly snapped his fingers to make it disappear. The monster only looked around for its prey, but it only saw an Issei covered in flames heading towards it. Issei. Hey, this is going to hurt. The albino rammed into the monster, causing a large pile of black and white fire to shoot into the sky. The beast squealed in pain. It seemed that even the dragon scales he had gained were no match for the flames of Issei. The albino just laughed as everyone watched as parts of the monster's body were consumed by his flames. When the pillar of fire disappeared, the boys saw the monster disfigured. His body looked withered and burned. Now he looked thinner and smaller, and an Issei was moving away from him as he gave the signal to his two fellow swordsmen. Issei. Now, Hyoudou and Kiba, charging an attack with their two swords, quickly shot out at a high speed towards the monster. Both climbed the monster's body at great speed, and both prepared a powerful attack. Kiba. Technique. Hyoudou. Joint. From their swords a large black and white flame came out while part of the armor of each covered part of their body. Both. Cut of destiny. The boys saying the name of their attack had cut off the head of the monster. The boys also at an incredible speed had returned to the boys while the head of the monster was detached from his head, but that was not all. Pieces of his head separated from his skull, and in the end, the head of the monster ended up as thousands of minced pieces of flesh. Hyoudou and Kiba, after that, fell to the ground tired, while Issei and the others smiled. Saji. Well done, Issei. Yes, I think that's all, he said as he felt the monster's vital energy decrease. Ashino. That's what all your guys' nights are like. Asper. My skin hurts, I'm cold, too. Issei and the others only began to laugh somewhat married. They were ready to leave the place, but at that moment the albino felt how the vitality of the monster recovered quickly. Issei. Ashino, beware. The tentacle had come out of the monster's body and he stretched out and tried to catch Ashino, but Issei quickly pushed him into place. The boys were alerted to seeing that. They quickly stood up while the monster slowly got up. Issei tried to free himself using his flames, but the new scales that had come out of the tentacle made it more resistant to his flames. The monster, this time headless, tried to devour Issei, Ashino, and the others tried to stop it, but they were too far away and padlocked. Issei, using all his strength, eventually broke free from the tentacle grip and returned to his friends. Asgard. Booker's deluded, they really think that's it, will they kill me? From the chest of the monster appeared the face of Asgard. He seemed to wear a suit as several fibers and nerves were all over his body, as if it were a living suit. Asgard. I don't care who you are, after killing them I'll go to Asgard and kill those filthy gods. Asgard slowly began to regenerate, taking its normal form. Again the monster from before had regenerated and was as good as it laughed. Issei only became serious as he was ready to use one of his transformations to finish him off, but at that moment a projectile had struck the monster's newly regenerated head, drawing his attention along with the others. Ashino. Looks like the cavalry has arrived, he said, looking at Valkyries and some warriors in the distance, while Odin Montana, his legendary horse. Odin. Ranged attacks only, not physical, he shouted as several mages began to launch many attacks. Issei. It's about time, he said as he watched Freya get off her horse while holding a bow in her hand. Freya. That's what I should say, I'm surprised they're still alive. Kiba. We're not easy to kill. The Valkyries along with Odin's entire army repeatedly stopped as the one-eyed old man created a large magic circle. This one is so large that it covered the giant's entire body, and he launched a powerful attack when Odin said his name. Odin. Winter storm. Saying that, a huge glow hit the giant, causing a huge explosion, a cloud of smoke and snow all over the place. But after that a huge rain of spears at high speed that when impacting on the ground caused devastating explosions. Only the burnt stumps of the creature were seen, only to be hit by a powerful thunderstorm that used these pillars as conductors, only to increase the damage. The creature roared with pain with force as part of its body turned to ashes. Odin breathed a sigh of relief. As a young man he always aspired to a battle against the king of the giants, but not in that way. Going to see the remains of the giant knew that it would not be enough. Something inside him tells him that it is not over. It could be his limited omniscience of God or his experience of war. The bad feeling turns to adrenaline, and suddenly everything starts to look slower. The old god looks around, and a striking figure takes his attention. Despite the distance he knows who he is, a long-haired woman, a dress as black as her hair standing out in the snow white. But I thought of her flashy attire, no one else seems to be able to see her. Odin. It seems that my time has come, he said with a smile. Hey, why are you crying, miss? He said quietly as he saw how the woman looked at him with tears in her eyes. We don't know each other well enough yet for him to shed tears for me. Issei. Hey, Odin, who is that woman? He said pointing at the woman in black on the hill. Kiba. Which woman? The Valkyries. He said, looking for that person who said Issei. You. be careful. The chestnut tree warned of an imminent attack, half-jarred tentacles had come out of the snow, trying to find something to devour. This is the magic of the Ancient Ones when it has contact with their world, hyoudou Issei. Everything will fall into an abyss of madness and despair, said the woman in black. Issei. Because you don't shut up, stupid, he said, shutting up that strange woman. Guys, I want you to take Odin and go as far away as you can. You. What are you going to do? Issei. Crazy stuff, he said with a smile. The boys at that moment only smiled for them to grab Odin and the other warriors and walk away. Already far away I could see how the monster roared, trying to intimidate Issei. Well, this strange woman chatted with Issei. It's impossible for you to do anything, just succumb and. Issei. Shut up, you don't know me, and if you're one of the primeval or whatever you will continue after this. Issei gave a great war cry as a pillar of white fire came out of her body. The heat of the flames was so intense that it melted the snow around her. The woman, feeling such power, was surprised as she wondered how strong the boy in question was. From the pillar of fire, some white wings came out. This time it was not 4 wings as before. This time it was 6 wings which were shown through that pillar of fire, and from it, an albino came out showing his white clothes and his wings wider than the snow itself. Issei. Good idiot dance. Everyone felt the power of Issei was surprised. It was 10 or 20 times greater than that of that thing. Issei's closest friends only sighed while they calmed down with a smile. Freya. What's wrong? Why do they calm down so suddenly? You. It's because my brother is serious now. Tiba. This battle is already decided. Ashino. And victory is going to make Issei, he said with a smile. Asper. When senpai gets serious, it's amazing, he said, looking at the albino from afar. Thor. Father. Odin. I know better than anyone how powerful that boy is, and I know he will win without a problem, she said, watching as the lady in black took a few steps back a little nervously. The monster roared loudly and tried to catch Issei with its tentacles, but the albino, using his flames, totally incinerated the beast's tentacles. The boy only rose into the air with his 6 wings and stood face to face with the beast. Issei. Devour me if you can, he said as he slapped him in the face. The heavy blow caused the giant's body to rise into the air. The albino delivered another blow, sending him crashing to the ground. Issei moved away for a few seconds so that he could create millions of lightsabers. They were huge, they looked the size of the same beast he was facing. Issei simply threw them. The beast, being impaled by all of them, could only roar, while they seemed to even burn and evaporate the blood of the monster. At one point Issei stretched out his hand so that Thor's axe would be snatched from his hands and into Issei's hand. The albino soared higher into the sky and a gigantic bolt of lightning struck him. All the Asgardians present and even Thor, seeing how the albino used 100% of the axe's power, were shocked. The albino in his other hand had blue rose, and this was carried by the thousands of flips that passed through his body. Issei. Rot, you idiot. The sound of the revolver shooting out ozone all over the place. A great storm of lightning and electricity almost made some of the Valkyries who were riding Pegasi fall to the ground. When the great lightning storm cleared, everyone saw in amazement how the monster had a hole in his chest. It was bleeding and some tentacles joined together to cover the hole that still had in his chest. The black-haired woman was shocked to see that, but the albino was only annoyed to see how his enemy was not dead yet. Issei. It seems that you are very resilient. Absorbing some of my dragon's blood paid off, but, unfortunately for you today, you will be judged by the imbecile god of creation. The albino at that moment raised a single finger where little by little a lot of power was concentrated. The Valkyries with Odin were surprised, not because of the power that Issei concentrated, but because they felt heat. Heat in Jotunheim was like water in the sun, impossible, but nothing was impossible for Issei. Little by little the snow around them melted, even the snow on the mountains evaporated, the storm clouds also disappeared, and at that moment everyone saw how a miniature sun appeared above Issei. No way, this power. Issei. This is my power, the power to do the impossible, the power of the mightiest god to give all. This is me, cruel son, he said, showing the sphere of fire that melted all the snow in Jotunheim. The monster, for the first time in the whole battle, took a few steps back, fear seeming to invade Edgarda's deformed body as he desperately tried to stop Issei's attack. The giant tried to use his ice breath, but it wouldn't even touch the albino, the icy wind melting as he approached Issei. The heat was getting more and more intense, and by the end, Issei had launched his attack. Issei. Cruel sun. The miniature sun, as it hit the body of the monster, a gigantic mass of fire exploded all over Jotunheim. A flash together with a tremendous heat made the earth tremble. The icy creatures that were around and in the distances felt how the ice and snow melted. Odin and the others saw how all the snow of Jotunheim had vanished, and at the end of the gigantic explosion, the entire body of the huge monster had been totally disintegrated without even leaving a trace. End of music. The gods and warriors at that time saw an Issei in the sky smiling while Ashino and his other friends smiled and celebrated their victory. Elsewhere, from the ground, a half-snake girl watched the night sky as a giant blow lit up the night for a few seconds before disappearing. Okasama, did you see that, she said, surprised. Humming from one of the 9 worlds, said a half-serpent woman just as beautiful but more mature. The Asgardians must be fighting the giants again. Do you think it will affect the extra-species treaty? The girl asked. Don't worry, I doubt it, said the older woman. Elsewhere, Jotunheim. The entire valley and hills that were previously covered with snow had melted. In the sky, an albino flew in the air while below it, a huge crater which inside seemed to have lava could be seen. There was no trace of the previous monster, while Issei, seeing that, only smiled. The albino only smiled to raise Thor's axe in victory, making his friends shout and celebrate the victory. Thor cried like a child as he tried to call his axe, which did not answer. Odin only smiled as he saw that woman with black hair and clothes disappear quickly, and the warriors and friends of Issei only shouted and celebrated the great victory. The albino looked for the woman, but it seemed that she had completely disappeared. In the end, the albino returned to normal, well, he now had 2 more wings on his back. Issei. Well, it doesn't look like anything bad, he said with a smile, looking at his 2 new wings. The albino flew to Odin and the others with a smile. He returned his axe to Thor. Well, in the end they returned to Asgard with the total victory of that battle. Thor. Traitor, just because someone calls you, you go with them, he said, looking at his axe. Freya. Maybe you prefer that boy, she said with some mockery. Thor. No, I will not lose another one of my weapons again, he said, hugging his axe with all his might. Ashino. Nice wings, he said, looking at his 2 more wings. Issei. Do you like it? They're new, he said with a smile. Odin. Boy, you always surprise me. Asper. Senpai is amazing, he said, looking at Issei with stars in his eyes. Freya. Well, I have to admit that you're very strong, Tsundir said. Issei. Thanks. Well guys, let's go home. Hard 109. Back home. After the great struggle and victory by Issei and his friends, Asariog can be seen with bandages on his back while they were being scolded by Azazel and Michael, while the girls only watched as they were scolded. Azazel. I can't believe you did something so irresistible, he said, looking at Issei as he and his friends knelt on the ground while Makina had a whip in her hand. Makina. Do I use the whip? Michael. And no, we let them defend themselves now, he said, looking at Issei. Issei. In my defense, I just went to retrieve my revolver, plus it was a good time for the boys and I to improve our bonds as friends, he said, as everyone else but Kiba nodded. Asuka. Isaiah, are you a criminal? He asked as he looked at Kiba. Kiba. No, wrong. Odin. In their defense, they helped us, and they also killed that monster. Surziches. Yes, but at what cost, he said, remembering the great destruction by the albino. Besides, Issei is not allowed to leave planet Earth without permission. Odin-sama, by using Asgardian magic to prevent his tracking, you have just broken our treaty with the Devilu King. Michael. And not only that, thanks to that you declared war on Jotunheim. Odin. I don't think you know how serious this really is, Michael. I know you're still resentful of what happened in heaven, but this is totally different. Unlike the invasion that happened in heaven, which was invaded by an army, Asgard was invaded by one person. Azazel. Only one? He said, doubting Odin. Odin. Not only that, he mortally wounded my most powerful guardian. Heimdall can't see many things in the cosmos without going unnoticed, but this person not only outwitted him, he came to my treasure room. He could have taken weapons more powerful than the boy's revolver. He also took Thor's goats just to make fun of him. Obviously he wanted both the boy and Thor to go to Jotunheim together, otherwise they would have been consumed. Azazel. Do you really believe that? Or maybe his plan did work and all these guys were at his mercy, and yet you say we don't get it? You could have called the 3 factions, we could have come to their aid and gathered information from the primeval gods. Odin. Children will always be children, they still look like their father, he said, looking mockingly at Azazel and Michael. Both. Withdraw what has been said. Odin. They want to have information about that creature when in reality they don't know how dangerous it would have been to leave it alive a few minutes longer. I'll tell you something, after what happened in heaven, in Asgard, after what happened in Jotunheim, Rizen Lucifer leaves us the clear message: no one is safe from me. He said, looking at the other leaders as they pondered the one-eyed old man's words. After a few minutes of silence, Surziches took the floor and began a conversation again. Surziches. As for Issei and the others, after they fully recover we will decide their punishment, but for now it is forbidden for Odin to approach him again without authority, he said seriously. Issei. No, Odin, I was taken away from you, he said while he was trying to hug the old man, but Makina tied him with a rope. Odin. I know, it hurts me too, Chico, you're like a son to me, but don't worry, after their anger wears off we'll be able to play and go adventurous again. Azazel. I was expecting a joke about your new restraining order, would you argue or use your right to refuse? He said, looking at Odin in a mocking tone. Odin. I saw her at that moment when the creature was feeding on my soldiers. Michael. See what? Odin. The only thing the gods are able to see before their end, he said, sending a shiver down his spine. Issei. Ooh, the woman in the black dress. I chase her away by defeating that monster at Jotunheim. Odin. That's right, and thank you for that, surely that woman is a bad omen. Time skip. After a while the boys had calmed down, and you can see a Saryog being tended to by some cute nurses. Saryog. I see, so that's what happened, shit, I passed out just from a simple magic attack, he said with some annoyance. Issei. It wasn't just a magic attack. If it makes you feel better, its strength was great, and if you had fought us more than once that thing would have tried to devour you. You? Yes, don't feel bad, Issei had to use one of his transformations to liquidate him. Saryog. I know, but it still bothers me a bit, I'll have to train to get stronger, he said determinedly. While the boys were talking, the girls had entered the place after talking to Surziches and the others. Riaz. We already talked to Oni-sama, they won't give you any punishment other than moving away from Odin, but Makina-san will increase his attention to you, he said, looking at the woman who had a tracker which she placed on Issei and some handcuffs. Makina. Don't even think about running away or doing something weird, or I'll punish you, she said it would. Issei. I don't know why they do this. We also signed the good behavior permit and took Kiba to supervise me. Kiba. You kidnapped me. Issei. These are unimportant details, but the important thing here is that we saved the world and had a great boys' night, he said with a smile. Irina. Wait, it's also possible between them, she said surprised. Zenobia. Fufufu, of course, don't you remember Griselda-san's lessons? When two people love each other very much, said the girl, acknowledging that most girls blushed and had Fujosh's thoughts. Irina. Wait, you're saying that Issei and the others imagining a Fujoshi scene with Issei taking Kiba's cheek? Kaiaya. Issei. No, that's not silly, that's never going to happen. You. Never. Saryog. Never. Kiba. Never. Besides, why would I be the one who receives? Ashino. Is that really what you care about? Rivai. Ha 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 ha. Riaz. Freya-sama told us that she is grateful for opening her eyes and that if you want to have another adventure, you should call her, she said, thinking of the Norse goddess. Ashino. It seems that this time you didn't seduce any girl, he said looking at the albino. Issei. Because you say it as if he were some kind of womanizer who seduces women all the time. You. Aren't you? Kiba. You always attract more girls. Asper. Issei-senpai is the king of the harem because of that. Issei. Well, no, I'm not a womanizer, or well, not as much as you idiots think. Yui. Master, next time you go on an adventure please take us with you. Lin. Yes, she doesn't know how dangerous the next adventurer might be. Issei. Yes, sorry, but I took Shinobu, he said pulling the vampire loli out of her shadow. Shinobu. Kakaka, that's right, and take some pictures of your adventurer, my lord, he said showing some pictures. Ikaros. Who are these girls? He said looking at a very beautiful albino woman in one of the photos. Asia. This girl looks like Kiba-san, she said looking at a photo of a blonde with Tasuka. Akeno. Ara, and this one looks like Yu, he said looking at a picture of a chestnut. Sona. And this one looks like Saji, she said looking at the picture of another blonde girl. Bizarra. In this one, it's just Gasper, a little more feminine while he's dressed as a woman, she said, looking at a photo of Gasper in a wedding dress. Lin. Master, are you right? He said showing the picture of that albino girl. All. Issei. And I don't know what you're talking about, he said trying to play dumb with his other friends. Yui. Master is the most important person to us, do you think we couldn't know who you are even if you change gender? He said, looking at the albino. Riaz. Wait, this girl is Ice, he said in shock. Shinobu. Kaka, that's right, she looked very cute as a girl, my lord, she said mockingly. Issei. Your little daughter of. Bizarra. Wait here, Gasper has breasts, she said, looking at how a couple of small bulges were visible on her wedding dress. Stella. And this is you, isn't it, honey? He said showing his woman photo to you. Sona. And this is Saji, he said, looking at the photo he held in his hands with his entourage. Zenobia. And this one looks a bit like Saryog, he said, showing the picture of the muscle girl. Issei. Yes, okay, if that's us with my powers, we change gender to pretend to be girls who came from Asgard to marry the giant king, an illusion wouldn't work so. Ashino. They took a slightly more dramatic change, he said with a small mocking smile. Riaz. Damn, even Ice from Girls looks beautiful, he said looking at the picture of Issei. Saryog. We're not very proud of that, but surely we looked more beautiful than you girls, he said with a mocking smile. Issei. That's right, some poor giants quickly fell into the palms of my hands, just seeing how beautiful she was in that way. I know how you feel at school. The boys just started laughing while some were a little jealous of how cute their friends looked in the opposite gender. Time skip next day. After Saryog was discharged, each of the boys returned home, only with the difference that Issei and the others were escorted and guarded on their way home by various demons. The group was escorted by a group of military demons, to which the albino said that it was exaggerated. At the end of this, the boys boarded the train of the underworld still with military inside and a silver-haired maid that they recognized. Rafia. It never ceases to amaze me at the trouble you get yourself into, hyoudou-san, she said appearing on the scene. Irina. Grafia-san, what are you doing here? he said looking at the girl. Rafia. He assured me not to take any deviations. He said he is looking at the albino. I'm glad you and your friends are okay. I thought you'd end up in a coma or something. Tiamat. Ha, he's not my partner for nothing, he said with a grimace of love as he rested his head on the albino's shoulder. Rafia. Well, now get on the train, said the maid, as the boys got on and took their seats, while Tiamat and the girls tried to claim the seat closest to the albino. Time skip human world. After a few minutes the boys had arrived back into the human world. When they arrived the boys were greeted by an armored limousine, while Azazel waited for them with sunglasses. Azazel. It's about time, she said looking at the boys. Issei. They do this on purpose, don't they? He said, looking at the armored limousine. Azazel. I don't know what you're talking about, just come up, he said without taking off his sunglasses. Issei. Yes, of course, besides because so much class, we usually just teleport. Azazel. After what happened in Jotunheim we not only discussed your probation, but also who your cell guards will be, said, shows the vehicle arrives in front of Issei's property. Now come in. The albino entered her house mansion while Tiamat stepped forward, and upon entering she only gave a loving, we arrived as I walked into the room. Visara. Hi Issei-chan, how did your adventure go? I ask while watching a movie with Red. Red. Did you kick a super powerful monster in the ass? Issei. Yes. Red. So it went well, didn't you? I ask with a slightly mocking smile. Issei. I suppose so, he said with a smile. The boy only smiled, but he received a slap from Riaz suddenly. Issei. Ouch, and that. Riaz. That's for going on an adventure without telling us anything, he said as he was taking Issei by the cheeks and kissing him passionately, and that's for keeping your promise not to die and to come back to my side. Bekeno. Ara, you say, next to us, right, but you? He said while also kissing Issei. Don't hoard it just for you. Issei. Hey, where is Raynor and Hela? Tiamat. They'll come later, they're still going through some relics. Issei just started to speak, but at that moment an office had arrived and began to beat Issei's chest tenderly. Office. Where's the egg? Issei. Ooh, it's true, I carried it with me at all times. Wait, he said as he pulled the dragon egg out of his shadow. Office. Come on, it's time to hatch it, he said taking Issei's hand as he loaded the egg into the other. Bekeno. Ara, Office-chan is a cute mother, she said, looking at Office hugging the egg. Riaz. That's right, I hope Ice will be the same when we're pregnant with him, he said, imagining her with a big belly, while Issei hugs her. Each of the Issei girls at that time blushed as they imagined an Issei hugging them while they were pregnant. Ashino. Well, another normal day I guess, how did it go for you? He said looking at his adopted daughter. Revi. Okay, but there's something else that happened while you weren't there. Ashino. Let me guess, is she right? Revi. That's right, it looks like he's on his errands. Ashino. Sighs, well, I'm not going to take Issei into space or anything like that, so I think it can help me with this. Hard 110 trouble in space. Elsewhere, Seinen. The scene begins with several escorts of soldiers surrounding the Yukio residence. All of these soldiers had cues in the shape of a date. Momo. Don't you think it's too extreme, Aston? The girl asked as she left the residence. Aston. I'm sorry, orders from your father, Momo-sama, said the gray-haired man in armor. I must escort you to the mothership. Nana. We thought we had told our father that from now on the land would be our home, she said. She is annoyed as several of her servants carried her luggage. Aston. King Deviluk wants the entire royal family united. Nana. So why does he have to come too? He said, looking at several soldiers pushing an armored capsule with a small window, whose interior contained an orange-haired man in a straitjacket and metal bracelets that immobilized his hands and feet. Despite the thickness of the capsule, they could hear his cries of anger from the orange-haired man. Aston. Rito is now regarded as a member of the royal family, so he has to come as well. Momo. It bothers me. Nana. Couldn't you find a better excuse? Momo. Okasama. Meanwhile, inside the residence, a hairy farewell to a chestnut with many hugs. Bala. I'm sorry you can't join us, Mika-chan. Mikan. No, it's okay, after all someone has to take care of the house, he said, looking at the hairy woman. Bala. I made some installations and improvements to the security system. No one will be able to pass unless you want them to, plus I created some robot escorts for you. Mikan. Thank you, Lala-san, but I think you're exaggerating. Bala. Mikan Earth became my second home, and with that you and my family, and I will use everything in my power to protect you and this planet. Take care of Selen, and tell the others I'll be back soon, he said a little sadly. They were about to leave, but at that moment Rito heard the voices of his two best friends inside his capsule. Issei. Hey. At that moment they all turned to see an Issei and Itsukun looking at Rito. Issei. Did you think you'd leave without saying goodbye? A few guards were about to interrogate these two strangers, but Issei quickly moved and freed Rito from the capsule as they continued to talk. Right. See how? Tsukun. Obviously your sister told us, we're your best friends, how could we not come to say goodbye to our friend who is going into space? I asked as some guards were shocked to see how the capsule had been smashed by that hooded man, right? Well, this is a goodbye I guess. Issei. Of course not, this is just a see you later. Rito heard Issei's words, small tears came out of his eyes while a shinobu with a radio was letting out the song, see you again from the radio speakers, right? Sniff sniff it's true, they'll always be warned, and both they'll always be my brothers he said as the three young men hugged. Lala and her sisters only watched that scene with a drop of sweat on the back of their necks because it was very exaggerated, the orange-haired man would only leave for a few days and then come back. Sukyun. Don't get into crazy things, do you? Issei. And we bring back a souvenir. Rito. Okay, I love you guys, both. And we to you, Rito. The two hugged again for Rito to start boarding the ship while the song was ending and Issei and Sukyun said goodbye with a few tears in their eyes. After that, the spacecraft had taken off and deorbited quickly, leaving only a small glimmer. Sukyun. He's getting into something bad for sure. Issei. See. The boys were about to leave, but at that moment Issei had received a call. Issei. Yes. The boy, after hearing someone from the other side talk, just smiled nervously to hang up. Sukyun. Work. Issei. Yes, there seem to be problems. Time skip elsewhere. The same ship from the hairy ones can be seen leaving Earth's atmosphere only to head for a massive mothership surrounded by more battleships. The ILOT-1. Here's actual 29G craft, permission to access said one of the pilots. The ILOT-2. Granted. Nana. I haven't seen Okasama in a while. Momo. Don't you think all this is weird? Nana. What do you mean? Momo. If Okasama knows the situation of the Earth he's not actually visiting us, maybe he's taking us back home he said he would be. Nana. I'm not bothered by the idea she said looking at the roof of the ship while they were escorted by soldiers, although I don't want to leave my new friends on Earth much less in this war, and above all I don't want him to go he said watching as an orange-haired man cried while he was hugged by Lala, and while he looked at a picture of him with Issei and Sukyun. Momo. Come on Nana, Rito is our sister's fiancé, so he will be part of the royal family. Nana. I refuse to have such a savage and pitiful subject as a family she said blushing nor have all the animals I talked to been as wild and weeping as I'm terrified to think of what he might do if he sees our mother he said as Monkey and Lala stopped suddenly. Lala. Rito would never do such a thing he's different she said with a smile as she continued to comfort the orange-haired man. Writes. Guys, I miss you. Nana. You've only been off Earth for about 10 minutes. Elsewhere, in the distance of the mothership, a smaller ship was located around the Earth's atmosphere. A small black-haired man sees the Earth, while a strange portal of blue light opens. The escorts of the Devil King surround him, but he expressionlessly orders them to retreat. From the doorway 3 black-haired women of different heights emerged. All 3 had red eyes and seemed not very expressive, their wings as black as coal matched their hair. Behind them a blonde man with white wings had come out. This was Minos, who was smiling arrogantly. I thought the fallen and heavenly angels had their differences. Minos. You're not wrong, the false god was very upset when he saw the black of our wings, that reminded him that not even celestial beings are safe from true nature, but I like him it reminds me of our true god. False god. If you like them so much because your wings haven't turned black. Minos. I'm as surprised as you, maybe our god knows my intentions and wants to make me stand out from the rest, the only pure heart who serves his name, his right hand your archangel. The other blonde mentioned that your god had died. Minos. That wasn't God, he was just a usurper, the real one is still alive he said with a smile. And who is this god of so much talk about you? If you really existed, why didn't he come in your place? Minos. Don't you see? He said looking at the cosmos next to King Deviluk she's here it's everywhere not even Michael would have as wonderful a view as it is, the clouds look like child's play compared to this. Her. Minos. King Deviluk, have you thought anything about my proposal? Answer me, do you really have as much military power as you say? And if so, why haven't you stopped the Demon King on your own? Minos. Of course I could stop Lucifer's forces, but it's not my purpose, at least not for now he said smiling. So why are you offering me your troops? Shouldn't you be just as indifferent? Minos. I'll give you a chance, my king. Do you offer me a chance? Said the king mockingly, looking at the angel you? Me? The king of the entire galaxy, you have no idea what civilizations I have conquered with my own hands. Minos. And what is a king against a god? I ask as I smile wickedly. Elsewhere, 3 hairy women were walking to the command room where there was a tall figure with hair just like Rosa, wearing a white dress and a veil covering her face, but in spite of this, I could see that this woman was very beautiful. Nana. Okasama screamed as to run and hug her mother. Ara, Lala, Nana, how glad I am to see you Momo she said, looking at the third hairy one who didn't seem very excited. Where's your fiancé Lala? Lala. Alright is there he said looking at how he was still sad and some soldiers were carrying him. Nana. Unfortunately not in a prison like I should be. Poor man, you must be sad to leave your planet he said, looking at the orange-haired man. SOLDIER1. Queen Deviluke please stay away from him, he's dangerous. Well, if it were dangers he wouldn't be crying, let him go. SOLDIER2. But the king said. But I'm the queen, I'm Sefi Michaela Deviluke, and as Reyna ordered them to take him down she said looking at how they were carrying the orange hair, as it looked as if they were about to imprison him. The soldiers only sighed as they lowered him, and Rito just sucked his thumb like a baby. Nana. You're a wild crybaby. Sefi. Little girl she said, hugging the boy, making her look like a mother comforting a baby now, mommy, it's here. Nana had a frown as she saw that, Lala just smiled as she saw how they both got along, and Momo just kept from starting to laugh at the sight of Rito being comforted like a baby. Nana. Okasama, don't comfort him. The orange-haired man at one point stopped crying and saw the hairy woman do something serious, so that the hairy woman quickly took the distance, while preventing him from seeing her face. Sefi. Ooh, let my guard down you don't have to blame yourself, after all, it's part of the curse of my race I can understand your confusion, you'll see this veil is for. Well the hairy woman told how any man if he saw her face would fall prey to lust and his most primitive desires, and it is for sure that he had his face covered. The orange-haired man rambled while in his mind, he only counted each of the hairy women. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4 1, 2, 3, 4 1, 2, 3, 4, he thought looking everywhere, ignoring the fact that Lala and Momo said that they inherited part of their mother's beauty. Lala, Nana, Momo Lala, Nana, Momo, there's a fourth so. Sefi. I hope this doesn't affect your engagement to my daughter Yukirito the woman said only to hear the orange-haired man scream. Right. So you must be Coco he said, leaving everyone present confused. Sefi. Lala-chan, I think your fiancé hit his head. Nana. No, he's always been this stupid with his references she said as Lala approached the orange-haired man to take him by the hand and take him to the ship's infirmary. Lala. Moo right you must pay more attention if you want to be king she's my mother, you might fall prey to your instincts, as if an insatiable lust tamed them. Rito. That explains why I was attacked by several aliens the first time I met you. Lala. Yes she said smiling I never believed that a human could be so strong, you regret that right? Right. Repent. Lala. Well, you took a bath and I just showed up. Right. Are you kidding? Thanks to you I was able to enter with increased gravity like in Dragon Ball, I faced Lord Frieza, and we defeated him Issei, and Sukyun also trained with me because of you Lala, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me in my whole life he said, taking the hairy woman's hands. Lala. Rito she said she's blushing and about to cry. Elsewhere. You're right he said releasing some lightning my civilization has some gods, but you know I consider myself the best of them all. The black-dyed Angeloid stood guard to protect their leader, but he only laughed haughtily. Minos. I will teach you the mercy of our new god, and I hope it's humbling he said as one of the Angeloids opened a doorway goodbye King Deviluke. The Angeloids were gone, and the crew only watched their king in silence. The XTRA-1. King Deviluke. Just a pigeon stuck in a crow's nest direct the course to the mothership. The ILOT-1. Sir the radar detects an unidentified object very close to the ship. A ship. The ILOT-1. No, it's too small for a spacecraft, because of the size it could be an asteroid, but the computer detects artificial intelligence. Pilot 2. Prepare for impact shouted one of the pilots trying to activate the shields, but the attack was so close that there was no time for them to react by knocking the ship off balance. Quickly the entire fleet realized this and sent battleships to counterattack. Situation report. The ILOT-1. The Emperor's ship has been attacked. And who was it? The ILOT-2. Angel. Meanwhile, outside the ship, a small figure stood near the Emperor's ship. Minos. Show them what love is he said through a communicator of that Angeloid to Chaos. Haha of course said the little blonde in a nun's outfit as she smiled ghouls, preparing for her second attack. Hard 111 space battle. Flashback. Aston. I'll only tell you once Earthling he said as Rito was surrounded by several guards in suits and up in flight, a huge mothership covering several of its parts with a camouflage to the night sky, but revealing its nature with thousands of lights. Right. What if I don't? Said an orange-haired man who seemed to be protecting a Lala in a weird outfit. Aston. If you value your life, you leave he replied trying to intimate the teenager so that he would run away and let him finish his mission, but the orange-haired man only gave him a smile while cracking his knuckles. Right. You can tell they don't know the name Yukirito he said with a smile as he prepared to fight. Then flashback. Lala. Despite not having completely defeated Zastin the first time, Rito knocked out the other guards, the hairy woman thought as she remembered when she met Rito. Well, the girl remembered those moments she saw Rito with a nostalgic look. In those times nothing was like now. Now even the right now was more muscles than back then, and she also had more scars compared to before. Rito, realizing this, caught her off guard, only to hug her from behind. "Lala." "Rito," she said while she's blushing. "Right. Come on Lala, I've already told you what you should call me when we're alone," he said, approaching the hairy woman to steal a kiss, making the hairy one blush more. "Lala. But we're not alone, Peek is with us," said the hairy woman as Rito came over to hear those words, and then stole another kiss from her as usual when they were in private, and Peek did his part to pretend he wasn't present. "Right. My Saya princess," he said while Lala couldn't finish the sentence because a huge rumble in the ship knocked them off their balance, setting off the alarms and illuminating everything with red lights, causing the orange-haired man to run out of the room. "Lala. My Prin Rituo" scream is with several mixed feelings, worried about what was happening and frustrated that she didn't get that kiss that she hasn't had the opportunity to have in a long time. Lala was quiet and cheerful, and it was rare for her to be jealous of a girl, but she liked those moments of privacy, especially when the orange-haired man proposed the private names they had for themselves, even managing to make the carefree princess she once was blush. "Right. At last I will finally have my first intergalactic battle," I scream loudly as I run at full speed. "Momo. Only that airhead could go from being a romantic guy to a fighting nut in a second," he said by the door in surprise to his sister. "Lala. Momo, how long? Momo. Enough to know that he has a Vegeta complex," he said mockingly as he walked away. "Do you think I should also call him my prince?" he said mischievously while Lala got a little jealous. "Lala. It's not fair, Momo-chan, you should get your own nickname," he pouted. "Momo. Gosh, you're right, 1E, she said mockingly. "Maybe he'll love it more if I call him my king," he said, causing Lala to become more jealous. "By the way, shouldn't we go after him? Maybe I'll jump into space." "Lala. Knowing Rito, maybe he'll head to the weapons vault or the combat ship port." Elsewhere, outside the mothership, many warships were heading at full speed to combat the large number of black-haired and black-winged Angeloids, exchanging attacks with each other. The Devolukian ships were advanced, but the Angeloids were not only technological, they also possessed magic, which the alien fleet's force fields were vulnerable to. The Devolu King's ship was the one that took the worst part. That little nun with blonde and greenish hair destroyed part of the ship in one attack. Weapons and protection droids inside were useless, and the soldiers were sent to the cold space. Ingid just stared earnestly at the screen showing the live recordings of the cameras being destroyed by the brat, implying that they were getting closer. "Soldier-1. My lord," said one of the soldiers when he saw how his king stopped seeing what was happening and went to fight with his people. "You can't. Bid. But I can't let my soldiers keep dying," he said seriously. The soldiers were upset. They also knew that their king was right, but they couldn't let him go out to fight alone. They didn't know what to do, but at that moment an alarm sounded loudly. "Soldier-2. My king, a great source of power is fast approaching." "Bid. And what is it?" "Soldier-2. Yes, that young gentleman," he said seriously. Elsewhere, we see how from above the mothership Lala and Momo came running to the bridge to see their mother and Nana. "Lala. I have to stop Rito," she was screaming a little desperately, which was rare for her. "Sephi. Keep calm Lala," she said, trying to calm her daughter. "All the fighter ships are being used right now, the others are being sheltered in the lower ports. Even if Right wanted to, I wouldn't be able to get there to reach one." "Soldier-3. My queen, I hate to contradict you, but they just took one," said one of the soldiers checking the port, showing how Rito took a different ship from the combat one. "Momo. He's taking a ship from reparation." "Sephi. How noble of you, repairing the damage despite the battle going on outside," the queen said emotionally. "Nana. It doesn't work like that," she said as she watched as the orange-haired man smiled and his ship shot off into battle, implying that he didn't know how to pilot that ship yet. Nana was about to make a mocking comment, but a huge tremor brought the ship out of balance again, turning off all the lights, causing them to use their emergency generator. "I thought that beast was gone." "Momo. Can you understand the beast, Nana? Tell me, did that feel like one?" "Nana. I'm afraid to answer that question." "Lala. Right," she said, worried about the orange-haired man. Elsewhere, Right. Charging R2-D2, an orange-haired man yelled at a completely random cleaning android who responded with a coded electronic sound. "Hey, if you're going to talk to me like that, I'll change your name BAWOL." The ship took off from the port. The ship was small compared to the combat ships, but it was very resistant because of the type of machinery it possessed. It had two types of mechanical arms, similar to those of the excavator shovels of a construction machine, one in front and another smaller, but with a longer reach arm behind. On the sides were two smaller mechanical arms that had plasma launchers designed to weld damaged parts. In the vacuum of space these had a great intensity, and although it did not have turbines, the orange-haired man managed before taking off. With some rockets and ammunition. The royal family and the soldiers were impressed to see such a thing from the monitors, although Lala was very good at creating inventions and technological devices, Rito was very good at repairing them, which made the hairy woman fall in love. A small repair ship took off suddenly, managing to hit one of the Angeloids. Right. Not now, he said, moving one of the levers and pressing a button. I just remodeled it. Two small cannons fired a large amount of plasma at the Angeloid, which could not resist the attack, being incinerated and then exploding. Right. Yes, let yourself be carried away by the dark side, the orange-haired man said with a big smile, to start using the huge mechanical shovels and catch so many Angeloids in one movement and incinerate them. An Angeloid in the appearance of a Issei began to detach the mechanical claws until they were shattered, while one resembled nymph began to hack Rito's ship. Right. Ooh, you won't, he said, by shooting plasma to incinerate them, but the Angeloids were stronger. One with the appearance of a Issei began to break the entire metal arm of the ship. Rito tried to incinerate them with force, managing to burn the one who appeared younger, but it was too late. One of the swords of those Angeloids damaged the plasma cannons and then buried his sword near the fuel tank, which was armored to prevent the radiation from space from setting it on fire. But the sword raised the temperature by its power, gradually melting the metal that protected the fuel. Rito was adrift. Little by little those Angeloids began to surround him. Rito knew that among his options were to die from the explosion or be mutilated by those angels, but for him it was clear, if he was going to die it would be fighting. He approached the exit hatch, knowing that his training was only going to buy him a few seconds of life in space, even with the suit that was on the ship he piloted. Rito looked at the control door, and as the computer counted down before it exploded from fuel, but he also saw how the radar detected a large body approaching at high speed. He assumed it was an angel ready to attack him, but at that moment a hole suddenly opened under him, and a certain albino grabbed him by the leg with a smile as he pulled him out of the ship. Issei. Hi Rito, you missed me, he said with a smile. Quickly, the boy who wore a mask to breathe in space moved away, and he with his revolver fired at the ship's fuel tank, causing it to explode, killing several Angeloids. Issei. Idiot, if you're going to die, do it right, he said, looking at the orange-haired man. Right. I'm sorry, I got carried away by the dark side, he said with a smile. The orange-haired at that moment saw how thousands of angels made of light flew in space, and they finished off the Angeloids. At one point many of them launched multiple attacks, but these were destroyed and stopped by a certain pink-haired Angeloids who supported Issei. Icaros. Enemies and traitors of heaven eliminate, he said as his eyes turned red. Saying that, the angel launched thousands of missiles and magic attacks, eliminating several enemy Angeloids. Right. A bride of yours? Issei. Not yet, who knows? Maybe in the future, yes, he said with a smile. The boys were still in space, but at that moment a large ship had appeared next to them, showing a Nana who looked annoyed at Rito. Nana. Idiot, come up, he said as he opened the hatch. Issei only through Rito, who entered the ship, while the two continued to speak over a communicator. Issei. Hey right, I think your father-in-law is in danger, do you want to support him? Right. No, he's strong, let him manage, you have to protect Lala and the soldiers, he said seriously as he took control of the ship with Nana. The orange-haired man was becoming familiar with the ship's controls, pressing a couple of buttons that he thought would take off, but the ship responded by throwing several lasers at the Angeloids, breaking their barriers and sending them flying. Issei. You haven't driven one of these before, have you? Right. Shut up, I'm self-taught. Rito kept testing buttons without noticing that the ship launched all kinds of attacks until the ship flew at a high speed, almost crashing it into several other ships until it almost crashed into the mothership. Nana. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Right. I'm testing the controls, he said to press one of the buttons and lash at the mothership, though the force field protected him. Nana. Idiot, you're attacking the wrong one, she said annoyed. I knew that giving you my father's ship was a mistake. Right. This is Freya's ship. Nana. Of course he's an idiot, it's personally made for my father, equipped with many weapons and engines, capable of reaching the speed of light, she said, causing the orange-haired man to smile. She hopes that. Right. To have said it before, he said, trying to move the ship. Now I will be the conqueror of this universe. The battle had evened out, several reinforcements had arrived, while Issei supported them with his power. A black hole had opened up, letting several more fleets of ships pass through to support Gid, while Issei and Rito only smiled at the sight of that. Elsewhere, King Gid's ship. Gid was walking with a large escort of soldiers around. There were calcinic bodies and parts that showed the emptiness. A small noise put them on guard. Gid watched as a little blonde green hair approached them with an unnatural smile at that moment. Chaos. Mino-san told me that he will teach them what love is, Loli said me, I will love you, he said, showing what appeared to be purple artificial wings that shattered the metal of the craft. Gid. You have a very twisted sense of what love is, he said looking at the blonde. It was about to attack, but at that moment one of the walls of the ship suddenly opened, revealing a certain albino who had a crazy smile. Issei. Hey brat, do you want to come play with me? I ask with a crazy, sadistic smile. Heart 112 love. The tension was great, the Devil King did not stop looking at little Loli seriously, while she saw a certain albino who only smiled. Gid always underestimated his opponents, even made fun of them. On his first visit to the Earth, he almost paid dearly when he made fun of that orange-haired man who pretended to be with his daughter. Gid threatened to destroy the Earth if that brat didn't face him face to face, but the next day that thin boy with a slightly squeaky voice had disappeared. In his place a taller orange-haired man with more muscle had arrived while wearing a somewhat ridiculous suit, while he was wearing a ridiculous outfit, a determined look. Id sneered, believing that the brat was simply coming to die, but most of all, he felt insulted that his daughter wanted to be with a weak human like him. But at the start of the fight, Gid noticed that he was not a simple human. His punches, speed and endurance seemed superior to those of an average Deviluk warrior. It had been a long time since he had underestimated such an enemy, and he began to take things more seriously, but despite the energy discharges that the king released to hurt the orange hair, he did not seize. The decision was made. That brat had proven himself worthy of his daughter, and once everything will end with the skinny. Despite the effort of the orange-haired Gid ended up victorious but not untouchable. Proud with his sharp smile, he swore to destroy Rito to prevent him from having his daughter, but when he saw the eyes of the hairy woman he showed total affection and love towards him and the equal. Gid had won the battle, but upon hearing how his daughter created something of a fantasy like a training room that was capable of not only altering time but gravity, the Deviluk King had no choice but to admit that Rito won the war for the love of his daughter. The Deviluk King learned not to underestimate his opponents again, and that white-haired, black-trenched young man was yet another reminder of that lesson. Chaos. Ani-chan, you know what love is, the little nun said with a sinister smile. Issei. Yes, I know, it's this screaming, releasing a large flame of fire which hit and sent the little Loli flying. Despite the attack it burned several circuits of the ship. When the fire dispersed, it seemed that the Loli was still intact. It seemed to have covered itself with its own fire which was similar to Issei's, except that it had a touch of purple in it. Chaos. It seems that your love is strong, Ani-chan, but mine is even stronger, he said, throwing a giant fireball. Issei. Stop saying it like that, he said, cutting in half with Lin the big fireball, causing a loud explosion. Id and his guards had to cover their eyes as the big explosion had sent several pieces of debris flying from the ship. Some fragments were flying into space, while a smokescreen had been created by the explosion. When it was dispersed, the sound of a gunshot along with 2 pairs of bullets came out of the smoke. The blonde quickly dodged the 2 pairs of bullets as the smoke cleared, revealing an Issei with his revolver. Issei. I think your definition of love is very different from mine, brat. Plus the flames weren't typical of an angel yet, he said while some flames were still around him burning the ship, but creating monsters is. Chaos. Monsters. Now that's cruel, Ani-chan, he said, smiling sinisterly as his robotic wings summoned more flames. Issei. Don't worry, brat, he said this while lightning came out of his body while his blue rose was charged with lightning. I've been called that too. Elsewhere, the orange-haired man seemed to run over Angeloids in his new combat ship. Apparently the speed of this was something that the orange-haired man still dominated, even running over several Angeloids with the image of Nymph who planned to hack the mothership. Even some combat ships were quickly repelled by it, thanks to the ingenuity of Lala, who quickly got to work to help from the command port. Nana. I thought your savagery would help, but I see I was wrong, he said. He is showing that he couldn't handle the battleship well, right? I could do it if it was a hand-to-hand battle, he said, annoyed as he shot laser beams from the ship. Nana. Baka, you will die in space. Besides, the only one capable of enduring such conditions would be my father. Right. Speaking of Lord Boros, Rito said upon seeing a huge explosion in the secondary escort ships. Elsewhere, an Icaros can be seen who was still fighting the Angeloids, but was at one point intercepted by many Angeloids. The hairy woman tried to get away from them, but he began to attack melee, causing Icaros to have problems due to the large number of enemies. Icaros was eventually caught by golden chains that the Milan Angeloids created by holding the girl tightly without being able to make her move. Many more copies of her 2 sisters held her, while one of them seemed to have a USB which was black in color. Minos. Hello dear Icaros-chan, he was speaking through a hologram projected by an Angeloid. Icaros. Minos, you're. Minos. Don't hate me, my pretty Icaros-chan, after all this I do it for heaven's sake. Don't worry, when I'm done with you, your other 2 sisters will also follow you, so they can be together again. Don't you think it's cute? Icaros. We'll stop you. Minos. I really don't think so, since I have the strongest Angeloid now, do Icaros-chan. He said with a mocking smile. The Angeloid inserted the USB into the Icaros port which slowly began to moan in pain. He seemed to be fighting against something. Words and other things were seen through his eyes as if they were screens, and slowly Icaros' hair turned black. Their wings were turning just as black, and in the end, Icaros had been corrupted, showing an Icaros who were totally serious and without any emotion. Minos. Very well Ikaros-chan, destroy everything. But Issei, an albino, could be seen fighting a nun-clad loli who had a malevolent smile. Id viewed the struggle seriously, while Gid also analyzed the situation. He still didn't want to go out and use his power. He knew that if he did and released everything he would have a time limit just to have a more childish appearance than he already had, so he had to get used to the fighting style of that Angeloid, who responded to his blows with equally intense attacks with her metal wings, and to top it off, it released its flames only for Gid to dodge them with a few pirouettes in the air or be covered by the albino. Issei. Look at us, Goku and Lord Frieza fighting side by side, who knew, he said mockingly. Id. Shut up. As Gid backed away just to see that one of the blonde's wings had caused a wound on his arm, Gid was surprised. It had been a while since he had bled, but the girl's smile only made him tense. Chaos. Love hurts, doesn't it? He said with a smile, very soon I will repay everyone that love you have given me, I will love more and more, and then I will kill them all, he said with a smile drowned in madness. Issei. You're sick, crazy, he said before releasing a large blaze that was counterattacked by the blonde with her own flames. When the flames subsided, the blonde could see a lightning-covered Gid shoot out at her. Id. Thunderbolt. The little black-haired man hit the girl's face and sent her flying a few meters, only for Gid to charge back at her next to Issei. Id. What's going on, brat? Don't you know that loving the wrong person can be painful? He said as Chaos watched as the tips of his wings were melted. The girl's wings had been melted by the flames of Issei, which could not withstand their flames. Issei and Gid were heavy that this one was already finished, but Chaos only smiled even worse than before, making both warriors tense as he regenerated his wings. Chaos. Okay, you can love me all you want, he said smiling. Issei. Don't make this any more awkward than it already is, he said as he and Gid stood on guard. Gid wasted no time in creating a suit of armor made of electricity with his lightning. It shot out and tried to hit the girl. The loli dressed as a nun stopped her attack with her wings, but in return she received a strong discharge. Instead of wincing, she just smiled even more as she felt the rays pass through her body. Chaos. Yes, keep loving chaos, loli screamed as her wings regenerated and buried themselves in the metal floor of the ship, only to summon a blaze so strong that it melted much of the ship, exposing it to the vacuum of space. Issei. You're a masochist or something like that, local loli, he screamed as he saw the blonde, and he held on to keep from flying into space. Id was sucked into the force of the space vacuum, but chains held him down, while Issei kept him from flying. Chaos. Love more, I screamed like crazy as it started to fly. Issei. You're crazy, witch. The loli quickly flew off towards Gid and Issei, the black-haired man throwing several beams, until he saw a large fragment of the ship broken. The black-haired man took the piece of metal and used it as a bat which he was preparing to beat the girl. Id. Okay, just don't tell my wife, he yelled with a smile as he slapped the blonde. The black-haired man hit the nun loli with a piece of metal who was sent to fly through several walls. The girl tried to get up, but the metal was magnetized and it was difficult for her to move. The loli decided to melt it, but before she could melt it completely, she received a punch from the black-haired man, stunning her. Despite how intense the blow was, loli kept laughing in a chilling way, asking for more, while her wings rotated like a kind of electric closure, cutting everything around her, exposing once again the interior of the ship, but they stopped suddenly. Gid charged her metal wings with electric current, manipulating them. The electric current manifested itself as if ropes were tying these wings and began to pull them with the intention of tearing them off, causing the girl to scream. The wings began to increase in size more and more. Gid could use energy, but what would it matter? If the wings continued to increase, the crew would have serious problems. Issei. I think it's time to put an end to this. Id. Whispering 2 minutes is all I need. SOLDIER1. Sir spoke to the black-haired man through a communicator. He hasn't fully recovered yet if he uses his power once again. Id. I know I can do it, he said as a cloud of steam covered the black-haired man completely. Loli looked at him confused until she saw a more mature version of the boy she was fighting with. Issei just smiled as he watched the dark-haired man apparently get serious, while he only saw the blonde loli in front of him. Chaos. That's what you did, is it, love? Said Chaos, looking very interested. Id. Yes, he said as he disappeared from the blonde sight and suddenly appeared in front of her. It's the love I have for my people, he said, before hitting her hard. My planet and my family, he said to top it off with 2 more punches. The speed and intent of Gid's blows were so strong that part of the ship took the hit, damaging all the circuits. Joe's. Wonderful, so this is love, he shouted Chaos with his typical laugh that lit up his deranged state. Thank you, Ani-chan. Now that I've understood love, it's my turn to share it. Id. Don't talk nonsense, he said, taking the girl's foot, also breaking her ankle in the process and smashing her to the floor of the ship until she reached the ship port. You can't do anything anymore, he said, preparing to deliver the final blow. Chaos. You grew up for love, I can do that too. It was Chaos's words that made Gid more tense, who quickly threw the punch to finish it off, but Chaos's wings pierced much of the ground with the intention of ramming Gid, who suddenly recoiled, being winded in the process. Sonny. How is it possible for it to act with such speed even in that state? Gid's men shouted from the command port, looking through the cameras. Minos. Hahaha, Angeloids aren't just machines, he said, looking down from his throne, as if he knew what question had been generated. They are made to improve themselves continuously. Gid was able to improve his state, but chaos is designed to adapt to his enemy and improve. The king of the galaxy has relieved us of some of his power, which will be studied by our strongest weapon. After dodging the first GIF attack, he prepared to counterattack. He knew that the Angeloid was up to no good, but a sequence of attacks had pushed him back even further. Chaos gave a macabre smile, and with his wings pierced the ground more to fall. But his wings did not seem to let go of the metal. On the contrary, he squeezed it tighter. When the metal was compressed by his wings, they grew more, to assimilate even more metal and apparatus. Id. What are you doing? He said, looking at what the girl was doing. While all this was going on, Issei saw the fight between the two as a mere spectator. He really wanted to know how strong that girl can be, and if he saw that the black-haired man got into trouble, he would have no problem helping him. Soldier. Sir, she's assimilating our technology, he replied quickly. Id, limiting his strength, leapt towards the Angeloid, but he created a plasma cannon with his wings and sent his attacker flying several stories up the ship. Soldier. Everyone evacuates the ship. Thousands of alarms were sounded, for Gid's men knew that there would not be long left for their king, and that he was limiting himself, because a blow with all his might could destroy the ship even more. Elsewhere, meanwhile, the new Milan Icaros aimed several of their powerful dates, destroying several of the main ships. One of these aimed at King Gid's ship, but a combat ship managed to fire a projectile at him to explode the arrow still in his hands. The corrupted Icaros was now on the side of Minos and the Milan. She was attacking the Deviluk forces left and right, and a certain orange-haired now had the battle tricky. Right? Curse. Nana. What's going on? That was a good strategy. Right? It's not that, destroying something on a ship is satisfying, but I'm still bothered by the idea that Lord Freya can fight the boss, and I can't. Nana. But what the hell do you have in your head? She couldn't finish because she was interrupted by a video stream that appeared in front of Rito. She was Nana's mother. Sephi. Young right, I really appreciate your help, and I really understand your enthusiasm for wanting to help my husband. Nana. It's not to help us. Sephi. But right now my people need your fighting spirit. Please help us eliminate all our enemies, and maybe later we can help my husband. Right? Finish the side quest and then see for the boss. I understand, he said with a smile, translating what he had just heard. Whatever you say, Lala Akasan. SOLDIER2. Have more respect, she's the queen, one of the soldiers answered, somewhat annoyed by what the orange-haired man said before the call was disconnected. Sephi. I can't believe it, she said while looking happy and blushing. His name was Okasan, she said, putting her meek on her cheeks while smiling happily and moving her hips, while Momo and Nana couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and a little jealous. Elsewhere, Id launched himself once more towards the Angeloid, whose wings spread out in such a way that the black-haired man managed to run over them, which began to form a tunnel to stop him from passing, and so it seemed, but Gid launched an attack so strong that the ship shook a second time. The ship lost all its power. Gid's men were still trying to evacuate. The alarms were no longer sounding. The only thing that illuminated the interior of the ship was the bursts and projectiles that were being waged outside. On the other hand, Gid was less and less limited, demonstrating his superiority in strength and agility, but in power both were even. Each blow Gid gave managed to destroy a part of those wings, but with each second that chaos consumed technology, more attacks we managed to unleash, even combining its black flames with the energy cannons. Issei. Hey old man, if you don't kill it fast it will keep getting better, and in the end it will kill you, Issei said as he looked comfortable watching the fight. Id. Shut up, I know. The Deviluk King managed to fight his way through all of his attacks without much trouble, but at the end of those wings, he didn't see a little maniacal nun he was fighting with. She now had a more adult appearance. Not only that, circuits and bits of metal covered much of his body. Despite the new appearance of the young Angeloid, Gid could only concentrate his attention when he saw that this Angeloid not only consumed part of the ship to fight, she planned to consume it completely. The ship was very large so it would take time, but if she escaped with her new technology, she would put everything in disvalence again. The men who died outside would die in vain if the angels won this battle. Chaos. Don't worry, Ani-chan, said the young nun, after your ship I will show my love to everyone else, were the last words before Gid launched a blow with more intensity, this time charged with energy, which illuminated the corridor of the ship for a few seconds, but the spotlights of the ship exploded due to that intensity. On the other hand, the few men of Gid who were still on the ship knew that they must hurry. Their king no longer had any intention of limiting himself entirely. Pam pam, they were the sounds of Gid's blows and those that Angeloid received, but she refused to give up. They continued to absorb energy and create new weapons to limit the passage of the black hair, but he seriously tore the cannons and pieces of metal from it to destroy them. The attacks began to be more intense, even Chaos began to shake a little from the pain. The ship went completely out of orbit, but the Devilu King continued to attack, managing to destroy part of the metal armor of said Angeloid. There Gid saw for the first time in his life a machine bleed, and on the other hand, Chaos knew she wouldn't hold out long, but it wouldn't matter. She had loved and received love for the first time in her life. Id was preparing his last punch, but before he touched the girl's resigned face, a cloud of courage covered Gid again, giving him a more childish and fragile image. Chaos laughed ghouls, and with his wings pierced the floor, walls, and ceiling of the ship to pierce the body of the now childish king, while laughing macabrely. Id fell to his knees to the floor, while Minos looked through Chaos's eyes, celebrating having managed to get the Emperor of the Galaxy to kneel to a celestial being. The Devilu King was not so fragile, but the intensity of the battle made him run out of his time limit. He knew that he would fall into his dream state. Whenever he destroyed a planet he did it for a short period. But now it was different. He had exhausted all his remaining energy, refusing to fall asleep. Gid crawls to try to finish off that Angeloid. His body becomes heavy, and he begins to get cold. The breath becomes heavy, and that sound begins to disappear, and he refuses to let the last thing he does to see in this world will be to see a psychopath laughing at her death. At that moment a light illuminated both of them, time slowed down, and Gid saw how an Issei launched a great flame, while his battleship threw all its rifles at that Angeloid. The weapons and fire were powerful, but they were not going to kill the Angeloid, but they were going to stop it for a few moments. Enough time to see an albino with its black and white wings and an orange-haired man in his battleship. The albino healed the black-haired man's wounds, and the orange-haired man took him in his arms to carry him to the ship. The black-haired man wanted to complain and tell them that he would take care of it, but the words didn't come out of his mouth. He could only breathe and try to stay awake, getting to see the aftermath of what happens every time he blinks. How the orange-haired man takes him to the mothership. How the doctors do their best to make sure their king is okay and still breathing. The Devilu King, with what little breath he has left, refused to fall asleep, but it is useless. Finally he only sees his daughter being comforted by the orange-haired man, and everything gets dark. The Devilu King fell into his sleep. The king was breathing, and thanks to the albino he was stable. He was just tired. The battle also seemed to have calmed down, while the angels of Issei had eliminated most of the evil Angeloids. Now everything was relatively calm, as Lala and her sisters saw their father unconscious, and Sephi had to take control of the troops in her husband's absence. Sephi? Any novels? SOLDIER 2. Radars indicating that this thing will consume the entire ship in seconds. It is estimated that it will consume it completely in an hour. Sephi? All the secrets of our race. We can't let this go on like this and get away with it. Issei. I'll take care of those sons of bitches, he said seriously. Right. I'll go too, he said just as determined. Lala. Right, sniff sniff, please don't go. Not that I doubt your strength, but that managed to defeat my father. Yes. If that thing hurts you, sniff. If it's a thing, it hurts you, sniff sniff, I said the hairy woman through tears. Right. If that happens I will come back from the dead just like the study of Issei did, he said, taking from the hairy one. Besides, being friends with the devil's brother-in-law has its advantages. Issei. Well, get ready, because coming back from the dead is not easy, he said with a smile. Time skip. The Devilukians prepared a spaceship for Rito, while Issei watched only as the ship was consumed. Issei. How strong do you think it is? Lin. Possibly face the mouse together. Yui. Although we doubt it's stronger than you love. Issei. Yes, I know, but still he clenched his fists. Those bastards took Ikaros. I'm going to crush them, he said seriously. When the ship was ready, Rito arrived with a spacesuit on, while he smiled. Right. Look at me, I'm Tony Stark but without armor, he said with a smile. After Rito showed off his costume, it was explained to both of them that they would be carrying a bomb on Rito's ship, which would eliminate the Angeloid along with the ship. SOLDIER 3. The ship is equipped with an emergency pod so that you can escape the explosion, come back to safety, young Yuki, said the soldier as he gave him a military outing. Lala. Please come back, she said through tears, taking the orange-haired man's hands before he got on the ship. Rito just gave the hairy girl a little kiss on the lips before getting on the ship, while Nana and Momo were completely jealous, but Lala only managed to blush. Right. Don't worry, I'll do it, I promise, he said getting into the ship. After Issei and Rito departed they saw pieces of metal floating next to Angeloids, who were left began to surround the ship to defend it. A squadron went to help Rito, exchanging attacks from both sides. Angels of Issei defended the orange-haired ship, managing to break through, but the huge ship began to float to what appeared to be a huge portal. Everyone. Get out of there now. Issei. Not in my dreams. Right. Let's prove to Lord Freeze that we're better than him. Nana. Don't be silly, that's a wormhole, you can come out more angels, right? We go in and out like Tony Stark, all according to plan, he said with a smile. As they accelerated their pace, following the ship, you could hear the screams of Lala and Nana, but after crossing the portal the communicators no longer transmitted anything. Rito and Issei expected to still be in space, but this place seemed very familiar to them. It was a city floating in the sky. Hard 113 Second Heaven. On Earth, the DXD group can be seen gathered as they appeared to be on a somewhat more technological base than usual. Everyone was staring at a screen on which you could see several Angeloids and a huge girl devouring a spaceship. It absorbed the materials through its wings, thus slowly devouring the large ship where Chaos and Gid were previously fighting. Azazel. Issei, do you hear me? Issei. Through a communicator, Azazel tried to contact Issei, while the others were worried about the albino. Issei. I hear you Azazel, loud and clear. Sirziches. We're glad, how are things going? Issei. Not as well as you'd expect, but we'll sort these out. Azazel. Issei, you have to get this over with quickly, that thing keeps growing, it will be a danger to the Earth if it continues like this, he said, watching how Chaos continued to devour Gid's ship. Issei. Don't worry, this will be easy. As the boys watched as he and Rito headed towards her, monitors began to blink detecting a large concentration of energy. Azazel. Issei, something bad is going on, can you hear me? Communication was gradually cut off while the albino's voice could not be heard, they only saw how a giant black hole appeared, and then nothing, just absolute black. Time skip elsewhere Snipes. After traversing that black hole, and Issei and Rito can be seen flying around, they couldn't communicate with their other allies, so now they were on their own, all around them everything seemed familiar, as if they had already been there, but with a bit of a difference. Giant floating islands could be seen floating in the sky, the place was truly amazing to see anyone. The boys saw those big islands somewhat surprised, but what surprised them the most was to see several beautiful girls with white suits and wings, both saw that somewhat strange, but they quickly assimilated what was happening. They were in heaven again, but this time it was a different heaven. Right? Hey Issei, do you know where we are? Issei. Not really, but I can get the idea, he said looking around. I think we're in a second heaven. Right? What? Issei. Yes, it's a second heaven created by that idiot Minos and several of his followers. It seems that this was where they were hiding, he said, looking at the floating islands around him, seeing several girls with white wings walking around. The time to observe the second heaven was suddenly over. An alarm on Rito's ship began to sound. The radar showed how several Angeloids Milan were chasing him, and Rito Issei began to fly faster to find the bigger ship. They had no time to fight. The bomb only caused Rito to have to act fast. The attacks of the Angeloids were contained. Apparently they were trying not to damage their surroundings, which made things easier for both boys, as they managed to see how the ship they were both looking for approached a huge white castle that floated above the clouds. Issei and Rito quickly quickened their pace and went at full speed, with the intention of crashing Rito's ship with a bomb, so that it would explode, but two huge projectiles hit both wings of the orange-haired ship, knocking it off balance, forcing it to land. The ship miraculously did not explode, but Rito could only see how the castle closed its hatches. Right? Cursanoid screamed. Now what do we do? Issei quickly climbed down, and he looked at the ship next to the bomb. Issei. If necessary, I'll take it, but for now we have to make do with it, he said while he had the bomb in his hand. The boys only left the ship next to the bomb on the ground while the ship smoked, but at that moment two Angeloids, who seemed to be responsible for the ship being attacked, appeared. Angeloid-1. Hey, for just fools they don't look all pathetic, said one of the two Angeloids who looked different from the others. Angeloid-2. Too bad being a little high on shit can't save them, said the other angel looking at both of them. Angeloid-1. Well, you can be thankful that you will die in the second heaven. Maybe Mino-sama will take pity on you and give you a new body, a dog body, said the green-haired Angeloid and then laughed, but the albino and the orange-haired man just ignored what both girls said. Issei. Hey, what about that castle? He said, looking at the big white castle. Angeloid-2. The temple of Mino-sama is still under renovation for when she arrives, said the blonde, but for the moment it will be used to study the alien technology that this maniac brought us. Right? Can that castle be piloted? The orange-haired man asked seriously, ignoring their taunts. Angeloid-1. Of course he can, it's the latest technology, created by Debla-sama and Mino-sama. It would have served as a backup after what happened in heaven, said one of the angels, while Issei and Rito just smiled when they heard that. Right? If, after all, we destroy the first heaven, how difficult will it be to destroy another? He said mockingly as he and Issei ran off in the direction of the castle with both angels chasing them all over the sky, but both were very fast. They had gotten into a somewhat wooded area, and the angels believed that the trees would prevent them from passing, but they used the vines as if they were a certain person with a loincloth, so moving easily through the place while dodging the projectors that they shot at them. When they arrived at the castle, the boys had made the angels lose track of them, but when they tried to enter, some alarms began to sound loudly, causing many guardian angels to appear. Angeloid-1. Mino-sama is going to kill us for letting those two pass, he said, watching as Issei split the entrance of the big castle in half. Time skip. The albino and the orange-haired man ran through the halls of the castle, destroying everything in their path. A squad of angels tried to stop them by underestimating them, but both ended up defeating the angels with great ease, and Issei quickly knew that they would need a disguise to go unnoticed. Quickly both boys got into a room. Issei quickly dyed his right wing with a white dye that was in place, and Rito used some feathers that he removed from the unconscious Angeloids to make his own. After that, they both went out and started walking around the castle a little more calmly while they both searched for the ship castle control room. Issei. Hey, do you know where I can find the control room? I asked an angel who was tied up with her other companions. Angeloid 3. Ha, as if I'm going to tell you, she replied, annoyed. It's only a matter of time before another squad finds them and murders them. Before the boys could answer, guards appeared and saw both boys as their enemies. Stop intruders, Issei. We are not intruders, just angels like you, he said, feigning innocence. Yes, well, your partner's wings are upside down, he said, looking at how Rito's wings were upside down, right? Yes, but they are wings, and intruders have no wings. Besides, pointing out deformities is very rude, he said, looking at the angel, while Issei silenced the angel from before who was trying to speak. You're right, it was my mistake, she said. She was convinced and a little embarrassed for being so rude. Issei. By the way, do you know where the control room is? It's next to the coffee factory, where it's always been, said the angel, and then saw how the albino and the orange-haired man thanked each other as they both went in that direction. Issei. Thank you, right? And goodbye. They both just ran away, leaving the guard behind, who only had a smile on his face. What ugly angels, said the latter, walking around in one of the corridors with several angels, but unlike how both boys left them, they were dead. The bodies looked as if they had been attacked by a beast. At the end of the corridor, one of these angels, who had the appearance of that angel of which Issei had just spoken, was on his knees, with his uniform torn apart and his face full of wounds as if he had scratched himself. Anyway, I thank you for letting me borrow your face, said the angel who had just spoken to Issei and Rito, and saw his doppelganger on his knees as a thick green mist surrounded them. You impress me, anyone else would have gone crazy to see my true face. Guard1. My desperation doesn't compare to what she must be going through, said the angel with his mouth full of blood. Let me contradict you, he said this while a shadow full of tentacles was reflected in that man on his knees, who ended up gouging out his eyes and biting his tongue while screaming in a heartbreaking way. The darkness is not as impressive as they say, that woman added with a smile. Time skip with Issei and right. We see how the albino and the orange-haired man arrived at a control room. They were ready to enter, but at that moment a guardian angel had stopped them. Guard 1. Stop there, intruders, right? That we are not intruders, just angels like you, orange-haired shouted. Guard1. No angel would have wings backwards, he said, summoning a magic circuit pointing at both of them. Right. Sai, you do have a big discrimination problem, he said, and then hit the angel with Issei and ran inside the control room. Several more guards tried to stop him, but Issei and Rito quickly programmed the coordinates and destroyed the computer with blows so that no one could change them. Issei. If we can't bring the bomb to the castle, right? Then the castle will go to the pump. Angeloids. Bomb, the angels exclaimed in a panic while both young men tried to flee. Elsewhere, Minos drank a glass of wine, believing that the war had already tilted in his favor, and it was only a matter of time before he put his plans into action. If Rizen planned to revive beasts and ancient gods, the angels would too. Minos. Well, how's your day going, Ikaros-chan? He said, looking at the now black-haired Angeloid. The alarms bothered him, but they didn't worry him. He sent more military forces to rest, but the castle shook and the cloud landscape slowly moved to one of the islands in front of the castle. Minos. Who they gave orders to change course, furious scream. One of the angels serving him quickly contacted the control room, but they just screamed hysterically that the ship had to be abandoned. Angeloid. Minos-sama, the captain says you have to leave the castle. Minos. Abandon. Who does he think he is to say that I must leave my bleeding temple? Angeloid. He says that there is a bomb in Synapse. The girl's words gave a very bitter pill to swallow to Minos, who quickly gave orders to stop the castle, but it was too late. The bomb is very close, and even if they managed to change the direction of the castle it would crash. Minos gave orders to take Chaos along with him, but the ship was very large, it was being studied in the laboratory. The castle was about to crash into a group of floating islands that were nearby, damaging several walls of the castle. Chaos could no longer be evacuated, but Minos knew that there was another way to save all his progress. If he couldn't change the course of the castle, he would at least rebuild it after saving Chaos. Elsewhere, the crowd of angels flew with all their might to evacuate the castle. The castle crashed into a small floating island, causing debris to fall around at high speed, and showed a kind of barrier hiding them, but the control room had been damaged, and part of the synapse was exposed on the ground. The impact was felt inside the castle. Issei and Rito thought that the victory was already theirs, but at that moment they saw how several Milan Icaros and Astries prepared to load the ship, while Milan Nymph created a force field around it. Both young men knew that their work was not yet finished at that moment. Issei quickly took out his wings and began to attack with Yui and Lin the Angeloids, but they only received the attacks. The albino cut them in half easily. Even Rito fought with some of them. Both did not want to return without completing their mission, not after the sacrifice of Lord Gid. So with 2 strong blows he knocked down a pillar of the castle aimed at one of the Angeloids, in the hope of that by damaging them, it could delay them further. Minos. So you 2 idiots are the cause of all this, he said as he watched and spoke from a distance. Issei. That's right, and we're going to kick your ass, send me back to Icaros. Before Issei could destroy the barrier with one blow, lights of various colors and appeared, transporting Rito and Issei near Minos, but without the portal in their hands. Minos. Okay, Icaros-chan, kill them. The angel only obeyed and launched a large number of magic attacks towards both of them. Issei only created a barrier of light, but she knew that it wouldn't last long. Yui. Master, I'm sure we won't be able to defeat her without hurting her. What will she do? Issei. There's only one thing I can do now. When the great bombardment of magic attacks stopped, Issei's light barrier disappeared. Issei just looked at the angel. Issei. Icaros. The Angeloid didn't respond, just stayed quiet as she created a big ball of energy. Issei. Icaros, I've never told you this, but The angel was about to kill both young men, but she heard something that shocked her. Issei. I love you. Rito had been shocked when he heard that, as was Minos who heard that. Minos. Stop talking, Icaros, kill them. He again ordered him to kill both of them, but he was surprised to see how a blush appeared on Icaros' face, as some tears fell from his cheeks. Icaros. King of the Harem protocol activated. Slowly Icaros' hair returned to normal, while Icaros with a beautiful smile just opened his arms. Issei just took that as his cue, and it jumped into Icaros' arms until they both kissed. The flash came out of the body of Icaros, and when it disappeared, it could be seen how Issei carried the angel in a bridal way. Minos. See as. Issei. Easy, I had already foreseen that something like this would happen, so I installed an antivirus protocol on your system. What you did to Icaros was corrected, and now it's back to normal, he said with a smile. Minos, hearing and seeing how Icaros had been snatched from his hands, only enraged. One of the angels who were beaten by the youths appeared through the door while she knelt in front of Minos asking for forgiveness. Angeloid. Minos-sama, please excuse me, the angel said, causing indignation in that blonde man. Minos. The synapse has no room for the weak, Minos said, taking out another card, while that angel begged for mercy. Transport disappears. By shouting, that angel seemed to have been disintegrated. Issei was a little surprised by that, while Rito was completely surprised. He did not fully understand what was happening, but that did not stop him from staring at the angel. Minos. And you, he said, looking at both young men, I'm going to put you in your place, mere mortals, for such a sin towards heaven, he said, drawing a third card. Issei. What do you think this is? Yu-Gi-Oh? I ask mockingly, don't you know it's my turn to shuffle? Minos. Silly human, transport cards can only be used by angels and angeloids. I admit that only one is very powerful, but I had to exhaust a lot of its energy to defeat that alien king who claimed to rise above the gods. I'd like to say that you feel lucky to be eliminated by the power of these, but you are a sinner. They ask me if the cards can take you to hell, he said, he's with an arrogant smile, but at that moment a third person interrupts them. Haven't you been told that villains should never give their victory monologue? Said the angel they had both met. Don't you know that you only give the hero more time? Minos. You, how did I get through you? An angel of your level shouldn't, said the latter, writing down his letters to that angel. Even if you exhaust your energy in giving me my army, I still have enough power to eliminate the 3 of you. Therein lies my lord, said the angel mockingly, I only need one, but since angels are so charitable, I know you will give me them all. Minos. Arrogant worm, he said, this point of shouting transport, but his words ceased as he saw how several tentacles seemed to come out of his own shadow to tie him up completely. Right? Issei. Issei. No, it's not me, do you see my face that I like tentacles? While the boys didn't know exactly what was going on, Minos moved desperately trying to free himself from those tentacles. What's going on? Never seen hentai. Said the angel, taking a hooded form with a trench coat that covered part of his body. He was short in stature and seemed to have long hair. It was the same female figure that had appeared in Asgard before, who was preparing to collect the cards, but she jumped back, dragging the angel with her. It was Issei who had used his revolver to prevent that from happening. Hi again, guy, it looks like we're meeting again. You know, I thought your previous battle was great, a hybrid against a giant, it sounded great, but Yufufu, a war in space against angels and aliens, is much better. I thought knowing the location of the second heaven would make Rizen happy, but it seems I found more than that, said the woman. Issei. As if it were going to happen, he said with a mocking smile as he pointed his revolver at her. Now let go of the blonde and also the infinity cards. That's a good reference. Scream is smiling as several tentacles came out of his trench coat to attack both young men. But Issei, with many chains that came out from all sides, pierced and shattered the tentacles. The female figure wouldn't let Minos, her tentacles clinging to him, and at one point he tried to use his cards, but as he tried to do so his tentacles burned. They can only be used by angels. He said as he tried to channel his energy to leave them floating in an intense dark green mini-force field, causing the cards to float next to him. The figure was preparing to flee by opening a portal. Between struggles, Minos managed to free his mouth from the tentacles to scream. Minos. Alpha, Beta and Delta code. The Milan Angeloids quickly at that moment flew to his aid, severing all the tentacles holding him back, as the figure claimed victory to leave. As he went through the portal, a giant purple sword pierced the alien ship the Angeloids planned to transport, slicing through the force field that had the cards, falling to the ground. Well, I'll settle for just one, he said, taking with his tentacles one of the cards that made his tentacle stay. I'll see you again, Issei hyoudou, he said as he closed the portal. Right. Do you know her? Issei. Something. Minos quickly grabbed the missing cards and ordered the Angeloids to attack the albino and the orange-haired, but they quickly left the scene. A second alarm sounded, louder than the previous one at that time. Guard. Prepare for impact, he said the alarm while Minos was being transported by his Angeloids. The castle crashed with Rito's ship, causing a huge explosion all over the place. The Angeloids could not fly any harder, as they would destroy Minos by the intensity, so they just created a force field which was not strong enough, burning much of his body. Minos. Kill them, he said coldly, looking at his angels. Meanwhile, several meters away, Issei, Ikaros and Rito were in freefall. While the two boys laughed, the explosion only further propelled the fall of both of them. At the moment when the three jumped into the void to escape, they had even gone through the clouds, but before they continued to be silent, Issei took out his wings and held Rito and Ikaros, while the Devlukian ship was positioned next to them too. The ship, giving a green light, opened a hatch where the young men entered. Lala. Right, he said, he's hugging the orange-haired man as soon as he entered the ship. Rito. Hi Lala, did you miss me? Lala. Yes, and a lot of suicidal fools, she said, hugging him tightly. Right. How did you get here? Nana. After losing communication with you, my sister flew at full speed, but the portal had closed. We thought it was the end, but the radar detected a strange fleet around the Earth's surface. Momo. We had to fly around for a while to get a stronger signal, and after the explosion we just saw them fall. Time skip. After a while the ship managed to return to the mothership. The Angeloids retreated until they almost disappeared. The queen and mother of Lala thanked Issei and Rito for their bravery, promising a title in the future to both of them. The Devlukians celebrated the victory, but the damage was great, so it would take them a long time to repair the ships and rescue the survivors. Getting down to work, Lala offered to repair the ship as did her sisters. Even Rito offered to help with Issei. The queen once again thanked the young men for their chivalry. Everything seemed calm, but an alarm sounded in the ship. Some men thought it would be a second wave of Angeloids. With their king in bed, their morale was low, but the enemy was no longer in space. Half a dozen Milan Angeloids opened a good portal in the middle of the ship. The transport letter carried by Milan Ikaros turned black, but that didn't matter. He was on a mission to kill everyone, especially Issei, Rito and King Devluk. Minos just wanted revenge for the previous humiliation and defeat. Thousands of Angeloids at that time began to battle. Issei with various angels of light and creatures made of shadows kept them at bay. Now without Ikaros in their ranks they were less strong. The Devlukians also joined the battle, but these were less strong than the muty Angeloids. Nana at one point ran in the direction of the medical center where her father was. Despite the warnings of Momo and Lala, who told her that it was dangerous, she ignored it and only went to protect her father. On the way, he saw elite guards guarding the medical ward. The guards did not give up and continued to fight for their king to remain safe. Nana at one point tried to approach, but she was targeted by an Angeloid who was going to attack her, but at that moment, a strong punch from Rito made her safe. The orange-haired man at the time caught the attention of the Angeloids and was their main target as ordered by their leader. Several Angeloids began shooting at Rito, but at that moment a familiar voice for the orange-haired man was heard. Lala. Move, Rito. The orange-haired man only did what he said, and a purple wave hit the Angeloids, destroying them, along with a good part of the ship. The orange-haired man got up surprised by that attack, and he only saw his fiancée who was the cause of this attack. Right. Lala, are you okay? She said, helping her up since her attack had sent her flying a couple of meters backwards. Lala. Yes, don't worry, she said in a slightly more delicate voice. Right. Lala screamed, surprised to see how Lala had rejuvenated to smaller. Lala. It seems that I used discouraged energy, he said, he is scratching the back of his head. Rito. I didn't know you could do that too, he said as he was starting to carry the hairy one. Well, there's no time, I have to get you and the others to safety. Elsewhere, King Deviluk was transported to the escape ships as an Angeloid began to gain ground, killing dozens of soldiers. Nana refused to leave her father's side, arriving at the ship port while listening to the screams and moans of those soldiers who tried to buy her time. Momo. Nana, he shouted as he ran alongside doctors and nurses to crew the ships. Nana breathed a little tranquility when she saw how her sister ran to be by her side and provide support to each other, but the scene begins to slow down. While Momo ran and a street figure crosses one of the walls of the ship, the shots of the soldiers did not stop her. Nana shouts the name of her sister, but she is alone. She stops, she doesn't have time to react. That Angeloid is very close to her and feels the edge of his steel. Nana can only let out a piercing scream. Another person in her family was bleeding to death, this time in front of her. Heart 114 Superhuman. After the heart-rending scream of the hairy woman with pigtails, she is falling to her knees in shock at seeing her sister bleeding to death on the floor. SOLDIER 1. Protect the king and princess, a soldier shouted as they tried to evacuate Nana and rescue Momo, but despite the superhuman strength of the Devilukians, a single Angeloid still outmaneuvered them. Soldiers. By Deviluk, the soldiers shouted when they shot the Milanistri, managing to burn her clothes and hair, but the Angeloid broke her neck. The truth is that the Milan Angeloids were not that strong. The transport cards had a limited power because they wanted to outnumber the army, but by concentrating in small groups, these new Angeloids could be compared to the originals. But the Devilukians were not so weak. Several soldiers, using all their strength, were able to break Astri's arm, but it released a burst of energy, sending several soldiers flying. Nana could only see how that black-haired Angeloid approached, self-repairing little by little, exchanging glances. Nana could notice that it was hollow. No matter how much she cried or begged, that was a machine with a mission to eliminate her. The Angeloid placed his black sword very close to the face of the hairy woman, as if he were going to determine the place where he was going to receive the edge of the sword, and then raise his arm and finish everything with one movement. But a second explosion attracted the attention of both of them. One of the walls had been pierced by an orange-haired man who had a hairy loli behind him. Right. It's time for adventure, the orange-haired man said before giving a heavy blow to the Angeloid which crossed the room. Lala. Momo. Right. Take the princesses with you, he said, looking at the few soldiers standing. Lala. Right, she said worriedly, looking at the orange-haired man. Right. Lala, you must stay close to your sisters, said the orange-haired man as he watched the Angeloid get up. Nana. No, it's very dangerous, you can't beat her, we have to run away, she said through tears of despair. The orange-haired man just knelt down and tenderly stroked the hairy woman's head. Right. If a man is not willing to protect the women he loves, then he cannot call himself a man, he said, and then got up, ran and threw the second blow at that Angeloid. SOLDIER 3. We've got to go, Oju-sama said, one of the soldiers taking the three princesses to an evacuation ship. Elsewhere, the Deviluk Queen tried to keep the situation under control, but those Angeloids had already left many casualties and disasters on the ship. They had to evacuate to the safest place, but upon receiving the news that one of her daughters was injured, the queen quickly gave direct orders to exterminate these beings. Issei unexpectedly created several angels and hair made of shadows that ran in the direction of the Angeloids. Through the security cameras of the ship it was seen how the hairs of shadows split in half in a single slash most of the Angeloids, and the angels of light supported them. The albino would like to intervene as well, but it was a risk to leave the Deviluk Queen alone, and also to leave Ikaros still unconscious with him. The albino was about to continue creating more soldiers, but at that moment those present see how they receive a call for help. SOLDIER 11. Here is the mothership of the Deviluk Empire, they are attacking us, I repeat, they are attacking us, we lose life support, we call for help from any nearby ship, we are 2 jump points away from Terra, we have had heavy casualties, the royal family has been seriously injured, I repeat, the royal family cut danger. Without receiving answers the soldiers knew that the priority was the royal family, the queen was escorted to be transported to Earth. The impacts of the angels against the Knights of Issei reverberated over the ship was large, but the Angeloids were designed to destroy entire civilizations if necessary. Issei. What a bummer, I'm waiting for reinforcements to arrive, he said looking at his watch. With ritual. But the orange-haired man, he seemed to have a good rhythm fighting. Training with increased gravity gains him a lot of stamina, strength and skill. But the Angeloid could resist the blows of this one, so Rito had to use everything around him to have advantages, first using pieces of metal from the ship. He even tried to snatch the Angeloid's back, but this one threw him back into the corridor where he crashed against the walls. Rito could only see those dead soldiers and raised his weapons. At that moment, Rito understood that his debut was not enough, because if he was skilled in many things, the Angeloid continued to surpass him in strength and power. Right? Is that all you can do? The arrogant orange-haired man asked as he loaded 2 large plasma blasters, as if they were submachine guns, and lunged at the Angeloid, which for the first time had to activate its force field. When Rito ran out of energy, the Angeloid for the first time said a few words. Angeloid 1. Chrysaor, he said, and his sword became larger, and with it cut off much of the ship cleanly, pushing back the orange-haired man, which were a deep purple. The power sources were small, but they fed the Deviluk's weapons for a long time. The orange-haired man held one in each hand. These were covered by a layer of metal. If the energy was not contained, it was unstable. Rito knew these, and how his hands were able to break this metal. Rito screamed as his hand began to burn from directly touching the power source. The quick orange-haired man threw the small glowing square which was the weapon's power source, and with another shot aimed at the power source. The laser hitting that shiny little square created a big explosion. Rito covered himself with a large piece of metal from the ship, using it as a shield. The Angeloid was covered from the explosion with a force field, but being so close to the explosion, it could not withstand it, and it broke. When the cloud of smoke that the explosion had created vanished, the Angeloid could still be seen. She was badly injured and had trouble walking, but she still looked dangerous. Rito intact from the explosion. He was ready to give it the final blow, but the Angeloid still had ability. Rito's blow hit one of the Angeloid's wings, breaking it almost completely, but Rito's arm had been wounded. Rito was now exposed. The Angeloid quickly hit him in the stomach, leaving him breathless, causing him to fall to the ground. That Angeloid lifted a piece of sharp metal to end his mission by taking the boy's life, but his ass. The Angeloid was nearly decapitated. The blade stopped halfway, initiating the back, but it was enough to cause the machine to fall to the ground. A huge razor that almost completely rebounded the Angeloid was transformed into a long lock of blonde hair, a lowly standing in the abyss of the rubble showing a yummy. Yummy. Only an idiot like you could cause a huge mess in a simple visit to your in-laws, said the blonde looking at the orange-haired man. Right? Yes, they're probably looking for revenge, he said with a smile as the blonde helped him up. Yumi. You destroyed the sky. I'm not surprised that even the angels want you dead. Right? Correction, I destroyed heaven twice, he said mockingly. Yumi. At this rate, the entire universe will end up under your control, she said while she was helping him walk to his ship after piloting a Memorzian ship for a while, belonging to Renz, who along with Run, quickly helped the royal family of Deviluk. The queen personally thanked both of them, who after that, wanted to give their emotional support to Lala. Quickly both Ren and Run saw Rito injured. Ren mocked saying that he should have been there to protect Lala, but Run defended him by saying that he did a better job than he would have done. Rito was taken to the infirmary with Lala, where they saw Nana who watched as they stopped Momo's bleeding. Nana. My whole family hurt and I couldn't do anything, she said. She's frustrated. Right? What are you talking about? It's hard for me to admit it, but if it hadn't been for you, I would have died in space. Nana. And what advantage does saving a beast like you have? Sundeer said in a manner as Rito approached her with bandages on her body. Right? Actually, a lot, for as long as this heart beats, Lala, you, Momo, and Maiken will always have someone to protect them. The hairy woman blushed at the orange-haired man's nice words, but she could only look away. Nana. Baka, she whispered, blushing as Lala smiled childishly. Elsewhere, on the outskirts, in space, the Milan Angeloids were still attacking the Deviluk fleet, but at that moment a huge explosion consumed a large part of the Angels. The mothership where Queen Issei was saw that. Issei just smiled. Issei. It seems that the cavalry has arrived, he said with a smile. In the space, two people floated, two beautiful girls who saw their Milan versions. Astri. I hate cheap knockoffs, die, he said, casting a lot of magic attacks. Nymph. I'm prettier than you, plus white looks better on me than black, he also said, casting a lot of magic attacks. The Angeloids were eliminated by both girls. Issei with a smile only carried Ikaros in a bridal way. Issei. Well, I think it's about time I really intervened, he said while watching Ikaros' wild party protocol. Ikaros' eyes suddenly widened as she took out her wings and began to fly. Issei just smiled and opened a hatch, letting the air inside the ship be sucked into the vacuum of space. Ikaros quickly came out to support his sisters, while Issei watched the queen. Issei. Don't worry, miss, we'll take care of it, he said with a big smile. Issei's smile reminded her of her husband's. The haired woman's veil for a few moments was lifted, letting her face be seen momentarily. The albino had seen the girl's face while he continued smiling, but he, without flinching at all, just put on his respirator and went out into the cold space. Sephi. That kid, he saw my face and didn't flinch. Who is it? I asked a little curiously. After that, Issei began to eliminate the Angeloids using his two trusty swords. Yui and Lin let out a lot of power, while the now awakened Ikaros looked like a killing machine. Her eyes were red, showing that she was in her battle mode, thus letting herself be carried away only by her automatic combat system. Elsewhere, the orange-haired boy and the others were talking until after a while, Ren and the Deviluk Queen concluded that the Deviluk family must be on Earth. Although space was their domain, they would now be exposed not only by Angeloids, but also to some aliens who wanted to take advantage of their vulnerability. The Queen clarified that it would be better to temporarily stay on the land where they have allies, while the other reinforcements of the planet came. Dozens of ships prepared to go to Earth, mostly being manned by wounded men. Nana, Momo, Lala and Rito crewed one alongside the queen, who as a mother, refused to leave her daughters alone. The angels of Issei that flew through space would have passed them. Astri, Nymph and Icaros also eliminated the Milan, who were not able to overcome the original angels. He supported them by eliminating a large number of them. Yami on the other hand offered to school the royal family, leaving his ship in the harbor, halfway already preparing to enter the atmosphere. The radar detects something, a body approaches them at high speed. Yami sees how Nana is shocked to believe that it was another attack, so he tries to convince her that maybe it is a small asteroid that would disintegrate with the atmosphere, encouraging her by saying that she was one of the best assassins in the universe. Nana has a few seconds of tranquility, but the asteroid seems to hold on to the ship. Hearing it above them, Yami wants to act, but knows that the ship would be vulnerable. If he makes a big hole, the ship can go off balance and crash. The pilot asks for reinforcements from the Memorzian fleet who respond quickly, but that does not seem to have any intention of waiting. A blue glow crosses the ship in the shape of a sword. Rito recognizes that attack. The blade manages to injure the guards who were escorting the royal family. Yami with her hair creates a shield that covers the queen. Nana and Momo transform some locks into shields to protect Rito and Lala, but now two hands bend the metal of the opening with great ease to reveal a robot-faced Angeloid. Rito at that moment looked at those present. He was holding on to a small tube, while Yami made his hair stick to the ground, while he held the girls, preventing them from flying into the void. The ship, because of the Angeloid, began to become unbalanced. Oxygen also began to become scarce as the opening that the Angeloid made in the ship caused oxygen to come out. The orange-haired man came up with an idea, a really bad idea. He just smiled as he looked at Yumi as he nodded. He assumed that it would be a bad idea on the part of the orange-haired man, and he shook his head to prevent him from doing something crazy, but he didn't care and he let go, letting himself be carried away by the great gust and suction that they were trying to send those present in the ship into space. Rito with a smile hit the robot's face, smashing it. The girls only saw how Rito kicked the robot's face, sending it flying, but he was also sent to fly out of the ship. All. Rituo. The girl screamed worriedly about the orange-haired man, but he just smiled a little madly, while just letting himself fall by gravity. Little by little, as they entered the atmospheric, the body of the Angeloid robot was burned. The friction began to burn the metal, and that also happened with Rito's skin. He felt the friction slowly burn his body, but he was quickly grabbed by a certain albino who appeared. Issei. "Hey idiot, you know you can't fly, right?" he said with a mocking smile. "Right? Don't tell me," he said with a smile. Both of them only laughed while in the air, but at that moment two girls spoke, calling out to Issei and Rito. "Yui. Master, we feel that angel close." "Lin. What will he do?" "Issei. Of course. Right? You kick her ass." Hard 115. A perfect duo. On a small island floating in the sky, an angry Minos can be seen as he watches his army being repelled by Icaros and his sisters, along with the angels of Issei. He was more than furious while he saw a burn on his face, which was thanks to Issei and Rito escaping. The man bit his nails in frustration as he sat on a throne in the middle of the small island. Angeloid 1. Minos-sama, two people are approaching us at a high speed. We also detected that Icaros along with Astri and Nymph are also heading there, was here said it would be. Minos. "I see, it doesn't matter, eliminate all those disgusting aliens. I'll take care of our guests," he said as he watched his small army of Angeloids protecting him leave. The blonde only decided on the hologram that showed what was happening in space while it looked in a specific direction. As he looked ahead of him, he heard a large sound wave being heard. It seemed as if something was breaking, and at that moment he saw an Issei carrying a ride as they headed towards him at a great speed, breaking the sound barrier. When they arrived, they only stopped while Issei left Rito on the ground while he continued to fly. Issei. "Hey idiot, did you miss us?" I asked mockingly. "Minos. You, I'm going to kill them," he said annoyed. "Right? Ooh, it looks like we left you a little reminder in your face of how barbaric we are," he said, looking at the blonde's burn. The blonde only got angrier when he heard that taunt. Behind the two young men, the three Angeloids on their side had arrived as they prepared for battle. Issei just waved for the girls to stop, and they listened, while the albino had a smile. Issei. "Hey, how about you give up once and for all and we lock you up? I don't think anyone here would feel like blowing away that thing you call face," he said, looking at the angel with a smile. The blonde grew more and more enraged as two blue tech cards appeared on either side of the man. "Icaros. I detect a great power coming from those two cards, and it is on the rise, Issei-sama," he said, warning the albino. "Minos. You mere mortals, I'm going to show you all my power," he said angrily. The two cards shone with great power. They were uncertain in the angel's body. "Nymph. This is bad, we have to stop it." The three angels were about to attack, but they were stopped by Issei. "Icaros. Issei-sama. Issei. Let it continue, this will get interesting, he said with a smile. Little by little the power and brightness increased until they showed Minos now covered in golden armor, a halo appeared on his head, and wings cast of light and technology were on his back. Minos. Now I'll teach you the power of a true angel, he said while holding a spear. Astri. This is bad, his power increased a lot, he said with a frown. Minos. I'm going to kill all of you, he said as he pointed his spear at the young men. Issei just laughed while he whispered some things in Rito's ear. The orange-haired man only smiled when he heard the things his friend said to him, and he went on to come face to face with the angel. Issei. Rito, listen, you have to hit at least one black flash. If you don't, it doesn't matter that you're on the verge of death. I won't help you, he said gravely, looking at the orange-haired man. Right? Yes, he said with a smile. Ikaros. Issei Sama to command only that human is. Issei. Don't worry, I know you won't die, he said with a smile. Minos. What? Will a mere mortal like you face me? You're an idiot, I asked seriously. Right? Shut up and come here, you stupid pigeon, he said as he got into battle pose. The angel was furious at the insult, and some light boats appeared at his sides. They shot out at a great speed towards Rito, and he quickly dodged them. The orange-haired man slammed the ground to throw off some debris, along with a curtain of dust. Minos, unfazed, raised his arm and with a gust of air dispersed the smokescreen. As he did so he showed that there was no one, and at that moment, he reflexively looked to his right, where Right was preparing a blow. The angel covered himself with his arms, while Rito concentrated all his energy in his fist. He began to have small flashbacks of his life, specifically, about his bad times. All the negative emotions were concentrated in his fist. Small black lightning began to come out of his arm to his fist. But in a moment those emotions got out of control, and he only gave a blow that he only sent a few meters back to the angel. Minos's feet dragged backwards as he had felt the orange-haired man's blow. It hadn't even significantly damaged his armor, but it had pushed him back. The angels watching the battle were shocked to see that, but Issei just frowned. Rito. Shit, it's harder than I thought, he said somewhat frustrated. Issei. Right, you don't just have to concentrate all your anger in one punch, you have to tame that anger and fury, so that the power shoots out with force when you deliver the blow, so concentrate and don't get carried away. The orange-haired man just nodded as he got into a battle pose again. The blonde saw how the orange-haired man was totally focused to the point where he washed the orange-haired hair out of his mouth, as it was half open. In the end, the blonde couldn't care less about what the orange-haired man was trying to do, and he just prepared some spears of light ready to impale the orange-haired man. Minos simply crossed his arms, as if he didn't care as the spears shot out. The orange-haired man quickly ran at an incredible speed, and he had dodged the spears that the angel had thrown at him. At last the orange-haired man saw the angel face to face as he prepared his attack. Spears of light appeared and shielded between him and the angel, but the orange-haired young man didn't care. This charge again, a great blow. The orange-haired man did the same thing again, only this time he felt how time stopped. A small drop of sweat fell from the orange hair's head, and when it fell to the ground, it was seen how time resumed, and how Rito landed a great blow full of energy and electricity of a black color with red touches. The spears that protected Minos were completely shattered as the blow hit Minos's chest. The armor had even cracked. The force of that attack made the angel shudder, while Issei just smiled. Minos. What the hell was that attack, he said angrily as his armor was repaired. Issei. It was the simple blow of what you call a mortal, he said while he was smiling and approaching Rito. You are really pathetic, Minos. Not even that pathetic armor of yours can against a simple blow from a human. How pathetic. The albino's taunt only made the angel roar in anger as his power increased. Issei. Rito, let's go all out, right? Sure, best friend. Thousands of spears of light came out at the sides of the mines, and they were hurled at the two young men. Issei created his own lightsabers, and these clashed with the spears. Sparks flew out as the spears and swords clashed, while Minos flew towards Issei and Rito using his agility and speed. Issei's swords had as a bridge for Rito to run and jump from sword to spear, thus hitting Minos in the air. The angels who watched the battle were surprised as Minos was really trying with all his might to kill both young men, but most of all, they were surprised that Rito gave a powerful blow that even cracked Minos's armor with his strength. In battle, Issei and Rito glided through the air using Issei's swords as skateboards, and they easily arrived with Minos. The angel created even more, and these threw them at Issei. The albino just smiled and taking Yui and Lin in his hands, began to deflect and destroy them. Minos focused so much on killing Issei that Issei didn't notice Rito approaching him as he prepared a powerful strike. When the orange-haired man was already close to the angel, he realized that he tried to impale the orange-haired one, but it was too late. Rito, charging back at the angel, gave a great blow to the angel's face, while crimson lightning bolts flew from the orange-haired man's fists. Right. Black flash. The helmet that covered the angel's face cracked quite a bit when he received that attack fully. The heavy blow sent the angel crashing to the ground. He tried to get up, but was only met with another blow, this time from the albino, who had his right fist covered in black fire. The armor on the part of the angel's abdomen cracked more this time. It was noticeable that Issei's strength surpassed Rito, but still his blows were almost as powerful. The angel before receiving another blow from Issei, he disappeared and appeared next to Issei. The angel gave a kick that sent the albino flying a couple of meters, but he recomposed himself as if nothing had happened. Right. Now this idiot teleports. Issei. It seems so, he said, looking at the angel. Minos. Dirty humans, how dare they hit me, I'm going to kill them in the worst way possible for that sin, he said as a blue light lit up his chest. The angel slowly began to appear and disappear from one side to the other. At one point Issei and Rito were hit, both trying to predict where he would appear, but it was almost impossible. Ikaros. Issei-sama, on your right. The albino at that moment before he appeared saw as a tiny, almost invisible light, about the size of a speck of blue dust. The albino, seeing this, quickly prepared an attack, and when the angel appeared, he received a great blow that shattered his helmet, while he saw how Issei's eyes seemed to be slanted. The heavy blow sent the angel flying several meters backwards, until it stabilized itself using its wings. Minos watched angrily as his nose bled, and Minos saw Issei with anger. Issei. Right before appearing leaves a small blue light where it will appear later, I will have my eyes right, he said seriously. Right? Hi, Minos. Bucking scumbag die. As they shouted, different balls of lights appeared and lasers came out of them. Ikaros created a barrier to protect his sisters, while Issei and Rito dodged attacks. Issei. Right, I need you to put that idiot down to the ground, right? Yes, but I need a push. The albino just smiled for him to grab Issei's feet. The albino began to spin and spin, gaining momentum, until he threw the orange-haired man. The angel saw this and concentrated his lacerations on him, but he received a lightning-laden shot that pierced his armor and damaged the man's right arm. The angel as a last resort launched attacks everywhere no matter who he harmed. Rito in the air could not dodge the attacks that the angel threw at him, but Issei with his wings held Rito again, dodging the attacks quickly until he threw right again. The orange-haired man charging with even more force, he hit the angel's face, shattering his helmet again and smashing him to the ground again. The angel spat out some blood as it hit the ground, but before he could react, Issei fell on his chest, breaking some of his ribs. Before the man could react, Issei using his dragon claws tore off the angel's armor and from his chest drew both cards. The angel screamed in pain as he drew the card so wildly and abruptly, but luckily he didn't have any very serious injuries as Issei put his hands in to pull out both cards, looked as if he had pierced the angel's chest in a spectral way or something thanks to the cards. Minos. Wretches. Issei. All yours, right. As he said that, Minos saw a right being carried by Ikaros, who alone released the orange-haired man into the air, who charged at the angel again. Right. Flash. Issei simply walked away as he watched the orange-haired man fall as he prepared his attack. Minos tried to fly away, but it was too late. The powerful and great blow destroyed even the internal organs of the angel, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Right. Black flash. The large wave of crimson energy spread throughout the place, while at the end when the red energy stopped coming out, it only showed a right who was smiling as his fist let out steam and a Minos with a hole in his stomach. End of music. Minos. Puayig Desgra, he said, dying. Ikaros along with the other Angeloids came down from the sky, and in the distance a ship was approaching. The ship where Lala was and the others were approaching. When they came down they only saw Ride and Issei smiling while Minos was dying. Out of a magic circle appeared Surziches and the other mass, along with the DXD group, but the battle had already arrived. Issei. They're late, where were they? I asked looking at the redeed. Surziches. It wasn't easy to get here, you know, it took us a couple of hours to locate them as well, he said, looking at Minos dying. Minos. Shit, I'll die by the hand of a mere mortal, how disgusting, he said while spitting blood. Right. Even when I die, you disgust me, imbecile, he said, looking at the angel. Michael. Minos. Minos. Don't say my name, just me try to bring the world and Los Angeles back to the time when we were strong. Unfortunately, as usual, there's someone who up other people's plans, and I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for these nosy brats, he said, looking at Issei and Rito. Right. Scooby-Dooby duo, he said with a mocking smile. Issei. If we're guilty for being great, we take all the blame, he said with a smile as he pulled out his revolver and put it on the angel's head. Minos. I feel sorry for them, surely this world for which they fight will perish, but it doesn't matter. Issei. Yes, as you say, last words. Minos. I'll just say that I don't regret what I did. I tried to get the angels back to their old glory, but not everyone liked them still. I don't regret it, he said as he closed his eyes. In the end, the albino only sighed as he pulled the trigger, killing Minos once and for all. Issei. Rest with your god now, Minos, he said as he put away his revolver. Michael only closed his eyes as he prayed that Minos would die peacefully, while the others just watched with a certain naturalness as Minos finished dying. Time skip. After a while, the Devolukian fleet had reached land. Momo would wake up after Issei had healed his wound, and Rito would hug his girls. Azazel. Looks like mission accomplished, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, I think so, he said as an Ikaros looked at him with a blush. What's wrong, Ikaros? Ikaros. Be good, it's just Edo, was what he said true? I ask with a blush. Surziches. Please don't. Azazel. Please do. Issei. What do you mean? Ikaros. To what he said when he rescued me, that you loved me, she said blushing. The girls of Issei just started looking at him with looks full of anger, while Issei didn't know what to say. Issei. Be good, Ikaros. I know what you're going to say, that it was just part of the king of the harem protocol that he implemented in me, in case it was controlled, but. Michael. Wait, you did that? Azazel. Shut up, I'm about to win a bet, he said crossing his fingers. Ikaros. But me, I feel strange, a beautiful feeling is felt in my chest, and well, I'd like you to reciprocate, he said with a tender, loving smile. Issei. Ikaros, you know I already have a harem, and you know that some people talk about me and consider me a womanizer, and I've really come to think that they're right, but really, I don't think I'm the right man for you, he said looking at the girl. Nymph. That's cheesy. Astri. This is like a romance novel, she said seeing what was happening. Ikaros. I know, and Michael-sama told me that I should be careful with you, but at least I have to say it, I fell in love with you, Issei-sama, he said, looking at the boy with a look full of love. Azazel. Ha win pay Surziches. Surziches. Shit, there was only 1 week left until the month passed, and I won, damn it, he said, handing Azazel a few bills. Issei. You really flatter me, but as I keep saying, I don't think I'm the right man for you. Ikaros. I don't care, even if you're not, I won't stop or suppress my feelings. The hairy woman just grabbed Issei by the cheeks and kissed him in front of everyone, blushing Astri and Nymph, annoying the harem of Issei, and smiling at Azazel and Surziches, even though he lost the bet. Serafal. Enough is enough, he said, separating the two. Yui. Yes, Amos is ours. Lin. We won't let anyone take it away from us, they said hugging Issei while their entire harem did the same. Gabriel. I didn't know Issei-san was so popular with girls, he said looking at the albino. Azazel. Haha, if you don't take care of yourself you might as well fall into that guy's clutches, he said with a smile. Sephi. We are grateful for your support, Issei-kun, and also for your help, Rito-kun, said the hairy one. Issei. It was nothing, just a simple day's work, he said with a smile. Nana. You don't have to thank these two foolish Okasama, you'll just boost their ego, she said as she watched as Issei and Rito laughed. Still, thank you, he said as he stood next to his wife, you will be decorated as an ally and elite class warrior of the Deviluk for your bravery and effort in battle. Both young men, upon hearing that, only smiled, while the mass seemed to smile at seeing how they now had a good and better relationship with the Deviluk, thanks to the young men. Azazel. By the way, I think we're forgetting something. Michael. Yes, the Angeloids that survived, they will be repaired and we will return them to normal, thanks to the help of Debtless which supports us. Issei. I think I should talk to your mother one of these days, don't you think, Ikaros? Ikaros. Say I introduced you to my mother? And I don't know, it's very embarrassing, she blushed. Well, my fleet will be on Earth for a couple of days resting, maybe we'll see the Earth as well, so I'm hoping I have your permission to rest on your planet before I go home. Surziches. No problem, they are welcome on planet Earth. Sephi. Ara, it will be fantastic to be able to see the land and visit the home where Lala and the girls have spent so much time, she said kindly. You, by the way, Issei-kun, you saw my face, didn't you? And some warriors were shocked as they looked at the boy. Issei. Yes, I think I did, he said simply. Sephi. Ara, Issei-kun is a very spacey boy, only my husband had been able to look me in the face without falling for my charms. You are a very interesting boy, she said with a kind smile. Lala. Did you see Okasama's face? Nana. It's impossible, he saw himself become a berserker full of lust, he said, looking at the albino. Issei. I don't know what they're talking about, I'm not a pervert, he said shaking his head. Surziches. Well, I think it's time to go home, Issei, you left planet Earth, so your sentence will increase, he said mockingly. Issei. Don't with me. Azazel. It was a pleasure to talk to you again, Giddono, but we're leaving. Issei. Goodbye, right, take care of yourself. Rito. Anyway, thank you for teaching me that new attack, he said with a smile. At the end of it all, our beloved protagonists returned to their homes, while Rito had his in-laws as guests, Issei had a new member in his harem. Time skip elsewhere. You can see a white-haired girl in a building while she was looking at the moon. Queen. The time of our reunion is approaching, just wait and we'll see each other again, Kurumi-chan, he said with a smile. Part 116 Bloody Feast. Deep in a forest, a person can be seen crawling, he appeared to be dying as blood poured out of his body. I'm sorry but I have to eat, nothing personal, said another person who seemed to be responsible for that person bleeding out. The mysterious figure only made his nails turn into claws as sharp as razors, while in one movement he cut off that person's head, thus killing him. The mysterious figure began to devour the flesh of that person like a wild animal and drank the blood as if it were water. Little by little I'm regaining my strength, hahaha, soon I'll see you again kiss Shoddy said looking at the night sky. Time skip next day. In the city of vampires, many people, especially high-class vampires, can be seen in a mansion, chatting politely in the middle of a banquet. They were eating high-quality food, while at one of the tables you can see an Issei somewhat uncomfortable. Issei. Hell, I hate this kind of party he said somewhat awkwardly. Azazel. Me too, but we were invited by Mocha's father, so out of respect we have to come he said, while drinking a glass of whiskey. As the albino watched as some of the vampires murmured about him and about his friends who were chatting and talking to each other around the entire party, an elegantly dressed Sukyun appeared welcoming some vampire families to their harem. Issei. Ha 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 ha, I never thought I'd see you dressed that way he said with a smile. Sukyun. Shut up, you know I don't like this, it's just the upper-class vampire banquet that my father always throws he said looking at the albino. Issei. I see, well, where's Mocha? I ask looking for the hairy one. Sukyun. Sigh Issei, don't you really know? Issei. Know what? Sukyun. Be good. The brunette couldn't finish as at that moment a blonde loli had appeared catching the attention of the two boys. Omenhold. Wow, I didn't think they would invite someone like you here she said looking at the albino while wearing an elegant dress. Issei. Excuse me, who are you? Omenhold. I'm Omenhold Carmilla, idiot she said annoyed. Issei. Oh yes, the loli I stole her first kiss from hey, aren't you too young to be drinking alcohol? I ask mockingly. Omenhold. You are a. The little blonde was about to use her claws to try to kill Issei, but she was stopped by one of the guards who accompanied her. Guard. Omenhold Sama, I don't think it's right to stoop to that guy's level he said, stopping the blonde. Omenhold. You're right, I'll just let it go she said with some disinterest. Issei. Ooh the little girl was about to throw a tantrum, tell me do you want your little bottle? Omenhold. I'm going to gouge your eyes out she screamed trying to throw herself at Issei, but the guard stopped her holding her. Guard. I think we have to go, have a nice night he said leaving the place. Issei. Whoever you are he said as he watched them both leave. Azazel. It looks like we're going to have a really fun night she said with a smile. After that scene, Issei just started talking about the things that have happened lately with him and those around him. One of the novelties was that Ikaros wanted to be part of the harem of Issei, the girls were bothered by that, but I knew they couldn't do anything, plus Ikaros was so innocent and cute that it was impossible to say no to him. On the other hand, Rito had become closer to Lala's family as the repairs to his ships took a few weeks and some more of his soldiers had arrived to support him from their planet by assisting in the repair of the ship. After a few days of eliminating Minos, they received an invitation to a bloody banquet from the Shuzan, Mocha, and Sukyun's parents were apparently preparing a banquet to celebrate peace between the vampire factions and for union with the other factions. Issei in the end accepted in a bad way, he really had better things to do, but the girls thought it was excellent as they would like a change of scenery and they really like to wear fancy clothes. After a while in which Issei heard from Sukyun that the Shuzan had a long history and their adventures in saving the world, a butler had come through the door announcing the arrival of the head of the Teeps. Butler. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of the Teeps, Valerie Teeps, has arrived. Out the door, a beautiful Valerie showed herself wearing an elegant dress as she took the arm of Gasper, who wore a black tuxedo with red accents. They both walked through the door, while Issei just smiled and gave a thumbs up to Gasper, who looked a little embarrassed at being the center of attention. Gasper. V. Valerie, it's very embarrassing blushing said, noticing the other vampires' gazes on them. Valerie. Don't worry Gasper-kun, just let it go she said with a smile as she hugged the little blonde's arm tightly. Issei's friend smiled happily as they saw the vampire pair, ever since Valerie woke up and had been with Gasper more, they both really look like a couple. They simply walked to their friends who were waiting for them with a smile. Akeno. Ara, Gasper-kun looks really handsome in that suit he said with a smile. Gasper. Senpai chose it for me, so you should thank him, I didn't know what to wear he said with some embarrassment. Issei. Gasper the suit doesn't matter, what matters is the man who wears it, you look really cool in it he said with a smile. Gasper. Gee thank you senpai he said with a smile. Arena. Valerie-chan looks beautiful in that dress. Riaz. Yes, it looks amazing he also said flattering the girl. Valerie. Thank you, you guys look cute too she said with a smile looking at the girls. Kokoa. Valerie-sama and Gasper-kun make a very cute couple he said, looking at both of them who blushed when they heard that. Ruby. Yes, aren't they boyfriends? Gasper. Be good. Valerie. Oh we haven't gotten to that yet they blushed. The boys kept chatting with each other until people started mumbling more, they had already stopped talking about them, and they started mumbling about the elegant man in the mansion. Our albino tried to listen, but before he could do so, footsteps were heard. People began to fall silent until they saw a black-haired man and a brown-haired woman arrive. The man was elegantly dressed and had a normal look as he smiled. Our favorite albino recognized him perfectly by looking at him. He was Mocha and Tsukyun's father, Issei and Aono. Next to her, a brown-haired woman wearing an equally elegant dress while she ate a strawberry, was Livia Aono. Issei. Your mom is still the same since the last time I saw her, he said, looking at the chestnut's parents. Tsukyun. Advantages of being a vampire, I guess, he said with a small smile. Issei. And Count Dracula is still the same, he said, looking at the chestnut's father. The man looked as if he had heard the albino, and the albino looked at him with some annoyance. Tsukyun. I seem to hear you, he said mockingly. Issei. Hehehe, it seems. Issei. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here tonight. I really appreciate you coming to this year's bloody banquet. We all know that a lot has happened, but no matter what, we're still here, and that's what's important, so, without further ado, let this banquet begin. Saying that, the waiters began to bring bottles of what looked like wine. These were served in the vampire's glasses with this, but a certain albino just smelling that wine already knew what it really was. Icaros. And I've never provoked alcohol, you know. I ask a little curiously. Issei. I'm sorry Icaros, but that's not wine, it's blood, he said, getting everyone's attention. Rias? Tsukyun. It's obvious, don't you think? We're vampires after all, obviously we also drink blood, that's why it's called a bloody feast, he said simply. The non-vampires quickly refused the waiters, who offered them some blood to drink, while Tsukyun and Mocha's parents began chatting with the people around them. Shinobu. How interesting, he said, he's coming out of the albino's shadow, how they get so much blood. Tsukyun. We buy whole blood banks all over the world, there are all kinds of blood, and we never run out. We also hunt some animals and creatures if necessary to take all the blood and save it. Shinobu. So the hunt is replaced by strategy, he said as he smelled the scent of blood. Issei. You really needed an update on vampire feeding methods, right? Shinobu. Kaka, it doesn't really matter, since I have my own mobile food here, he said, while Issei was offended. Issei. Do you want me to hit you or what? Boba. Tsukyun. You don't want to say. You're a vampire, aren't you? Issei. I could, but if I do that, the pact I have with Shinobu would be broken, and she would become a legendary vampire again, and besides, I don't want to drink blood, I find it somewhat unpleasant from my perspective, he said, rejecting the brunette's proposal. Tsukyun. I used to think the same way, but after a while you stop thinking about it and you get used to it, he said, taking a layer. The vampires began to feed, while some non-vampires felt somewhat uncomfortable as they indirectly saw the fangs of the vampires and thought that at any moment they could attack them. Azara. This is kind of awkward, she said nervously. Sarah. Ani-chan, protect us, she said, hugging the albino. We're scared, she also said, hugging him. Issei. Calm down, if you don't want to cause a factional war, you won't do anything to us, he said calmly. You. Hey, and Azazel. They searched for the crow with their eyes, but in the end Issei and the others saw him flirting with some vampires of the nobility. Azazel. If you're the one biting me, I'd have no problem giving you some of my blood, she said, winking at her. Vampire1. Ara, how daring. Issei. Azazel, what the buck are you doing? Azazel. I'm working, now long, he said, trying to push the boy away. Tiba. Trying to seduce a vampire is not Azazel sensei's job, he said, looking at the crow. Azazel. I don't care, now long. The man just took that cute vampire elsewhere, away from the group of Issei, while having a somewhat lustful smile. Issei. I'll bet you $50 that he ends up rejected. Tiba. Done. After that little talk, the albino felt someone pull his trench coat and he only saw Shinobu, who saw him in a predatory way while licking his lips. Shinobu. My lord, being surrounded by so much blood made me very hungry, could you? Issei. Sighs well, but let's go somewhere else. Time skip. After a while, you can see how on a small terrace an Issei sits on the ground while Shinobu sucked his blood. The blonde smiled as she licked the holes that the albino had in his neck thanks to the little vampire's comics. Shinobu. Thanks for the food, he said. He is stopping licking and sucking the albino's blood. Issei. You're very gluttonous, don't you think? That was more than half a liter of blood. If I was a normal human you would have left me with anemia. Shinobu. I told you, being surrounded by so much blood made me very hungry, she said. She is still licking the holes in the albino's neck. The albino just let the blonde lick and suck whatever he wanted. He didn't really care. He could even recover the lost blood thanks to his vampiric powers that he still had left, so this one in seconds would be as good as new. But while he let the blonde feed, this one noticed how Luke stalked him. The albino at that moment noticed red eyes that saw him, but when she noticed that the albino had detected her, she quickly hid and left the place. The albino just sighed, hoping it was nothing, while the vampire loli wouldn't stop licking his neck. Issei. Well, enough is enough, he said, rising. Shinobu. Hey, leave me alone a little longer, he said, trying to keep sucking his blood. Issei. No, it's about time we went back to the party, plus I don't think it's a good idea for us to stay here for too long, someone might see us, he said this one as he put his hood back on. Shinobu. My lord is a cheapskate. Issei. My blood, my decision, now let's go, he said while having a mocking smile on his face. The vampire reluctantly accepted the albino's decision, and the albino returned to her shadow. After that the albino returned to the party, but something was wrong, and that was that someone had arrived. The albino at that moment saw a dark-haired girl with blonde hair who caught the attention of everyone present. This one was very beautiful to the sight of some, and other vampires even drooled looking at the young lady. Issei. It's nice to have you here, daughter. Hi father, how's Mocha-chan? Livia. You know, she doesn't like your father's decision very much, she's locked in her room, she said she's looking at the girl. I see, well, I guess it's normal, father makes very stupid decisions, he said looking at his father badly. Issei. That you say that, it's a pity for me, my heart, daughter. Well, I hope it hurts for eternity, die. The man only held his chest tighter as he felt his daughter's words like a stake through his chest. Issei. Hey Tsukyun, and who is she? A sister of yours? Tsukyun. It's complicated, she's more like an adoptive sister, she's from my father's ex-partner, she was from the fairy tale organization. Issei. Natsu Dragiel was in this world and we didn't meet him. Tsukyun. No, it's not fairy tale, it's fairy tale. Issei. It sounds the same to me. Tsukyun. Sigh. Well, that was a terrorist organization of vampires who wanted to exterminate humanity. Dad's second wife, Gyakuro Shuzan, was part of that organization, she died at the end, that was 3 years before my mother married my father and Mocha, and I became brothers after that. I met Mocha and entered my school where I met the others, so it wasn't as rare as you'd think. Issei. I understand, and what's your name? He said looking at the brunette blonde. Tsukyun. Her name is Kaluo Shuzan, she was also part of that organization, but she was very innocent and small, she was basically only used by them, so you couldn't really tell her that she is bad, as her mother manipulated her. Issei. I understand, well, it looks like you have a big Tsukyun family, he said mockingly. Tsukyun. Well, she hates me and thinks I'm useless, so. Issei. And you're not. Tsukyun. You want me to beat you, idiot. The two boys were looking at each other defiantly, but before they could do anything the two adults had spoken. Issei. Ooh, hello son, how are you doing at the party? Tsukyun. Girls have fun, so, okay I guess, she said simply. Livia. Ara, he's there. Issei. Issei hyoudou, he said annoyably. Issei, I see that you still hate me, sir. Issei. And I will do it for my eternal life, he said as every word that came out of his mouth directed at him seemed to have a little poison in it. Issei. It's nice to see you again, Livia Sab, she said as he bowed politely in front of the woman. Livia. Ara, you don't need to be so formal, Issei-chan, we've known each other since you were 9 years old, you're like another one of my sons, he said this while hugging the albino. You've grown a lot, and you've become a very handsome man too. Issei. Yes, I think so. Issei. What are you doing here, you brat? He said, still looking at Issei aggressively. Issei. Wasn't it you who invited us? Issei. I only invited a few in the factions. Issei. Well, I'm one of the representatives, so it will be nice to be at your party and make fun of you, sir. The man was about to bite and suck every drop of his blood, but a voice of a certain vampire had caught the boy's attention. Ilmenhold. It seems that I'm not the only one who hates you here, that makes me happy, she said while she was intervening in the conversation. Livia. Ilmenhold Sama, do you know Issei-chan? Issei. Sure, I stole her first kiss, she said mockingly. The vampire only looked at the albino wanting to destroy him, but he only mocked while Issei and Livia were a little surprised. Livia. Ara, and you are a couple. Ilmenhold. Of course not. Issei. No, Livia Akasan, it was an accident caused by Tsukyun. Tsukyun. Hey, it's not my fault that you're trying to seduce every single woman you come across. Issei. Well, it doesn't matter, I'm glad you're all here, as I'm going to make an important announcement, he said this while looking at Issei with a mocking smile for some reason. The albino was surprised by what the man said, but he glanced out of the corner of his eye at Kaluo, who looked sad for some reason. The vampire only took a cup full of blood, and this one with a fork caught everyone's attention. The sound made everyone pay attention to the man holding the cup. Issei. Ladies and hair, I hope you enjoyed this beautiful banquet, so now I will make the announcement that I have wanted to make for a long time, he said with a smile. Tsukyun. Issei. Issei. Yes. Tsukyun. Right now it's your turn to act, so for this time I'll let you beat my father if you want, he said this one as he looked at the man. The albino didn't understand what the chestnut tree meant, but he just finished listening to what the man was saying. Issei. Today tonight, I announce the engagement of my daughter Mocha Akashiya. Part 117 Spectres. In the mansion of the Aono, or in this case, the Shuzan, you can see all the vampires in shock. They murmured, others did not bother to do so, and only applauded, giving congratulations to Mocha's father for giving that announcement that his daughter would get married. The members of the Aono family were somewhat nervous and sad. In Tsukyun's case, he was nervous to see what Issei would do, and in the case of his mother, she was sad for her daughter who was not in the place. Issei. Hey Tsukyun, this is a joke, isn't it? I ask, looking at the chestnut tree. Tsukyun. If it were a joke, we wouldn't do it in front of so many noble vampires. Sigh, I was going to tell you, but my father forbade me. He said it would be a surprise. In the end I had no choice but to obey, he said, looking at his father in a bad way. Issei. And what does Mocha think about this? The chestnut didn't answer and just hung his head, a little sad for his sister. The albino, seeing that look, was about to go and hit Isaac very hard in the face, but at that moment a hand was put on his shoulder. The albino, turning, only saw an Ashino with a sympathetic look. Ashino. Issei, I know how you feel, but now is not the time, he said, stopping the albino. Issei. But. Ashino. Just trust me, I promise you will save your friend from this arranged marriage, but for now just calm down and trust me, she said, looking at the guy seriously. The albino, seeing such seriousness in the blonde man, could only pay attention and refrain from hitting the black-haired man. Isaac. The engagement ceremony will take place in about 3 days, and you are all invited, so I look forward to seeing you, he said with a smile. The black-haired man smiled mockingly as he glanced at Issei out of the corner of his eye, as if he was doing it on purpose to annoy him more. Olivia. Well, I think you need to calm down, honey. We still haven't been able to get the acceptance letter from the Drake family, who Mocha-chan will marry. She said she's trying to stop her husband from continuing to play a scene. Isaac. I'm sure they'll accept, he said simply. The vampires, now a little more animated, began to talk about the commitment of the hairy woman, above all, of the Drake family. Apparently it was a family of noble vampires at the level of the Shuzan. It was normal for the nobles present for them to get engaged, since they had the same level of nobility. While the boys were talking, at that moment someone opened the door. A young vampire came out. He had white hair and blue eyes, which was really special in vampires, since most of them had red eyes. Isaac. And there's my daughter's future husband, Divius Drake, the eldest son of the Drake family, said this, introducing the albino. Divius. Haha, it's nice to see you again, Isaac-sama, he said, formally greeting the leader of House Shuzan. Isaac. Don't be so formal, you can only tell me Isaac if you like, he said with a smile. Some people and noble vampires approached the young albino and congratulated him on his marriage, and also talked about other things in particular. Issei. That idiot is Mocha's husband. He said, looking into the distance at the other albino. Tsukyun. Yes, he's from a noble house of vampires, they're pure blood vampires, but it seems that some of them are looking to have strong offspring, so they decide to marry more noble vampires, he said, looking at the albino. I don't like that guy. Issei. Me neither, I'm probably just using Mocha to make that desire to have strong children come true, he said, frowning. As the two young men talked, the albino vampire looked at Issei and Tsukyun, who just walked up to them and greeted them. Divius. It's nice, Tsukyun-san, we'll see you again, he said, greeting the chestnut. Tsukyun. Yes, of course, as you say, he said, a grudge salute. Divius. I see you still upset me for marrying your sister. Tsukyun. I'd be happy if Mocha had accepted you as a partner, she's just locked in her sad room now because of you, she said while looking at the guy hostilely. Divius. Don't worry, when she's my wife I'm sure I'll make her the happy woman in the world, he said with a smile. Issei only saw the other albino. He tried to use his powers to see if he had other intentions, but it seemed as if his feelings were true. No, rather, he forced himself to feel those feelings. Divius. You must be hyoudou, Issei, right? He said, looking at the albino. Issei. Yes, you don't seem to be very convinced about marrying Mocha, tell me, what's really going on? Divius. I don't know what you're talking about, I fell in love with Miss Mocha, that's why I do this, he said, looking at the albino. Seeing the boy's eyes, Issei noticed how his gaze conveyed some pain. It seemed that his eyes did not reflect emotions, it was as if he was being forced to do that. Issei. Why, I see. Divius. Well, I have to retire, have a good night. After saying that, he withdrew and went to talk more with Mocha's father, while other noble vampires joined them. Issei. Something bad is going on here, he said as he thought about what had happened before. Tsukyun. I think that too, I've been researching with the girls for a long time, and it seems like there have been some problems in the family, we don't know much. Said Serio. Issei. Have you researched his family? Tsukyun. Hey, I have to meet my future brother-in-law, plus I also noticed that something was wrong the first time I saw him, I said seriously. Issei. Well, Ashino, what are we going to do now? Ashino. You just have to solve another problem we have. Me and Tsukyun will be in charge of investigating what's going on in the Drake family, but for now, take this," he said, handing him a small piece of paper. Issei. Son instructions. Ashino. At midnight I want you to go with Yuki to the abandoned school where you met Shinobu. Ooh, and also you'll have to bring someone else," he said with a smile. Time skip elsewhere. In the large room adorned with some pink things and stuffed animals, a Mocha could be seen covered by the blankets of her bed. She had red eyes from crying as she thought of a certain albino. Mocha. Sniff sniff Issei help me whispered as she cried. As he said the albino's name, a shadow moved and out of it came a hooded man loved by all. Issei. Why are you crying Mocha? You know I don't like to see you like that. The hairy woman was quickly surprised and looked in the direction where that voice was coming from, and when she turned around, she saw only an Issei with a smile near her face. Issei. You know I think you look more beautiful with a nice smile he said looking at the hairy woman. Mocha. Issei she said, hugging him tightly. The hairy woman quickly hugged the albino with all her might, causing her vampiric strength to cause Issei's bones to crunch a little. Issei. Mocha my bones. The hairy woman, hearing that, quickly pulled away while she seemed to blush. Mocha. I'm sorry blushing. Issei. It's okay, but I'm glad you're okay he said caressing the cheek of the hairy woman. Mocha. Issei. Don't worry, I'll fix everything you don't have to worry, alone wait for me he said while he was giving the girl a tender kiss on the forehead. Mocha. Solo promise me you won't let me be taken away from you she said as she hugged and put her face in the albino's chest. Issei. Who do you think I am? Obviously I won't let that happen he said with a smile. The hairy woman, seeing the albino's smile, only felt how her heart began to beat hard while her cheeks changed to a more reddish color. Issei. Just wait and you'll be free Mocha again. The albino slowly moved away from the hairy woman and in the end he disappeared into his own shadow, leaving the hairy woman alone in the room. Mocha. I'll wait for you for eternity if I have to Issei. Time skip. In the human world you can see how in the middle of a certain place there was a well-known abandoned school. It was midnight and in it was a certain albino with Yuki and someone else. Halua. Why am I here? The vampire asked while she was frowning. Issei. I told you, we need you to save Mocha from her arranged marriage he said looking at the blonde. Yuki. Yes, don't bother Kaluya-san. Halua. Sigh I'm not upset he said, looking at the albino with a small blush, it only bothers me that a pervert like him is so close to my sister. Issei. Hey, I'm not a pervert where did you get that I asked the annoyed. Halua. Well, everyone talks about you, they call you the king of the harem, they say you're a big womanizer, I even saw you letting a blonde girl drink your blood on the balcony of the mansion she said a little blushing looking at Issei, as if she were someone perverted. Issei. First I didn't choose that nickname and second, it's none of your business if I feed a cute vampire loli with my blood. Halua. Pervert. Yuki. Guys, don't fight. Issei and Kalu looked as if they had gained a sudden enmity while Yuki tried to stop them from fighting. At one point they heard a strange noise, at first they didn't take it seriously, but little by little it became louder. Issei and the blonde had stopped fighting each other as they heard heavy footsteps, slowly the footsteps were approaching them and suddenly a 2-meter samurai armor had pierced one of the walls of the building. Issei. But what? Halua. What's that? Yuki. Issei. What am I going to know? I've never seen anyone wearing gigantic samurai armor those things are no longer fashionable he said, pulling out his revolver. The armor at that moment began its attack, it began to throw the desks of the abandoned school with force towards the 3 young men. Issei was destroying the desks with his revolver, Yuki had pulled out a small dagger from under her skirt, and Kaluya seemed to grow her claws to attack the mysterious object. Where is she? Issei. I don't know what you're talking about, idiot. The albino using his fire began to release large bursts of black fire, trying to burn the guy in giant armor, but it seemed as if the armor could repel the fire or at least could withstand the fire of the albino a little. At one point, the albino saw his flames spiral out of control and they began to burn the wooden desks and spread throughout the rest of the abandoned school. Issei. Shit, Revi and Ashino are going to kill me he said, looking at how fire suddenly began to consume some parts of the school. The samurai did not stop and the samurai at a great speed despite his size of the samurai, lunged towards the 3 young men. Kaluya wasted no time trying to hit the samurai, but his armor was too thick so that he didn't get a scratch. The samurai at one point with his strength grabbed the blonde by the neck and held her tightly. She tried to let go, but she slowly felt as if her strength was slowed down. Kaluya. Q what's going on? My strength. Yuki. Kaluya-san. Issei. Shit. The albino quickly moved over and kicked the samurai hard in the face, despite the fact that his armor was very thick, he could feel the powerful blow and took a few steps back releasing the vampire. The albino didn't stop there and he used his ring to load his revolver with rays and started shooting. The bullets didn't seem to penetrate the armor, but at one point, a supercharged bullet managed to blow off the samurai's arm. Issei at that moment thought that he had seriously injured him, but he was surprised when he saw how he was not bleeding. Instead of blood, it seemed as if it were ashes. These were gradually recomposed, and the samurai's arm was put back in its place. Palua. Cough cough, what the hell is that? I ask, taking another breath. Issei. Hey you, who the are you, why are you attacking us, I ask, looking at the samurai. The samurai didn't answer, and he only saw debris fall from the roof. The flames of Issei seemed to have caused a huge fire, and the fire spread everywhere in the abandoned school. Yuki. The school is falling apart, we have to go. The albino only saw the guy in samurai armor still serious. He was about to leave with both girls, but at that moment he spoke. So you're the second, I see you're strong, I see why she praised you. Issei. I'd rather be the 10th in the Vongola family, thank you, he said mockingly. Haha, you're really interesting, but it seems that there is no time to talk, the building is falling apart because of you, well just tell her that I will return for my sword, ha 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 ha. The mysterious samurai began to laugh like crazy, then disappeared into the flames. Issei didn't quite understand what he meant, but he didn't have time to think, it was time to run away from that place. He pinned both girls while sticking out his wings. In the distance, you could see how a huge fire consumed the big school, and at that moment, a huge explosion ended up destroying the school. The burning school had collapsed, but before it was on the ground a flash of white came from it, showing an Issei with its wings spread as it carried Yuki and Kawa. The albino finally went down with the girls, returning to Earth while that mysterious samurai had disappeared, like a specter. Part 118, The All-Knowing One. On the streets of Japan, you can see how a huge fire lit up the streets. The abandoned school where Issei and Ashino had previously taken shelter in the kiss-shot arch was on fire, while the building was falling apart. 3 young people can be seen watching as the building was still on fire. Yuki. Issei school, said this one, looking at how it was falling apart. Issei. It's nothing, anyway there was no one there, and it's just an old and abandoned school, he said simply. The albino didn't care much about school, anyway it was so old and desolate that in the future it would fall on its own with the passage of time, but what really worried him was the strange appearance of that samurai. Palua. Sigh, at least I won't burn to death, she said relieved. Yuki. And now what do we do? I asked, looking at the albino. Issei. I don't know, well, for now I think it's better for us to get out of here, surely firefighters will come and put this out, he said, listening to some sirens approaching them. The 3 of them were about to leave, but they heard the voice of a certain black-haired girl. Revi. What the did they do to our base of operations, he said, he's coming into the picture. Issei. Hi Revi. Revi. No hello, what the did they do, this isn't supposed to have burned, he said, pointing to the school that was still on fire. Issei. Well, things happened, and I'm not proud of that, said this one, somewhat embarrassed. Revi. Sigh, you really can't help it, well, there wasn't anything important in that place anyway, plus there were my cigarettes there, surely the authorities thought that's what started the fire, he said, he's looking at the albino. Palua. And she is? I ask, looking at the exorcist. Issei. A friend, by the way, where is Ashino? I ask this one, looking at the blackhead. Revi. For reasons unknown to me, that old man disappeared, he's probably busy with something, but she told me she'll help them and take them with her. Issei. She. Revi. Just follow me, you'll know when we get there, he said this one as he started walking away from the area. The 3 young people with no other option also began to walk. After a couple of minutes, they saw in the distance how some patrols and firefighters had arrived, and they began to put out the fire that the albino had caused. Now, the 4 young men were jumping from building to building until they reached the road where they began to walk. Palua. Hey, how long are we going to walk? My feet are killing me, she said tiredly. Revi. It's not far away, besides I think you should worry about something else, he said, looking at his watch that showed that in a few hours it would dawn. Palua. Don't worry, I have my rosary that seals my powers, she said this one as she put the rosary on. Revi. I see, that's how some vampires go unnoticed and can walk through the day. Issei. Yes, well, they're not like Shinobu, he said with a small smile. After a while more walking, they had arrived at the entrance of the destroyed shrine where Issei and Shinobu had previously traveled back in time and had placed that strange piece of paper that worked to suppress the supernatural energy of the environment of the place. They began to climb the long stairs until they reached the top where a brown woman in a green cap stood on top of one of the abandoned shrines. Ooh, it looks like they've already arrived, he said, he's looking at the 4 youngsters. Revi. Yes, I brought them as Ashino asked me to, not because you ordered me to do so, old lady, she said with her typical delinquent attitude. How rude you are, Revi-chan, you know, I liked you better when you were a cute little girl who ran into my arms every time you saw me, she said with a mocking smile. Revi. Shut up, that never happened, she said, somewhat embarrassed. Yuki. Edo, who's she? I asked, looking at the chestnut in the green cap. Ooh, forgive my manners, I always get carried away. Well, my name is Izuko-kin, it's a pleasure to meet you, she said with a smile. Palua. Izuko. Yuki. Kin. Izuko. Yes well, maybe you'll know me better as the woman who knows everything, she said with a mocking smile. Elsewhere, in Issei's mansion you can see two girls who watch through a window as the sun was slowly rising. Lin. Yui, what's wrong? Yui. And no, it's nothing, it's just that right now, I'm afraid that she'll show up, I've tried to take her with her, she said with a somewhat sad look. Lin. You're talking about Queen, right? Well don't worry, Master will always protect us, after all we are his beloved servants, he would surely go to the same hell for us, but we have to be strong too, she said, comforting her friend. Yui. Yes I think you're right. Lin. Yui, I'm not trying to get you to get all that out at once, but I think it would be time for you, and I love to have that talk, said this one. Something else would be. The black-haired woman only sighed a little to look out the window as her sad gaze changed to a somewhat serious look. Yui. Yes I think you're right. But Issei. The woman who knows everything. Izuko. Haha, that's right, well, the title was stolen from me by Ashino, but I think I'm better than him, she said with a mocking smile. Yuki. Then is it the same as Ashino-san? Izuko. I'm not the same as him, I'm better than him, he said with a big smile. Issei. Well, if you're better than him, then you must know what happened before we came, right? Izuko. Of course I know, they were attacked by a 2-meter samurai, that's awesome, he said with a smile. Issei. So what? Don't know who he is? Izuko. Of course I know, but I don't work for free. Issei. You're going to charge us? Izuko. Well, not that way, but if they don't have money, maybe try because they call you the king of the harem, she said flirtatiously. Yuki, hearing that, quickly hugged Issei possessively, while the brunette only laughed a little. Izuko. Just kidding, calm down, Yuki-chan. Yuki. Do you know my name? Izuko. Obviously, I'm not the woman who knows everything for nothing, do you? Revi. Sighs, just get to the point, old lady, we're not in the mood for your riddles and puns. Izuko. How cruel you are, Revi-chan, but hey, I think I have the answer to that, he said with a smile. Issei. And? What is it? The brunette just smiled and pointed her finger at Issei, missing everyone. Issei. Do I have the answer? Izuko. Partly, but I'm not aiming at you, I'm aiming at your shadow, she said with a smile. Kaluya, on the other hand, didn't understand, but the other girls had understood what the chestnut was referring to, while Issei only looked at his shadow seriously. Issei. Do you know? He said, looking into his shadow. On the one hand, nothing happened, and that was the strangest thing, Kaluya didn't know what was going on, and she had no idea why the albino was talking to his own shadow. Issei. Are you going to come out? Or do you want me to forcibly remove you? I ask again. Nothing happened, but after a few seconds, Issei's shadow began to move, and out of it came a shinobu which surprised Kaluya by its appearance. Shinobu? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything, she said simply. Kaluya. Cause a girl came out of your shadow, she said. She was surprised. Shinobu. Insolent, I'm an ex-legendary vampire, treat me with more respect, he said. He's looking at the brunette. Kaluya. Wait, I know you. Issei. Kaluya. You're the little girl who was sucking this pervert's blood at the Shuzen mansion, he said. He's pointing at Shinobu and Issei. Issei. I'm not a pervert. Shinobu. Kaka, that's right, I am a vampire, and he is my lord and master who also feeds me, she said as she took the albino's hand. Izuko. Why, how nice, he said, hugging Shinobu. You are prettier than Ashino had told me. I want to take you to my house and play with you. Shinobu. Let go of me, that's called kidnapping, he said, trying to shake off the chestnut's grip. After a while in which the atmosphere calmed down, you can see how they were sitting while Shinobu was on Issei's lap. Issei. Well. What do you know about that weird samurai who attacked us? I asked this one looking at the vampire lowly. Shinobu. I don't know yet, can you remind me how he laughed? Issei. Why do you want me to imitate his laughter? Shinobu. It's to be 100% sure, do it. The albino just sighed, he didn't know if what the girl was asking for was really something serious or just a whim or a joke that she was playing on him. Issei. Well, it was like ha 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 ha. The girls couldn't help but laugh at Issei for the strange imitation he had done. He just complained, but a certain blonde seemed to really take him seriously. Issei. Well. Shinobu. Nop, I don't remember, he said simply. Issei. So the laughter I imitated was for nothing. Yuki. So what do we do? I ask a little worriedly. Izuko. Well, then you just have to make her remember it, but I'll tell you that that monster came from right here. When the boys heard this, they were surprised as the chestnut took a piece of paper out of his pocket. Izuko. Do you recognize this? I asked looking at Issei and Shinobu. At that moment, they were both shocked as the chestnut showed him the seal that Ashino had given him earlier. Issei. That's the seal. Hold on. Did you remove it? Izuko. Of course not, that weird samurai did it himself, she said with a serious look. Revi. He took it away. she said, looking seriously at the chestnut. Izuko. That's right, I don't know how he did it. Revi's black-haired woman looked seriously at the brunette, but she only saw how she was winking at her. The black-haired woman seeing that only sighed while she was continuing the conversation. Revi. And where did it come from? A thing of his size shouldn't have been seen already. Izuko. Gigi, well, I think that's what you should answer for yourselves, but hey, I have something I want you to do, take it he said, giving a little list to Issei. Issei. What is this? Izuko. It's a list of what I want you to buy for me. Issei. Izuko. Just do it, ooh, and leave Shinobu-chan here, she'll stay and talk to me for a while, Kaluya-chan and Yuki-chan will also stay, let's have a girls' moment he said with a smile. Issei. You're with me, aren't you? Izuko. Nope, you also have to buy a pair of sleeves that I want too she said with a smile. Issei. It's BL sleeves. Izuko. Well, have fun he said with a smile. The albino could only sigh and get up to do the order. After a while the albino was gone and Revi just looked at the chestnut. Revi. What are you up to? Izuko. Gigi, just wait and see he said smiling ooh, by the way, come I'm going I have to pick someone up from the airport. Revi. Anyone? Izuko. That's right, you come with me, the others can stay. Time skip. An Issei can be seen with a couple of bags in his hands, after buying almost everything on the list, he was in a bookstore, after spending a tremendous embarrassment buying those damn yaoi mangas, he was leaving the store, but at that moment a particular person caught his attention. Uo, I finally find you, second. At that moment the albino just turned around and saw a young man wearing a short-sleeved sweater, this one had black hair and held it with a ponytail. Issei. Who are you? How rude, I don't understand how she replaced me with you, he said this while walking and got face to face with him. Issei. I think you're mistaking me for someone else, so I'm leaving. Yes, maybe, there's no way Kissshot would want someone like you. The albino hearing that just looked seriously at the black-haired man behind him. Issei. You who the are you? I asked totally seriously. Well I'm Kissshot's first servant he said with a smile. Part 119 The first servant. An Issei can be seen in shock looking at a young man who looked about 14 or 15 years old, while this strange person who claimed to be the first Kissshot servant only saw the albino with a smile. What's up boy? Did the cat bite your tongue? I asked mockingly. Issei. It's impossible for you to be that samurai from centuries ago, you're supposed to have turned to dust, you committed suicide he said, looking at that strange young man. Unfortunately yes, but I survived he said with a mocking smile. Issei. And I guess you were that weird samurai who attacked us at school, right? It looks like you're smarter than I thought you were he said while smiling. Issei. And if you're really the first servant of Kissshot, how did you survive? She said you turned to dust. That's hard to explain, but how about we talk for hire? He said, pointing to a park. Time skip. After a while in which Issei and this strange fellow went to the park, they were now on a bench while they both resumed their talk. Issei. Well. Will you tell me what you want? Well what I want is complicated he said while he was drinking a soda. The young man at that moment just stood up and saw the albino face to face. I want you to stop being Kissshot servant he said looking seriously at the albino. Those words shocked the albino, but as soon as he heard the answer he quickly responded. Issei. Never. Yo, a very quick answer, but let me try to persuade you he said as he walked a little while talking to the albino. I don't think she needs two servants, and really to see you and know that you are one of his servants, I dislike it. Issei. I don't even know you, but the feeling is mutual he said while looking at the black-haired man. Well, I'm back, and now you can go back to being a normal person don't you think? Now you can stop feeling that responsibility of feeding her every day, you will go home with your harem, and it is like a reset and new account, you should not even care anymore Kissshot, since I will take care of her from now on he said looking at the albino. 1. The albino at that moment only saw the subject with some strangeness, it wasn't like he wanted to be the blonde vampire's servant again, it was like he tried to break through to do something more than that. Issei. And what if I still refuse? I asked looking at the black-haired man. The young man could only smile as a sharp gaze was directed towards Issei. Well then I'll have to get you out of my way he said seriously. Issei saw that look and also became serious, and both looked like killing each other. The albino would have understood if he had explained how he survived, and he asked to see the blonde again, but the albino knew that something else was hidden in the words of the young man who claimed to be the first servant of the vampire Kissshot. Well although we both hate each other as soon as we met, I don't think it's appropriate for us to fight in the middle of the day, do you think? He said looking at the sky thanks to which you sealed Kissshot's powers, the powers I had before were also sealed, but thanks to that, I can walk under the sun, it's like I'm connected to you and her again. Issei. Yes, very nice and all, but what the hell do you want? If you really wanted to see her face to face you would have done it already, right? Also, how do you know that seals his powers? What are you hiding? Haha, you ask a lot of questions, but I let the reason why I still don't see kiss shot was explained to you by her. The mysterious young man at that moment threw a bottle of water at Issei, who caught it and continued to stare at the black-haired man. Take that as a gift from me, a gift from your senpai, he said smiling. The albino just clicked his tongue and opened the water bottle to drink it, but before he could do that, he stopped and smiled. A familiar smell invaded his nose, and he knew that the bottle didn't just contain water. Issei. How clever to try to kill me with holy water, he said as he looked at the bottle I had given him. It really would have worked if I was just a vampire, but unfortunately for you, I'm also part dragon and part angel, so the water bless and the crucifixes have no effect on me. The albino drank some of the water and spat it in the direction of the mysterious black-haired man, the possessed young vampire, dodging the holy water he had hidden in the bottle, as if it were normal water, while sensing other circuit presences. Heck, I lost a lot of time. The albino was about to hit the black-haired man, but at that moment, a giant cross flew through the air and tried to hit the black-haired man. He quickly dodged it, and Issei at that moment saw a certain vampire hunter that he knew. Episode. Wow, it looks like the trash piled up and formed a black-haired, he said with his typical mocking smile. The vampire hunter only smiled as the green-capped girl and Revi accompanied him. Izuko. Hello Issei-kun, I brought a friend to support us, she said looking at the albino. Issei. You already knew all this was going to happen, didn't you? He said, looking at the chestnut. Izuko. Gigi, I'm not the woman who knows everything for nothing. Episode. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to take care of a pesky plague today, he said, looking at the mysterious black-haired man. He just clicked his tongue in annoyance as he looked at the people present. Listen kid, I'm daring you to a battle. If you win, I'll stop bothering you and leave Kiss Shot alone, but if I win, you'll leave Kiss Shot forever, he said looking at the albino. Issei. And why should I accept that challenge? I don't even know your name, idiot. I know you'll accept. I'll let that woman exorcist find me, and we'll decide where we'll face each other in the meantime. I hope Kiss Shot will bring you up to speed on me. Bye. The mysterious young man, when saying goodbye, only jumped and disappeared, jumping between some buildings, leaving only the three boys present. Izuko. Looks like you're going to have a serious talk with that girl, don't you think, Issei-kun? The albino only looked seriously at where the black-haired man went to accentuate what the exorcist said. Issei. Yes, it seems so. Time skip. After a while an Issei can be seen arriving at the old ruined shrine, arriving along with Izuko, Revi and episode the four boys only saw Yuki, Kaluya and Shinobu watch a movie through a hologram. Shinobu. Horror movies are so simple, he said while eating popcorn. Yuki. Well, being a supernatural entity, these things are a little more normal than you think. Issei. Girls who do? He said, drawing the attention of the three of them. Kaluya. It took a long time, and after Gin-san and Revi-san came to find you we were bored, so we started watching a movie. Shinobu. Where were you, my lord? Why did it take you so long? The albino, looking at the vampire loli smile at that moment, just took a deep breath and asked something that the blonde didn't expect. Issei. Shinobu, who exactly was your first servant? The blonde loli hearing that was surprised, she didn't expect him to ask her about her first servant at that point. Shinobu. And he wasn't very important, he was just a samurai who became my servant under certain circumstances. Why do you ask? Issei. Because when I was leaving a market I ran into him, he said seriously. The blonde, upon hearing that, only opened her eyes, totally surprised and shocked, while she didn't know what to say. Shinobu. That's impossible, my lord, if this is a joke. Izuko. I'm sorry, but it's not a joke. Issei-kun spoke to your former servant Shinobu-chan, in the flesh. Issei. Yes, he tried to kill me using holy water, he's an idiot, he said while crossing his arms. Shinobu. It's a lie, shout is getting everyone's attention that he's dead, I saw him disintegrate, I saw him turn to dust. Izuko. That's right, but tell me something Shinobu-chan, when you're at your 100%, how strong is your regeneration? The blonde hearing that just looked at the exorcist seriously, as if trying to figure out if what she was saying was a joke or not. Shinobu. You say he didn't die? That it is even ashes, will it be regenero? Kaluya. Edo, sorry, but what are we talking about? I don't understand anything. Issei. We're talking about the first servant of the legendary vampire Kiss Shot Acerola or Iron Heart under blade, he said seriously. Kaluya. Wait, Kiss Shot. Yuki. Is it important or known where Kaluya-san goods? Kaluya. There are only legends, she is like the most feared vampire for centuries, she along with her servant were the ones who brought the pride of being a vampire to the next generations. According to my ancient ancestors, she was fearsome, with the power to surpass a god. Issei. Well, here she is now, she said as she picked up the blonde loli. Shinobu. Get me off, you idiot, said he's trying to break free. Episode. Haha, and to think that you used to be so powerful, he said looking mockingly at the blonde. Shinobu. You shut up, you dirty vampire hunter. Kaluya. Vampire hunter. He's a vampire hunter, I ask, pointing to Episode. Episode. My name is Episode, and don't worry if you're afraid for your life, let me tell you that I'm only here because I owe her a favor, she said, pointing to the chestnut. Issei. It was already strange to me that you would help us because of your goodwill. Episode. Don't get me wrong, I don't care if they die, my mission is simply to hunt down the first servant of Kishshot, he said, looking at the blonde. Yuki. Issei told me the story of Shinobu-chan's first servant, but how is he alive? Didn't it catch fire and turn into ashes? Izuko. Yes, he did, I'll explain, so sit down kid, she said while looking at the teenagers and the blonde loli. You'll see it's true that he literally set himself on fire by letting the sun's rays touch his body, but apparently, the regeneration of the legendary vampire Kishshot, which she inherits from her servants, is more incredible than it seems. Issei. Wait, you're saying that? Izuko. That's right, even though it was in its most deplorable form, in this case, in ashes, its regeneration still acted and tried to stay alive, as Shinobu-chan said. His regeneration is so incredible that even if he were under the sun all day, he would not die, he would only have it in a loop in which you die and revive eternally. Shinobu. But if his ashes were blown away by the wind, still. Izuko. It's a bit more complicated, my dear Shinobu-chan, it's true that her ashes were even carried away by the wind, but still, he did not die, his ashes were carried around the world for centuries, flying in the air with the help of the wind. For many years, his ashes wandered for eternity, until to get here, his old home. At that moment everyone saw the supposed shrine with surprise, that same place, it was the home of the samurai, it means that that place had been there for centuries. Yuki. So you say this? Izuko. Exactly, this is the home of Kishshot's first servant, and his ashes, as if they were looking for their home, they ended up here, specifically, I end up under his house, he said, pointing to the main shrine. Issei. And then this one scolded himself while he was in the shadows. Izuko. Not exactly, yes he did, but his wounds were still big, and it seemed like his regeneration was stopping. The reason? Well, the reason is this talisman which Ashino ordered you to place, he said, showing the piece of paper. Issei. Wait, then Ashino already knew he was there. Izuko. Of course, after all we know everything, this talisman was supposed to suppress his powers, and since there wasn't enough paranormal and comfortable energy, he must have perished and died, but it seems that something else motivated him. Issei. Do I motivate him? Izuko. That's right, maybe seeing your mistress when you did that time travel motivated you to want to move on, she said, looking at both of you. At that moment, Issei remembered that Shinobu had told him that he felt a strange sensation when he was in the shrine for the first time. He also remembered that the supernatural energy when he arrived for the first time was great. Surely the presence of the dying subject who was the first servants of Kishshot caused the paranormal energy to accumulate in the place. Issei. So is it our fault? Izuko. No, it's not your fault, it's your fault, it's hers, he said, pointing at Shinobu, who was just holding her head down. The petite blonde clenched her little knuckles tightly while the exorcist just smiled. Izuko. He was supposed to give up and die, but when he saw Shinobu-chan again, he wanted to live again, even going so far as to use his own willpower as fuel to regenerate again. Issei. I see, so he really wants to see Shinobu, Izuko. Wow, I'm so jealous of your Shinobu-chan, I'd also like to have that effect on men. Tell me, is it your ex-boyfriend or something? The vampire loli didn't answer, and as alone she stepped into Issei's shadow again. Issei. Hey, what's going on? The loli didn't answer, surprising those present, while the chestnut cork just looked at that with a small smile. Izuko. I think it's something that only the two of you can talk about, you know, from master to servant. Issei. I think you're right, Revi, please take care of Kaluya and Yuki and give us a few minutes. Kaluya. No thanks, I'll go back home, there's nothing I can do here that can help avoid my sister's commitment. Izuko. I'm sorry, you still have to stay. Kaluya. What? For what? Izuko. It's a girl thing, let's give the boys a few minutes. After that, everyone except Issei and Shinobu left the shrine and home of Shinobu's former servant. Issei. Well. Would you speak or not? No one answered, Issei's shadow stood motionless while the albino waited for an answer. Issei. Sighs, listen, I know maybe you don't want to tell me anything, and that maybe what I'm asking of you is too much for you, but please, I need to know what's going on and why that idiot is trying to get to you. For a few seconds nothing happened, everything remained calm and only the wind could be heard. It was seen how little by little it was getting dark, but at that moment, arms wrapped around Issei's neck, and from her own shadow, came Shinobu, who had a somewhat sad look. Shinobu. Well, I guess you have a right to know, so make yourself comfortable, and don't get jealous, yes? Issei. Whatever you say. Now he can see an Issei sitting on the ground while a Shinobu is in front of it. Shinobu. Cough cough, well, I'll tell you my story and that of my first servant. Issei. By the way, what's that idiot's name? Shinobu. That's something that doesn't matter. Well, you'll see it centuries ago, in Japan's Edo era, when I was still the legendary kiss-shot Acerola or Ironheart Underblade vampire. I was in the northern dust gazing at the beautiful northern lights and stars. Issei. What were you doing there? Shinobu. I was bored. Don't judge me. Well, as I said, I was very bored, so in one jump which destroyed a whole early ice I flew until I reached Japan. When I arrived, I fell into a lake, and at the end of it, I caused a great flood and a terrible rain, thus drying up the lake. You'll surely say what I did wrong, but I actually saved a lot of lives with that selfish action. Apparently at that time and coincidentally at that time, there was a great time of fires and drought that hit thousands of people at that time, and when I made that lake disappear when I landed, the flood put out the fires, and the humidity made it rain like this, feeding to their orchards, so that they can give good food for another year. Apparently some people saw that and thought it was some kind of goddess at first. I didn't think it was important, but little by little, the rumors that I was a goddess spread, and in the end, out of boredom, I decided to take the role and play at being a real goddess. Using the powers, I created a huge castle on top of a mountain that became my sanctuary, and the humans for a few years benevoled me. Shinobu. They gave me exquisite fruits, and they always gave more offerings, obviously in exchange for a favor from their goddess, but unfortunately it had become boring to be a goddess. For months I spent it in my shrine not knowing what to do, totally bored. Shinobu. Until that he appeared, a samurai, but not an ordinary samurai. He was a hunter of eccentricities, a samurai who was dedicated to hunting down evil eccentricities and putting an end to them. Shinobu. This one had a sword that was 2 meters long, his sword Kokurotari, which specialized in killing eccentricities. But not only did he have that sword, he had 2 swords, the eccentricity slay sword and an even stranger sword. A sword that could revive the same eccentricities, the sword Yumuatari, a sword that was very short compared to his other sword, but still its power was incredible. Shinobu. He went to my shrine and challenged me to a battle, only at first I didn't take it seriously and defeated him easily, but still, he didn't give up. Every day he came to my home and faced me without fear, even giving me offerings and telling me the stories of his journey, and for a few days that loneliness and boredom that was always with me disappeared, but sadly, the truth always comes out, even in ways you don't expect. Within a few months, strange disappearances began to happen in the town where I was. The reason was unknown at the time, but apparently that man wanted to prevent more people from disappearing, so with the help of some of his colleagues he tried to investigate, but in the end none were seen again. In the end he came to me for help, but it was too late. The whole city was already a ghost town. There was no one in the whole place. But at that moment someone on horseback arrived. He was missing an arm and was apparently one of the samurai students. He said that a giant sphere of darkness devoured his fellow companions. The man tried to help him, but in the end he died alone in his arms, and in the end that strange black sphere that looked like a black appeared in front of us. Shinobu. A black sphere that eccentricities know as non-existence. If that thing were to devour you, you would cease to exist forever. The sphere moved towards us. The samurai, not knowing what he was up against, tried to use his Kokurotari, but it was also devoured and he along with her. I tried to help him, but the darkness also caught up with me and tried to devour me, but fortunately, using a single strand of my hair, I made it regenerate into a new body which was out of the absorption range of that thing, and in the end, to escape I took a leap and ended up back at the North Pole. The samurai had also, but this one left something aftertaste. His hand. Shinobu. For about 100 years I thought about it. That darkness that tried to devour me only attacked eccentricities that didn't fulfill their role or their nature. In my case, at the time I was playing at being a goddess when I was actually a vampire. That's why that thing attacked me, and in the end, the whole town paid for my foolishness. As I was meditating during that century, I felt alone, so I used the hand that I still had from that samurai to revive him and make him my servant. He revived in the end, and that's how I made him my first servant. Shinobu. But unfortunately he wasn't as nice as you at that time. Vampires and eccentricities were really nasty things, and they brought evil to where it will happen. So when I told him what happened to him and what happened, he couldn't forgive me, insulted me, and said really horrible things to me. I really thought I deserved it. But he was also disgusted with himself knowing what it was. He couldn't live knowing that he would have to kill and devour humans to live, and in the end after many years he ended up committing suicide. At the end of the story the little vampire had a small tear coming out of her right eye, but Issei quickly hugged her and wiped away her tears. Issei. That wasn't your fault. You didn't know that this thing was going to come for you, and that it would devour the whole village. If you ask me, your first servant is an idiot. Shinobu. Haha, yes, well that's the whole story you think. Issei. Well, something doesn't add up. If he really hates you, so why does he want to see you? Does he want to kill you? Shinobu. Why don't we ask the Medicis what's hiding behind those bushes? He said, looking at a green cap from the bushes. Izuko. Looks like you discovered us, she said, leaving with the others. Issei. You didn't even bother to hide well. Shinobu. And? Any idea what do you want with me? Izuko. Well, yes, I have one. What if do you want to reconcile? Issei. Do you want to make amends with Shinobu? Izuko. I think so, maybe he wants to take it away from you, Issei. Shinobu. I don't care about that and I don't want to see it, he said simply. The green cap X-Rights just smiled when they heard that and he grabbed Issei's arm. Izuko. Hey Issei-kun, help me with anything, yes? Issei. What? Izuko. Come on, let's let Yuki-chan talk to Shinobu-chan for a while, come on, come on. In the end, he dragged the boys away while leaving Yuki and Shinobu alone. Unbeknownst to them, Izuko and the others were listening to the conversation the two girls were having a couple of stairs down the stairs from where they were. Yuki. Do you really don't want to see it? Shinobu. What do you mean? Yuki. Be good, I think you're just running away from your past, he said, acknowledging that Loli will get a little upset. I know you're upset with him too, but that's no reason to ignore it forever. Why don't you reconcile with him as you did with Issei? Shinobu. That's none of your business, lustful succubus, believe me when I tell you that I still remember when you took my lord from my side that time, he said looking at the blackhead. Yuki. I'm sorry but I think you're being a coward. Hearing that, the vampire Loli threw herself at the blackhead, she grabbed the succubus girl by the neck and they were both on the ground. Shinobu. Take back what I said, mobile food. Yuki. Shinobu too, you're in love with Issei, aren't you? Shinobu. Yuki. I know what's going on, you care about their feelings, right? Not Issei's, if not those of your first servant. You know he wants to take you away from Issei, but you don't want to get away from him and you don't want to hurt him by telling him that you don't love him anymore. It's like rejecting a declaration of love. Shinobu. See, shut up. Yuki. And I won't back down. I'm not saying abandon Issei-kun, but if what Gin-san said is true, he, even though he was still ashes, tried to look for you and when he saw you again, he tried with all his might to regenerate his body to this point. What if he is truly repentant? And if he wants to apologize for all the ugly things he said to you? I know you're worried about their feelings, but you do it just as much harm if you just avoid it. Shinobu. Shut up. The succubus was still held by the neck by the vampire Loli, but she suddenly began to cry. Shinobu. I sniff sniff, I don't want to. What if he hates me again? Sniff sniff, I don't want to hear those hurtful words again, she said, shedding tears. The blonde at that moment began to cry, while an albino who heard what was happening only clenched his fists in anger. Issei. Izuko-san, I want to ask you a favor. Izuko. Ara, and that's it. Issei. I want you to look for that idiot and tell him that I'll fight him, he said seriously. Art 120. Avoiding a marriage. You can be in a certain mansion to many people celebrating and arriving at the Shuzan mansion. They had elegant dresses, as well as vampires, demons and fallen who came to represent the factions. Among all those people, you can see an Azazel next to the DXD team. Azazel. Hey, where's Issei? I ask without seeing the albino. Asia. Issei-san said he'd come later, he's working out some problems with Shinobu-chan, the nun replied. Bakeno. Ara, now that you say it, Yuki-chan and Alice-chan also disappeared. I hope they're not doing anything wrong, he said, thinking of both demons. While they were talking about the albino and his sudden problem that he had to solve urgently, Okalua had arrived with her elegantly dressed sisters and Tsukyun. Tsukyun. Hi everyone, thanks for coming, he said looking at the DXD group. Azazel. Heh, it's nothing, besides at a wedding you can flirt, you know, he said with a mischievous smile. I'm surprised that boy Rito didn't come. Tsukyun. He said he had some problems with his in-laws who were at home, so they won't come. Sai, where is Issei? He is solving some problems, he replied simply. Bizarra. How's Mocha-chan? I ask a little worriedly. Tsukyun. It's complicated, she doesn't want to get married, she just does it because of my father's silly nonsense, he said, mentioning the older vampire with disgust. Sona. She doesn't want to get married. Tsukyun. It's an arranged marriage, I think you can get an idea of what it must feel like not to marry someone of her choosing, he said looking at the girls. He was right, Riaz knew what that unpleasant feeling was of being tied hand and foot and not being able to do anything about it, of not being able to marry by her own decision and marry someone she didn't want. Luckily for her Prince Charming, or in this case, her prince in a black trench coat, saved her and even made her truly fall in love with the same albino. He smiled slightly as he remembered that beautiful feeling of joy and happiness when the albino suddenly entered, smashing the door and getting in the way of the wedding. Bakeno. Ara, I think but you remembered something nice for her, she said looking at the girl who only blushed. Riaz. And I don't know what you're talking about, he said shaking his head. Asia. Gigi, but you always puts that smile on her face when she thinks of Issei-san, we know that well, she said smiling. Every girl interested in Issei at that moment smiled. They also felt that pleasant feeling when they thought about the good times they had with him, and they felt how they fell more in love with the albino every time he made a silly joke or saved them from some trouble, no matter how small. Tsukyun. Ria's Gremory-san, he said, looking seriously at the Rito. I want to ask a favor, all of you, he said, looking at the harem of Issei. Elsewhere, you can see how a certain albino was in what looked like a dressing room. He checked the bullets in his revolver and prepared for what was to come. Izuko. Are you ready, Issei-kun? He said as it leaned against the doorframe. Issei. Yes, that's right, he said seriously. Izuko. I brought a friend of yours in case something bad happens. Alice-chan said she will be prepared for any possible contingency, so don't worry about anything, just beat that guy, show who is boss and save your vampire girlfriend who should get married in a few minutes. Issei. Yes, I will. The albino just got up and began to leave the locker rooms, as if a crowd was waiting for him. Voices were heard, shouts and encouragement were heard, and when he left, the albino only saw how he was on a small soccer field of a simple school. The voices and cheers were really nobody, it was just a recording that the former coursist in the green cap had put on speakers to give a better atmosphere to the place. The albino on one side of the pitch could see Yuki, Rive, Alice, and Episode being the only spectators witnessing what was about to happen. Yuki. Issei-kun, courage. Alice. Good luck, Issei-sama. Rive. Kick his ass. Episode. I don't even want to be here. Issei listened to the girl's words of encouragement and the half-vampire's complaint. The boy walked until he reached the center of the field. On the other side of the field, a certain guy in red samurai armor was seen looking at the albino seriously. Izuko. Well, the rules of this duel are as follows. Since we don't have the real sword, we'll put one in copy, so to speak, of the Kokoro Atari in the middle of the field, he said, pointing to a wooden sword used by the people who were in kendo. Episode. I really wish they had killed each other for real, said the one accompanying the brunette girl. Izuko. Unfortunately, the owner of the sword now seems to be unavailable, so we can only use that. Fine, the rules of duel are simple. They will stand face to face with each other, then they'll turn around and take 10 steps. I'll count the steps. Obviously whoever takes the sword and hits his opponent with it once wins. I don't know anything else, he said, looking at Issei who was putting his revolver on the ground. Issei. Hi. Both servants began to walk to face each other, but in a moment, a flash was seen in the sky and from it, a long sword fell which split the wooden sword in half. The falling force created a small crater in the ground, and everyone at that moment saw how the eccentricity hunting sword shone in all its glory. Alice. What a beautiful sword. Just looking at the katana. Rive. That sword can snap a person in half easily, so I have to admit it's really amazing, he said with a smile. Episode. Hahaha, it seems that now we do have the consent of our sponsor for this servant fight, she said with a smile. Izuko. Well, I guess whoever wins gets the Kokoro Atari, so abreast. Issei and the samurai facing each other only looked at the sky where the sword came from, and the armored subject asked a question. If she's so close to us, then why doesn't she come? I asked looking at the albino. Issei didn't answer and just looked at the samurai seriously. Do you really hate me so much? What do you think, Issei Dono? Issei. I really don't know, but she doesn't hate you, he said, looking at the samurai. How are you sure about it? Tell me, Issei Dono, why are you fighting me right now? The albino only turned around and slapped the sword at the samurai as he continued to speak. Issei. You wouldn't understand. It is true that perhaps you were a chosen one, and it is true that you are possibly a better vampire and servant than I am, but still, you can't replace me. Izuko. 1. The regressive quantum began and Issei and the samurai began to walk away from the katana while the albino continued to talk. Issei. I'm unique and unmatched, and it's true that maybe you love Shinobu more than I possibly will, but that doesn't really matter to me. Izuko. 2. Issei. I've got things to do and I've got to save a girl from an arranged marriage that she doesn't want. Alice. 3. Issei. I have friends, family, and unfortunately responsibilities to fulfill. Rive. 4. Issei. One of those responsibilities is feeding Shinobu. Yuki. 5. Issei. I also promised her in exchange for her not wanting to commit suicide like you did to make her life more fun and exciting. Episode. 6. Issei. So I'm sorry for you. Izuko. 7-8. Issei. But not the day to lose to you, and I'm not going to let Shinobu do something she doesn't want to do just to be nice to you and not want to hurt your feelings. Alice Yuki Rive. 9. Issei. So I'm sorry, why can't you replace me, and I can't replace you. That's the way it is. We are both irreplaceable, especially for her, so I don't expect someone as dumb as you to understand that. All. 10. Quickly, the albino turned around just to see how the samurai had taken off his armor, revealing his face next to his clothes. He came running quickly to take the sword, and the albino did the same. Issei. But I can't lose to someone like you. Quickly, the first servant took the sword and smiled somewhat strangely. He jumped and was about to cut the albino, but he was faster and touched the vampire's chest, stopping him on the spot. Issei. Believe me when I tell you that she doesn't hate you. In fact, all this time she has been worried about your feelings, so forgive me for this. The albino moved rattling as he showed how he had placed a seal, the same seal that absorbed supernatural energy into the sanctuary. The first servant dropped his sword to feel his energy drained. And no, I don't want to leave, no, kiss shot, kiss shot, kiss shot. The man was screaming his mistress's name while holding his face and falling to the ground. Issei took the Kokorotari and only watched as the vampire screamed and screamed calling for his mistress. Kiss shot. When the man gave that scream, he only began to lose his temper in what seemed to be his own gummy cell phone. These began to divide until they reached the outside of the same field, flooding the whole place with their own being. It was indeed a strange thing, but the albino holding the eccentricity hunting sword had seen stranger things. Revi. Yuck, what the buck is this, he said as he tried to remove the vampire cells from his boots. Izuko. It's the very being of the first servant. It seems that the seal eradicated its own body, and now it took that form. It will last like this until the seal finishes absorbing its energy, he said, avoiding touching those gummy cells that were the vampire's body. The scene was somewhat strange, a viscous and rubbery substance was everywhere. The girls felt a little disgusted, but Issei simply saw that guy in the middle of the field alone. He no longer had a body, and you could only see his mouth while he continued to call his mistress. Hey, kiss shot, kiss shot. Issei. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry I had to end it like this, he said as he raised his katana to end his senpai's existence. Hey, kiss shot, I'm sorry. Issei was about to end it all, but at that moment suddenly, the voice of a certain vampire loli that he recognized was heard. Shinobu. You don't have to apologize. Suddenly, out of the same shadow of Issei came a shinobu who had a smile on it. Shinobu. You don't have to apologize, Saishiru, he said, calling his first servant for a long time. The vampire grabbed the man from what was left of his body as he spoke. Shinobu. That's true, he didn't hate you, I was just scared, afraid to tell you the truth, so I'm sorry, Saishiru. The loli quickly bit the vampire's neck little by little, absorbing his energy along with his blood. The snotty cells returned to their owner's body, while the vampire began to devour the body of her own servant. Shinobu. Now I have someone else by my side, someone I love so much more than you, so I want to stay with him, I hope you understand. The blood-soaked mouth of the blonde loli as she devoured her servant's body trembled, and in the end, she only let out a few tears as her servant already met her end. Shinobu. Goodbye, Saishiru, thank you for being my first servant, she said, shedding a few tears. In the end, the first servant known as Saishiru had died happy that his death was for the person he loved, that girl he had hurt, and that girl who at some point in his life had fallen in love. After that, there was no trace of the man, he had only left his armor on the ground, and his flesh and blood had turned to dust, implying that in the end, he had definitively died. Shinobu. That silly succubus was right, I told it like it really is, without softening my bitter and harsh words with others. To be honest, it feels like a burden has been lifted off my shoulders. Goodbye, Saishiru, he thought as he looked up at the sky. Issei. To say it sincerely, without softness and without it being pleasant doesn't necessarily make it easier or help, but still, after 400 years his suicide succeeded. Time skip elsewhere. The engagement ceremony was taking place, the Drake family was present alongside the Shuzan family and Aono. The husband, who did not seem very pleased, was waiting at the altar while he waited for the bride. Suddenly music began to invade the room, orchestral music was playing, and at that moment, a Mocha in her true form wearing a white dress had appeared. She was accompanied by her father, both of them were walking down the aisle, but the girl really didn't want to do that. She felt bad, sad, and barely wanting to do something. She used her true rude and rebellious form to not cry out of frustration, because if she returned to her normal form, she would surely cry inconsolably. Issei. Well, dear brothers and guests, we are gathered here to celebrate this wonderful engagement on the beautiful night of today, he said with a smile. Livia. Whispering, why are you so happy about this? She asked as she saw her husband smile. Issei. Whispering, isn't that obvious? Mocha getting married will surely leave those silly feelings for that idiot Issei aside. I will have grandchildren who will not bother me, and who will be educated and will love me as it should be, she said while imagining her grandchildren. Livia. Whispering, phew, too bad that never happened, honey, she said with a smile without her husband hearing it. Issei. Well, to skip a long speech, I'll move on to the important stuff. If anyone disagrees with this commitment, they should speak up now or… A roar was heard throughout the place, and suddenly part of the roof came down, causing a cloud of smoke. The vampires were alerted when they saw how the roof of the mansion had cracked. Some did not know what was happening, but the DXD group at that time knew who it was. Issei. I'm sorry, but… The smoke dispersed, revealing a certain hooded albino, while he had his wings out, surprising everyone by his sudden appearance. Issei. I oppose it, he said with a smile. Mocha, seeing her albino lover coming for her, couldn't hold back her tears anymore and she started crying with happiness. Issei looked furious and the DXD group seemed to have a smile. Azazel seemed to be proud while recording everything that happened with a camera while Hiba and Gasper talked to their respective girlfriends about what was surely going to happen and the girls surprised me for some like Surziches who was in the place. It seemed strange that they didn't complain or that they seemed jealous. Issei. What are you doing here, he said annoyed. Issei. I'm sorry Count Dracula, but I won't let Mocha marry that boy, she said with a smile. Issei. What are you talking about? The man couldn't finish speaking as Mocha, who returned to his normal form, hugged Issei with all his might, who only reciprocated the hug. Mocha. Issei, you sniff, you really came to save me, he said, hugging the boy. Issei. Of course I do, as I promised you, he said as he reciprocated the hug. Issei. Idiot, stay away from my daughter, I won't let them do anything, he said as he looked at the albino with annoyance. Issei. Oh come on, don't be like that, Count Dracula, does he really want his daughter to marry someone who doesn't love her? Issei. What do you mean? Issei. I mean, he doesn't want Mocha, and Mocha doesn't want Divius. Issei. What are you talking about, brat? That's not it. The man at that moment only saw the young vampire, he did not respond, and it was really noticeable that he expected the albino to beat the leader of the Shuzan house. Issei. Ooh, by the way, I brought someone else. The doors of the room opened to reveal an Ashino accompanied by a black-haired girl. Ivius. Lena. The girl was black-haired and had red eyes. The young vampire, seeing the girl, just ran to her and hugged her tightly. Well, people were shocked by that turn of events. Ivius. It's true, I love Lena, she may be just a normal girl and not a noblewoman, but I don't care, I love her, and I want to marry her. Issei, hearing that, was only shocked and annoyed more. His plans were totally shattered by the albino in front of him as he watched as his daughter laughed at the strange situation while hugging the albino more. Issei. Thank you for the support, Ashino. Ashino. There's no reason that, after all, he always helped a friend, he said with a smile. Livia. Ara, what a turn of events, she said with a smile. Issei. I don't care, I don't accept it, I don't accept that you marry my idiot daughter, besides, you're not a vampire. Issei. Ooh, of course I am, you see it, he said, showing those 2 holes in his neck. Issei. Are you a vampire? Who converted you? Issei. A very cute vampire, loli, but that doesn't matter now, I don't care if I have to pass over you. The albino in his shadow pulled out the Kokorotari sword, letting everyone see the sword as he pointed it at Isaac. Issei. If it's for Mocha, I'll gladly do it. Mocha only blushed when she heard that while she was looking at her father as well. Mocha. Father, I won't get married, and I want that person waiting for me at the altar to be Issei, he said looking at his father. Issei. No, I will never accept this, I do it. The man couldn't finish speaking as his wife gave him a hard blow to his stomach, leaving him breathless. Livia. Ara, well, I don't know if you can do anything against love, so the wedding will be cancelled. Mocha, hearing that, smiled while his father still looked dissatisfied and annoyed. Issei. That no. Livia. Honey. When the man saw his wife, he only saw a look that promised pain and he will go. He was frightened to see that, so he is already meeting his wife, he reluctantly accepted. Issei. Be good if there is no other way, he said with a lot of pain and effort, letting go of those words. Mocha only smiled as she hugged Issei tighter. The DXD group congratulated Mocha and the girls talked to Issei. Issei. I know what they'll say, but, Lin. I don't love, we're very happy. Issei. Yui. Don't get us wrong, it does make us a little jealous that another girl enters his harem, but it was very cool to see him act in such a manly way. Plus Tsukyun asked us to let this happen, he said, looking at the brunette he saw accompanied by his girls. Tsukyun. Yes, well, I'd rather have my sister marry you than any other idiot, he said looking at the albino. Palua. You kept your promise, Issei-san, I'm really grateful that you saved my sister, she said bowing in front of Issei. Issei. It's nothing. Time skip. After a few hours in which the guests had left and Azazel had all the spectacle he had gone on camera, everyone went home, except that Issei was in a room alone with Mocha. Issei. How did we get here? Mocha. The girl said they would only give me tonight as a gift for joining your harem, so. Issei. Sigh. Well. The albino at that moment took Mocha by the chin and kissed her. Mocha accepted and returned the kiss with pleasure. Well, they both fell to the bed and they began a hectic and pleasant night as if they were on their honeymoon. Elsewhere, an Ashino can be seen standing in the ruins of what was his old base, or at least where he stayed most of the time. Ashino. You removed the seal on the shrine, didn't you? At that moment a female figure came out of the shadows. This was Izuko, who had a smile. Izuko. Gigi, since you're always the same Ashino-kun, well, that's right, I thought it would be a good way for Issei-kun to strengthen her ties with Shinobu-chan, and also for her to overcome her past, wasn't it good? Ashino. I don't really care about that, what I care about is why you did it. he said, looking at the chestnut. Izuko. Yes, I know, I don't mess with people, but hey, somehow I have to get away from boredom in addition. The girl suddenly changed her relaxed attitude to a serious one as she looked up at the starry sky. Izuko. That boy is our only hope that this world doesn't die, so I'm just trying to make him get as strong as he can, she said seriously. Ashino. I see, well okay, but I'll warn you only once. The blonde suddenly took out a seal just like the one Issei used against Saishiru and put it in front of the girl. Ashino. If you do something crazy that I don't like, I'll exorcise you, Spectre, he said seriously, looking at the girl. The girl only smiled at hearing that as she walked away from the blonde. Izuko. How cruel you are, Ashino-kun. He, well okay, I listen to you. The girl's body began to approach transparently as she slowly began to disappear. Izuko. Goodbye Oshino. The girl after that just disappeared without a trace. Ashino just took out a cigarette and lit it while releasing a puff of smoke from her mouth. Ashino. What crazy and complicated days, he said while looking at the starry sky. Art 121 Beginning of the End. An Issei can be seen waking up, he opened his eyes and only saw Mocha who was naked next to him. The albino at that moment remembered the night he had with her and his alter ego when he could not continue anymore. The albino woke up as a normal day, the albino got dressed and decided to start his new day which seemed normal. Elsewhere, Rizen can be seen looking at the moon from a castle, drinking a glass of wine while smiling. Rizen. Everything is going perfectly, very soon this will all be mine. Asgard and the Deviluk are still recovering after their respective wars, lol, and thanks to that pathetic Minos, I was able to get my hands on one of the transfer cards, this is going perfectly. The old man was smiling while on a small table in front of him, he had a picture of a certain albino. Rizen, but very soon something else will happen, something that not even you can stop, he said, magically burning Issei's photo. Time skip. After the Mocha has officially joined the harem of Issei, our favorite albino can be seen walking through the halls of his school. He was thinking about paying a visit to Sona and her entourage, but at one point he noticed how some people looked at him with annoyance. Issei. How weird, I'm used to feeling this at school, but not at this intensity, he thought, while many girls and boys seemed annoyed. Kiba. Hi Issei, what's up? He said as he arrived next to Gasper and Yu. Issei. Don't you notice something strange? It's like people want to kill me for some reason. Yu. It must be because of your photos on Insta. Issei. My photos? At that moment, the perverted duo of the academy took out their cell phones and showed them with tears in their eyes what they meant. Motohama. Damn Issei, who are these beauties who follow you and post pictures with you, he said showing on his cell phone the Instagram of a new celebrity called TIAMATT59, who always posted hexy photos with Hela and Rainer, even Alice or Ikaros, but lately she took photos with the albino while he slept or distracted posting romantic things. Of course our albino ignored this, but it drew attention when Tiamat posted photos with Issei semi-naked, claiming that he was her boyfriend, earning the hatred of all the male followers of the dragon. And not only that, there were several photos where he appeared, except that these were with his other girls. All those pictures were seen by most of the people at school, and what bothered the boys was that they declared that Issei was also their boyfriend, and in the case of the girls they were upset because they thought that Issei was just a womanizing idiot who was dating everyone at the same time. Mitsuda. You're a wretch, do you date all of them at the same time? Issei. No comment, he said smiling that the murmurs about him will increase more. Asper. I think you need to be more careful about the photos that girls upload to their social media, senpai. Issei. Yes, I think so. By the way, how are you doing with Valerie? Asper. Be good, she and I are going on a date, he said a little blushing. Issei. Great, keep it up. Time skip. After school ended, Issei would return home and walk with his happy friends and girlfriends. Issei. I can't wait for the dragon rainbow's egg to hatch, he said as he imagined a Pokemon coming out of the rainbow-colored egg. Akeno. Ice-kun want to be a father. Issei. More than that, I want to see what will come out of that egg, but partly if I would be happy to feed and care for the calf with you, it would be like a little practice before I have real babies. The girls blushed when they heard that, but they had high expectations about Issei being a father. The boys were already arriving home, but when Issei touched the knob of the door of his mansion, it flew off because of a large explosion. Issei fell backwards to the ground as he watched as more and more explosions began to consume his home. His companions were in shock, but Issei acted quickly and broke down the door. When he entered, he saw how everything was on fire. The living room, kitchen and rooms were engulfed in flames. Issei, while walking, saw an office on the ground, while on one side was the egg of the rainbow dragon. It seemed that he had protected the egg with his body. The albino quickly put the dragon rainbow's egg in his shadow, while it carried office. Quickly, the ceiling in the kitchen opened to reveal how Ashino and Revi fell, while Ashino seemed to be hugging Revi, preventing him from taking damage from the fall. Issei. Ashino Revi. He tried to help them, but from another room came an Alice in her demon form, who had gone through a wall and looked injured. Issei summoned Cerberus, who grabbed the 3 wounded by their clothes, and he took them out of the place. He still knew that more people were missing, and he quickly climbed the stairs to see how a man who appeared to be a dragon with wasted wings fought against Red and Icaros. Issei. What the is going on here, network? Where is my mother? Network. He's got it, he said, frustrated. Issei, upon seeing noticed that this strange fellow had his mother holding on to his neck. He seemed to be unconscious. Don't move or I'll kill her, he said as he squeezed the chestnut's throat tightly. Issei. Let go of my bastard mother. Haha, I don't think so, after all we need her as a hostage, she said, smiling wickedly. Issei. Hostage. Rizen is a very spiteful person. He really wants your snotty head. It doesn't matter. I hope you don't miss. I'd really like to fight you, Chico. Don't worry. We won't do anything to your mother. But all you have to do is answer the call you will receive from us in the future. If you take that idiot, we'll definitely kill her. He said, pointing to Red. Goodbye, Issei hyoudou. The subject quickly disappeared into a magic circle while Issei just clenched his fists in a lot of anger. The house was falling apart, and from the rubble rose a Tiamat who seemed wounded. Next to her were Hela and Raynor. There was also Icaros and the others. Tiamat. Shit, the strength of that asshole is incredible. Issei. Tiamat, where are Mocha and the others? Tiamat. Don't worry, they're fine, he said while Mocha appeared to be unconscious with some wounds on one side of where Tiamat was buried next to Hela, who was getting up, and an unconscious Raynor. Icaros. Issei-sama, you have to get out of here, the building is collapsing. The albino only cursed. If he had arrived earlier, maybe he would have saved his mother, but he just decided to swallow that bad taste in his mouth that had been left in his mouth and leave, quickly carrying Mocha and Raynor, who was also injured. After that, and making sure that everyone was okay, the building had collapsed. The flames finished consuming the mansion where Issei used to live, while he and Red felt great frustration. Time skip. After a while, when the flames had been extinguished, the group of boys had called Azazel, and they chatted with the others. Tiamat. That person who attacked us was Nidhogg, he said it would be. Azazel. Nidhogg. Red. Yes, an ancient evil dragon, but as far as Tiamat and I know, that idiot wasn't that strong, he said seriously. Azazel. Of course not, obviously he got stronger thanks to Rizen. That surely has thousands of methods to give power-ups to his allies. The only thing he asked me is, how many more does he have on his side? Issei. Damn, that took my mother. Why didn't you defeat him before he caught the red, he said, looking at the dragon with some annoyance. Red. I admit it was my fault. If I had attacked with everything from the beginning, I would surely have prevented Kisara from being taken away. I'm sorry, he said as he clenched his fists with some frustration and annoyance. Azazel. Yes, but we shouldn't get upset, surely it won't do anything to him. Besides, that new dragon defeated Office, along with Alice, Ashino and Revi, also Icaros. The bastard must be strong. This one where we know now. Rizen plans to use your mother for his supervillain speech, which tells us that he will start his plans sooner than we thought. Sigh. I'll have to make a lot of calls. Asia. And what do we do now? Issei. The only thing we can do is wait for them to actually contact me, or for Azazel to find out where that bastards of Rizen are hiding. But for now, I don't think I can do anything, he said, while clicking his tongue angrily. After a while in which everyone who was injured recovers, those were worried about the albino's mother. Gasper consoled Valkyrie for not being able to help much in battle and stuff. Revi was also upset about having been defeated, and Ashino was the same, although he didn't seem to be so frustrated. After a while, several magic circles had appeared in the place showing Tobio, Dulio, Griselda, Sona and her entourage, Sareog and her entourage, including Sikvera and her entourage. Sikvera. How big is the matter? Azazel. Probably worse than you can imagine, he said while he was explaining to them what happened. Sareog. How are you, Issei? I asked, looking at the albino. Issei. If your mother were kidnapped, how would you feel? Sareog. Yes, I got it. Sona's entourage comforted Issei's sisters while Azazel continued to speak. Azazel. Okay, now listen, this is the plan. We've got some agents following the leads of the city Aigers for a while now. Sikvera. I hope you don't mean Hiroka. We Naya, he said as he appeared on stage alongside Lefay, who bowed slightly respectfully along with his team. Sikvera. Former members of Chaos Brigade, he said. He's annoyed, looking at Valkyrie and his group, annoyed by Azazel's idea. Hiroka. You said it yourself, Naya. We've been tracking the floating city since its demise, and now we're closer than ever, Naya. Lefay. We can teleport them there, but we have to hurry. The city changes position every 2 hours. Azazel. Well, this is a replica of Aigers, he said, while Lefay was showing a hologram. As far as we know, Rizen is staying in a big tower in the center of the city. There are still citizens, so be careful. You can be used as hostages. Sikvera. The skies are infested with evil dragons, so we can't fly, he said, looking at thousands of dragons flying through the hologram. Riaz. Wait, we're all going to go? Azazel. Of course not. Sareog Bale and Sikvera Aigers will support us from the underworld. Sona Sitri will support us from the side. Sona. Us. Azazel. That's right, your team already has experience in creating barriers since the battle against Kakabiel. If something gets out of control we will need a big one. Tiamat, Hela and Raynor will be here to support you. Tiamat. What makes you think you can give me orders like that? Besides, if my dear Issei Sama is going to go to that floating city, he will need our support. Raynor. Tiamat-san is right, we should have protected Issei's mother and failed, we must take responsibility for that. Hela. Well said, Corvida. Azazel. If they appear on Aegir's the evil dragons will be attracted by the presence of Tiamat and Hela exposing the others, plus Raynor your knowledge of the terrain can serve the others well, not to mention that they could give some protection to our new half-vampire guest. He said, while Azazel's words made Asia and Raynor have mixed feelings and memories that were better forgotten for them, and before Issei could say anything, Azazel continued besides, Office will stay here, remember that Hela, like Office, he has a kind of probation, if anyone gets to the underworld they will cause a ruckus. Tiamat. Well, okay, I hope it's flat. Azazel. Issei, Tobio, Ashino, Alice, Riva, Dulio, Griselda and the Gremory group will go to Agar's with Kuroka and Lafay, he said, looking at the group which just nodded his head. Rias. My brother knows about this. Azazel. Of course I would, and even if I didn't tell him, I'm sure that with or without your brother's permission, you'd go to save your mother-in-law, he said, as Lafay prepared a magic circle of teleportation. Alright, right now we're going to a place we know, but it doesn't mean we know what's in store for us, be careful. All. Hi, network. Hey, what do I do? Issei. I think I have something very good for you, he said smiling. Time skip. On the outskirts of Aegir's in the neighborhoods that were far on the shores of the floating city, a golden circle is present, from where several members of the DXD team are present. Julio. Wow, he said, looking around. When I was told that one of the most important underworld capitals had been hijacked, I imagined it more in ruins, he said, looking at a neighborhood full of life. Kuroka. We'll come back to help you after we regroup. Naya. See you, he said as Kuroka and Lafay disappeared into another magic circle. Griselda. I thought the underworld was more full of fire, he said as he looked at how everything looked like it was on Earth. Rias. With a god of chaos by his side, anyone would believe it. Azazel. You're not entirely wrong, he said as he noticed how several evil dragons descended from the sky. Tobio. Now it's not time to think, it's time to run. Azazel. Everybody run, the fallen screamed, taking the boys away while he heard explosions and saw more evil dragons flying in the direction of the others. As they entered the city, the Gremory team could see hundreds of demons moving as if their city had never disappeared, with public transport and some businesses open. Akeno. The city seems to continue to function despite being disconnected from the underworld. Issei. Yes, but not of your own volition, look into his eyes. As he said that, the boys noticed how their eyes seemed empty, as if they were asleep or hypnotized. Azazel. They're in a trance. Well, I'm not surprised that Rizen resorted to this to earn the allegiance of some demons. He must be planning something. Listen, the Rizen tower is located further downtown. Try not to attract attention. At this point we don't know what else that madman can awaken. Go incognito. Asper. Hey, where's Senpai? I asked, getting everyone's attention. Azazel. I think you have to put a leash on that idiot, he said, seeing that the albino had disappeared. A few streets away, the albino was walking through crowds, putting into practice all the hours he had spent playing Assassin's Creed, disappearing and appearing again and again in the crowd looking like a ghost. While he was passing by, some children recognized him from his raiding game against Sarajevo, and the adults looked at him with some contempt, possibly because of the influence that Rizen had. The albino quickly disappeared back into the crowd, taking the attention off his shoulders, but at one point he arrived at a small human goods store where mangas and other things like video games or anime were seen, where there was a small thin girl with gray hair. Incredible new issues and collectible figures arrived this week, he said, looking at the articles. I'll tell Riz-san that I bought them. The albino stared at her for a few moments as it seemed that she was not hypnotized, and she noticed Issei showing her schoolgirl clothes and her gray hair next to her green eyes. Issei. This girl has the same smell as that giant octopus in Jotunheim. Who is it? Yui. I think it's best to decapitate her now. Lin. She's. Ahahaha, it looks like you arrived, but you don't seem to recognize me, he said, looking at Issei. Issei. Excuse me, who are you? Hey, but if I was the cause of you dressing up as a bride to rescue your toy, you know, when I look at you up close, I jump. You are very handsome, she said flirtatiously. Rias. I scream as while she was accompanied by her group. Zenobia. Who are you? A descendant of Rizen. She said as she saw the similarities between Rizen and the girl in front of her. Azazel looked at that girl and was simply silent and petrified to be in front of that girl. Hey old man, try not to look at me too much, people tend to go crazy when they get lost in my eyes, except your Issei, the girl yelled, hanging on to the boy's neck, while Yui and Lin tried to get her to let go of the albino. You can look at me all you want, handsome. Kiba. It seems that Issei continues to seduce girls no matter where he goes. You. Hey brothers, we must save mom, what are you doing flirting with girls? Issei. Don't look at me, I've just met her, he also said, trying to get rid of the girl. Azazel. Get away from that now, he said in a low voice, while fear did not allow him to speak. Roswis. It seems that the old man doesn't know manners, you know that you shouldn't refer to a beautiful woman, is it right? He said, he's looking at Azazel. The fallen one instinctively created a spear in his hand, while his hand seemed to tremble. Issei. Azazel, what's wrong with you, he said, looking at the fallen man who looked upset, not knowing why. Well, Issei, we arranged a welcome for you, you were supposed to arrive in an extra hour, but it looks like you got excited. Issei. That's right, we have a great banquet for you in the great tower of the great Lucifer, she said with a smile. Issei. So you're an ally of Rizen? Hi, I do it. The albino quickly placed his revolver in the girl's face as he prepared his finger about to pull the trigger. Issei. I don't like to kill women, but if you don't tell me where my mother is in 5 seconds I'll pull the trigger, he said, while the girl saw the empty eyes that the albino showed. Ijiji, don't worry, I'll take you with her, but I love it when you look into my eyes, she said, while caressing the albino's cheek. Arena. Azazel sensei, what's wrong? She said, looking at how the fallen one seemed to tremble. Azazel. No, whatever you do, don't fight, he said this while showing fear, which was not normal for him. Issei, don't fight with her, we'll kill you. Issei. Don't worry, Azazel, it will be quick to kill a brat like her, he said, still looking at the gray-haired woman seriously. Gigi, I think you underestimate me, Issei Kyan. Riaz. Azazel, who's she? The Redid asked, nervous when she saw how she was still indifferent to the albino's words. Ashino. That's that thing, he is none other than the Black Pharaoh, the emissary of chaos and servant of Dizathat Nyarlathotep. Knowing this, those present seemed to be afraid, except for Issei, who was still cold. Hollis, the cheerful girl, said while the little-haired girl made circles of love and peace very close to her face, pretending to smile innocently. Issei. This sucks. Hard 122, an evil girl. Issei and his companions were escorted by a hairy girl who kept humming an opening of an anime, while she smiled flirtatiously at Issei for some reason. Azazel. I thought the chaos gods could take intimidating forms capable of breaking mortal sanity, but why does the great Black Pharaoh Nyarlathotep take the form of a laughing girl? He said, looking at the little hair. Please Fallen Khan, call me Nairuko, said the girl, besides it's the ideal way, after all I'm that granddaughter she could never have, we could give her that great-grandson she wants, right, Ice Khan? He said coquettishly. Yui and Lin stood beside their master and hugged him possessively, annoying the silver hair. Nairuko. Well, the god of chaos and the true heir of the devil dominating the universe is surely a son of mine and yours, Ice Khan, wouldn't you like it? Dominate the universe as a family. Issei. How do you know about me? Nairuko. Oh, Ice Kun, you are more famous than you think, I am not the only entity that knows about you, besides I am not only in love with you because of that succulent body you have, she said, seeing the body of the albino, I am in love with you because you emanate chaos and power in your whole being. Issei. Chaos. Nairuko. That's right, unfortunately you repress a lot of your being, haha, but we'll see this later, he said, looking at the albino. The girl escorted them to a room so that they would be presentable before the speech of their new king. The DXD group put on ball gowns given to them by guards and gathered in the hallway. Exiting the elevator to the top floor of the building, the guards opened the door while into a huge dining room with a long black table where Kasara could be seen sitting while Rizavin had a smile. Bizarre Sarah came. Okasan. Kasara. Children I. Rizavin. Hey, he was talking to his mother and well, as I said, that's why I think the Barney the Dinosaur series is pure shit. Kasara. No offense but I don't care, you've been talking nonsense all the time since I arrived. Rizavin. Hey, you have to get rid of boredom somehow, don't you think? He said with his typical attitude. Issei. Rizavin, he said seriously, looking at the silver-haired man. Rizavin. Hahaha, welcome, it looks like they arrived earlier than we thought, but it doesn't matter, it's better that way, she said, as Lilith appeared, and Iruko told them to sit down. She was sorry for kidnapping her like that, but there was no way to bring her without her boyfriend Big Red being less upset. Kasara. Issei is right, you are very annoying, she said, smiling at the silverhead. Rizavin. Hahaha, if the brat wasn't adopted, I'd say that you were the one who got that courage, he said with a smile. Kasara. Mr. Rizavin, could you tell me what I'm doing here? He asked, looking at the gray-haired man who was just stroking his beard with a smile. Rizavin. Ooh, it's something special, very, very special, but first of all I want to know how well you know your son. He said as he ordered some guards to bring a bottle. Kasara. He's my son, there's nothing more to it than that, it doesn't matter if he's an angel or a demon. Rizavin. Ha, yes, sure, like that's that easy. Nairuko. Up to the Ice Kun anchorage, he said as he made him drink a strange liquid that the guards had brought in that bottle that looked like alcohol. As he did so, the albino began to feel a pain and burning in his body while he began to break some things in the room until his angel, demon and dragon wings came out of his back. Rizen. Hahaha, you see, your son is a hybrid of many species, angel, demon, dragon, possibly it's also part fairy or something, hahaha. Visara. Is that also triggered by what made you drink? He said, watching as his son smashed some things that looked expensive and beat up some guards. Azazel. No, he does that just for pleasure, he said, looking at the somewhat crazy smile that the albino had on his face when he hit the guards for pure fun. Nairuko. Sigh, it's perfect, don't you think? She said, sighing like a maiden in love as she looked at the albino. Mocha. Is Issei always attracted girls like that? She asked, looking at her classmates. Akeno. Ara, more than you could imagine, fufufu. Rizen. Well. Won't he say something? Visara. I don't have anything to say, besides I already knew that, and I don't see a problem with him, as long as he doesn't go crazy or something. Rizen. Hahaha, of course, your son hasn't gone crazy, since he takes out his annoyance by killing and massacring thousands of people, he said with an evil smile. The gray-haired man just snapped his fingers for a television to be shown. When it was shown, everyone saw how a lot of blood was sprayed on the camera, heads, arms and guts flew out. The people who saw that video were disgusted, but a certain albino was afraid at that moment, not because of what he saw, but what would happen after that. Visara. What's that? What a horrible thing. Rizen. Right, what kind of heinous monster would do something like that? Hahaha. Well, it's a good thing he says it, since the main protagonist of that movie is his son. The camera zoomed out showing his Issei, who was killing many people as if it were nothing. Knights made of shadows accompanied him, who also disemboweled and killed those who seemed to be soldiers of Rizen, along with evil dragons. A large mountain of corpses was seen, and on top of all of them was an Issei who held Yui and Lin in his hands, while he looked coldly and with his eyes empty of the massacre that he himself caused. Nairuko. That cold look really turns me on, she blushed. Rizen. Hahaha, what do you think now, ma'am? Your son is a genocidal madman, don't you believe it? That atrocious monster is his own son there, he said, pointing to Issei, who simply lowers his head with some regret. The albino knew he was doing the right thing, since by killing those evil dragons he saved people, but he didn't feel proud to cause so much death even so. Well, now that we've cleared things up a bit, let's get down to business. Visara. If it's because of the things that Issei destroyed, I tell him it's not my responsibility. Rizen. No, on the contrary, look at that boy, he said, pointing to the albino. Everywhere he goes, he destroys everything in his path. Clear Lucifer offspring, he said, giving a signal to Nairuko to contain Issei, who emanated a dark aura. Visara. My son isn't like that. Rizen. Hahaha, say it until you believe it. hyoudou. Issei is destined to destroy everything in its path, Oka-san. That's why I want your blessing, he said, smiling. Visara. Issei, I think this gentleman is in love with you, he said, looking at the albino. Issei. More than once I have unfortunately believed so. Kiba. Hahaha, now who's the one batting crooked? Issei. Shut up, Kiba, now is not the time for that. Rizen. With my new adopted grandchildren Issei and Nairuko, I'm sure we'll dominate the entire universe. Of course I won't forget you. As a token of appreciation you can have an entire country if you like. Visara. A country, eh? Visara. Oka-san. Visara. What? I always wanted to go to London anyway. I don't accept this. I'd rather Cthulhu be Issei's girlfriend than that girl, he said, looking at Rizen. Nairuko. What do you say, she said, annoyed, showing a few tentacles and a gloomy smile. You must know very little about the hierarchy of our world, so I'll make it clear to you. I'm the senpai of that schoolgirl worshipping octopus. I'll let this joke pass, since you're my future mother-in-law, but there won't be next time, she said, annoyed as her tentacles moved around. Please keep your composure, Nyarlathotep said, a tall man in a red robe and grey hair. Several evil dragons were following behind him, and the man was carrying a figure known to his companions, along with a dragon made of roots. Issei. Valerie, Biku, Arthur, what are they doing here? Biku. Nothing, waving. What do you think, he said sarcastically. Huge wooden roots dropped these three members, while the dragon which had roots was the dragon Laden, which was accompanied by Emperor Belial. Issei. And Kuroka and Lafay. Arthur. Luckily they escaped, it's just us. Biku. Hey, what about that girl? I asked, looking at the silver hair. You. An evil entity called Nyarlathotep, she is also a full-time otaku. Nairuko. Hollis, he said, waving happily. Valerie. So this is what it's all about, chaos magic. It gives you enormous power, while the Holy Grail gives you incredible regeneration. This will be more complicated than I thought. Azazel. Diehauser Belial. Why is the rating game champion loyal to the ancient Lucifer lineage? Diehauser. It's more complicated than you think. Issei. So Grandma, I see several evil dragons, but where is Crom? I ask without seeing the old man's bodyguard. Rizen. Muahahahaha, you're right, you see Crom-chan didn't like a girl kicking his ass. That really hurt his pride, he said, while remembering a Crom in a corner with some bruises on his body crying. Nairuko. He was handsome and strong, but he lacked hatred, she said, smiling. Issei. Believe me, if you weren't a monster who wants the destruction of the whole universe, I'd marry you, he said, looking at the little hair. Valerie. Hello old bastard, how are you doing, I asked, looking at Rizen. Rizen. Now I can't help you, Valerie-chan, you're negotiating for a mother to sell her son's body, she said as he went back to see Kasara. Valerie. As always you're gross, he said, insulting the silver-haired man with a lot of contempt in his words. Rizen. Ha 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 ha, well, now that we're all together it's time to start the plan I've been organizing all this time, the conquest of the universe, he said smiling. Elsewhere, a group of fallen angels were entering through the security facility, several groups of demons were unconscious on the ground, and two well-known angels were watching what was happening. Erekiel. Why are there so many demons in this area? Isn't it supposed to be guarded? Enemu. The mermaids have detected several activities in this area, they have been very anxious since the treatment of extra species was discussed. Erekiel. Don't even mention it, many of them are still kidnapping human males to reproduce. Enemu. There are still demons in the area, let's be careful. Both Fallen came down the tunnels with fallen shields as they fought, the demons trying to be careful by shouting things like, "Be careful, let's not wake him up yet." The words of those demons put the Fallen on guard who did not limit the attacks. Several scientists and sorcerers cried out that they would not attack with such power. Enemu launched a spear of light to attack the demons, but saw how this impact on a giant block of ice. Enemu. Tell me, he said, holding a demon by the neck, what are you planning in this place? Scientist. The Lucifer Sama asked us to wake him up when the time will come. Erekiel. Enemu, I think you have to see this, he said a few meters away. Enemu stepped back to have the perspective of Erekiel, who did not move from the place with his mouth open. When he fixed his gaze in the same direction, Enemu was shocked by such a figure, a huge seven-headed dragon trapped in mountains of ice. Looking at the huge computer monitor, they could see a countdown next to a virtual Rizen in which he was wearing this countdown. Enemu. Is it what I think it is? Erekiel. Yes, it's Trihexa, he said gravely, looking at the great frozen dragon. Part 123 Confrontation and Rescue. The Erekiel and Enemu can be seen looking at a control panel which had a countdown to it. Enemu. What do we do? This will detonate in 5 minutes. Erekiel. I don't know, for now we can only inform Azazel that we found Trihexa. Enemu. And what do we do with the countdown? It must be stopped. Erekiel. Yes, but how, I ask somewhat desperately. Elsewhere, Rizen can now be seen smiling as he spoke to the albino's mother and Chestnut, who could only see what was going on. Rizen. Well. What do you say, ma'am? Would you let your son marry Nairuko-chan? I ask, looking at the Chestnut. Kisara. Of course not, and that will be my last word, said serious and determined. Rizen. Really? After all you saw? She's supposed to hate him, see him as a monster, why doesn't he? Didn't you see all the death your son has caused? Kisara. I see it clearly, but still he's my son. For a long time I abandoned him, and I regret that, so I won't abandon it again. I won't let them hurt my son, said it would be. Rizen, hearing those words, only sighed wearily as the words had touched Issei's heart, and he smiled as he held back his tears. Issei. You heard it, old man, so you'd better stop this once and for all. Rizen. Well, then we'll have to move on to plan B, he said as he pulled out a needle. Nairuko used her tentacles to trap Issei, preventing him from moving as the silver-haired man approached Issei. Issei. Hey, what are you up to? Let me, I don't like this. Rizen. Don't worry, I'll do this as fast as I can, he said, a little tired. Kisara. Issei. Riaz. Hey, what are you doing? Rizen. I gave them a chance, and they didn't take it, so now we'll take the brat's coom by force, he said while holding the needle. Issei. Wait, what, don't with me, he said, trying to break free. Nairuko. I'm sorry, Ice-kun, but that's the way it is now. I'll still raise my future son or daughter with a lot of love and craziness, so don't worry, she said with a loving smile. Issei's companions tried to stop him, but Emperor Belial stood between them, along with the dragon made of roots that accompanied him. Rizen stood face to face with Issei, but before he could do anything, a sword had severed the needle along with Nairuko's tentacles, and she was surprised. Shinobu. What nasty guys, I can't believe they go so far, they suck trash, she said, while he had come out of the albino's shadow. Nairuko quickly regurges her tentacles and tries to catch the blonde loli, but she easily cuts off her tentacles again as Issei punches Rizen in the face, pushing him away. Kisara, who saw that, tried to get up from her seat and escape with her son and other relatives, but she felt something in her neck start to burn. Kisara. I and Issei, help, he said before falling to the ground unconscious. Izaru Sarah came. Oka-san. Iwu quickly drew his sword and pushed Emperor Belial away, while Izara summoned his armor, beginning to fight Layden. Sarah and Akame held their mother, who seemed to be under a curse. Rizen. Never mind, I had already foreseen this, that's why I put a curse on his mother's body, you idiots. As soon as you hit me, it's active now, it's only a matter of time before he dies, he said smiling. Issei glared angrily at the old man, but at that moment the dragon that kidnapped his mother seemed, Nid had appeared from a magic circle showing itself. Rizen. Ha 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 ha, it looks like you guys have something to fix, so I'm leaving, I've got things to do, and I've got an apocalypse deity to release, he said with an evil smile. Rizen eventually went into a magic circle with Lilith, leaving Layden, Belial, and Nid. Ha ha ha, I hope you give me a better fight than that idiot in Big Red, he said with a smile. Issei. Believe me, you'll regret facing my, he said looking at the evil dragon. Quickly Issei took out his wings while Nid did the same, both engulfed in fire shot through the roof of the castle they were in, and this in the air above the city of Agar's fought and clashed fists with force. While that was going on, Shinobu repelled Nairuko with his sword, who looked annoyed. Nairuko? And who are you, girl? I asked looking at the little blonde in front of her. Shinobu. Kaka, let's say I'm an ex-legendary vampire, but you can call me Shinobu, he said as he held the greatsword in his hands. Nairuko. It doesn't matter, don't get in my way, he said as more tentacles came out of his body, causing his legs to become tentacles. Shinobu with a mocking smile, began to pierce the tentacles with his sword easily, it was like cutting through air, while Shinobu used the Kokoro Atari. On the other hand, Layden was attacked with force by Azara and Riaz, who launched fountains, attacks that destroyed his roots. Ashino and Revi saw Daihauser who seemed serious, the DXD group had some difficulties, as they did not understand why he was fighting on Rizeven's side. Azazel. Daihauser-san, why do you fight on Rizeven's side, that you weren't on our side, I asked looking at the silver-haired man. Daihauser. Things change, Azazel, Rizeven has something I want, that's why he helped him, he said as he invoked a large summoning circle. From this came some bats which seemed larger than the normal ones which were heading towards the DXD group. Ashino using a lighter next to a flask full of alcohol that he had stored drank some alcohol, and he spat it putting the lighter in front of his mouth, causing a large flame of fire to consume most of the bats. Griselda and Dulio, creating a magic circle, also launched bursts of fire, thus burning the bats. Azazel. Something you want, don't with me helping someone who wants to destroy and conquer the entire universe, really do you think is a good idea? Daihauser. That's just the way it is, Azazel, don't hate me for this please, he said as he created many magic circles of different colors. Iwu and Kiba stood in front of him, but at one point they heard the group of Sarah and Akame trying to get their mother to react, who wouldn't wake up. Sarah. Oka-san, let's wake up, he said trying to get him to get up. Akame. Oka-san. Asia quickly ran towards the chestnut next to Alice, and when they arrived, they noticed how a mark on the chestnut's neck seemed to absorb its vitality, thus causing it damage. Asia. This is bad, I can't heal her, my magic seems to have no effect on her. Alice. It's a curse, that mark is absorbing his life force, if it keeps it up. Griselda. Alice, charge Casares and we'll help you. She is alone and fast using her Oni form to charge the chestnut, while you and Kiba fought Daihauser. You. I don't give a shit what you want, that doesn't give you the right to kidnap and hurt my bastard mother. The chestnut lunged at the gray-haired man, who had summoned a sword, and the two clashed weapons. Iwu exerted strength to try to push back the gray-haired man, who did not give in despite the strength of the chestnut. Guards began to appear, and the DXD group had no choice but to face them. Yuri using his arc of light made them retreat, Kaneko using his strength knocked out the guards with a single blow, Akeno using her lightning electrocuted them until they singed their skin, and the others supported their companions. In the Agarish sky, a flash of black and white could be seen colliding with a grayish flash. Issei fought fiercely against that evil dragon, it gave and received blows from the dragon, it was really strong, he already understood how he could face the Great Red, his strength was enormous, and it was noticeable that he still did not use all his strength, but unfortunately for his enemy, he did not either. Issei's eyes became slanted, and he was beaten shattering the dragon's jaw. The evil dragon plummeted to the ground, piercing several floors of the castle where they had previously been. The albino only sighed to see how the evil dragons flying over Agars saw Issei as their primary target. The magic circle appeared in Issei's ear and he listened to Azazel. Azazel. I guess they've seen you before, right? Issei. That's right, let plan B begin. The evil dragons flew towards Issei, but suddenly they exploded showing Ikaros and his sisters who began to bombard the evil dragons killing them. Nymph. What a hassle, why do we have to do this? Astri. Is it to help Issei-kun and free Agars, do you forget? Nymph. It's still annoying, he said, wiping some blood from his skin. Ikaros. Enemies at 12 o'clock fire. Thousands of magic circles appeared behind the three girls, and from these thousands of magical attacks, began to kill and tear apart the evil dragons, which had no chance against these three. Issei, seeing this, smiled, but he quickly turned his attention to Nid, who stood up. He looked at Issei as he adjusted his jaw, which regenerated. Nid. Ha 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 ha, yes you're strong, I really felt that, he said with a smile. The albino only unsheathed Yui and Lin as his wings spread out, letting out a lot of power. Issei. Okay, idiot dance with others. Azara yawned her body over and over again, fighting side by side with Layden. Rhea supported her by launching many destruction attacks that incinerated the dragon's roots, while the others fought the guards, and the Gremory Knights fought Diehauser. Azazel. Hey, you know, if you tell us what's wrong with you, we might be able to help you, he said, looking at the silver-haired man. Diehauser. Tell me, can any of you revive the dead? I asked, looking seriously at the fallen one. Griselda. Revive the dead. Then. Diehauser. That's right, Rizen promised to bring her back if I would help him. Dibba. Bring her back. A girlfriend or something. Ashino. No, your cousin, right? He said, looking at the silver-haired man who only frowned. Diehauser. Sigh, that's right, as you know it doesn't matter, but my cousin Cleria Belial, that's the person I want to bring back, he said seriously. Azazel. Cleria Belial. Don't tell me she was. Diehauser. It's good that you're already putting the puzzle together, Azazel, but unfortunately I have to stop them, so please give up and I won't have to kill them. You can tell you don't know us, I'm sorry, but we are too stubborn to give up now, he said as he lunged at the grey-haired man. The two clashed weapons again, while Lakeno and the others didn't know who the girl was, who Emperor Belial mentioned. Lakeno. Cleria. Azazel. She was Diehauser's cousin, she was murdered years ago, but not in a normal way. Griselda. What do you mean? Ashino. She fell in love with a human at the wrong time. I think you guys have already confronted him, since the name of the human she fell in love with was Tauji Yugaki, he said, surprising the boys. Arena. So. Azazel. That's right, Cleria died next to Yugaki, murdered by demons and exorcists at that time when those kinds of relationships were not very acceptable. Julio. I understand, so he wants to bring his cousin back, I understand why he's doing it. The boys were still struggling, but at one point they heard the groans of pain from Issei's mother, who slowly seemed to die. Griselda. This is bad, if it continues like this it will die, we have to take that curse off him. Julio. Yes, but the question is, how are we going to do it? Sarah. Oka-san, come on, don't die, Oka-san, he said as he lightly tapped his cheeks to make him react. Yu, seeing how her mother seemed to be getting worse, only glared angrily at Diehauser and decided to end their fight. Yu. Idasura. A large blast of hot air came out of Yu's body, and he at a great speed made a cross-cut on Diehauser's chest. The grey-haired man was surprised as he didn't even see when the brunette moved, but in the end it just fell to the ground while feeling the pain of its cuts on his chest. Yu returned to normal, and he saw Diehauser on the ground as they tried to get up. The grey-haired man tried with all his might to stand up, but in the end he only saw the edge of a black sword which belonged to Yu. Diehauser. He cursed this, if it's annoying, he said as a small trickle of blood came out of his mouth. Azazel. I'm sorry Diehauser-san, but even if your deeds are good, we can't allow Rizen to move forward. Diehauser. Yes, I know, then I'll tell you I know I have nothing to gain from this, but I did everything for Cleria, and he was also hoping to make the one who hurt him so much pay. Please forgive my sin, she said as tears welled up in her eyes. Azazel could only sigh a little wearily as Dulio and Griselda approached him. Azazel. You're under arrest, Emperor Belial. Dulio froze the silver-haired man, while Landon, seeing that he had been defeated, only retreated. Shinobu, who had dodged and cut off Nairuko's tentacles, was now biting the girl's neck, absorbing her energy. The Redeed felt how her strength was drained by the blonde loli who was trying to free herself, and she quickly transformed her body into that of a monster and threw the vampire to a wall, holding one of her legs with her tentacle. Issei, who was fighting in the sky, struck Nidg again and sent him to the ground, this time in the same room where he began his fight. Nidg. Shit, that brat hits hard, he said while touching his jaw. Layden. Nidg, Diehauser has already been defeated, we have to go. Nidg. TSCK, what a bummer, but hey, we can't miss the awakening of the Trahixa, he said with a smile. Nairuko reverted to her human form and was alone and stuck out her tongue at Shinobu while she stood next to Nidg and Layden. Issei, who came down from heaven, saw these three serious ones, while Nidg saw the albino. Nidg. This ain't over yet, brat, next time I'll defeat you, he said as he created a magic circle. Nairuko. I say the same thing, loli, super strong, he said, referring to Shinobu. In the end, these three disappeared while the DXD group calmed down. While they calmed down, Issei checked on his mother as he removed a curse that Rizen had placed on her, while Azazel received a circle of communication from Penemu. Azazel. What did you say, he said in shock. Penemu? As you heard, the Trahixa was found by Millennium, and now there's a countdown connected to bombs that will wake him up. Azazel. Shit, let's go, he said, cutting off the statement, we have to go now. Issei. Yes, then let's go. Elsewhere, Rizen can be seen in a helicopter heading to Antarctica. Rizen. Haha, this is already going well, he said with a smile. The dark figure accompanying Rizen sat in one of the helicopter's hundreds as he stared at it. And what if the bombs don't work? Rizen. Hahaha, my dear friend, that's why we brought the two of them, he said, looking at an albino and a hairy woman. Part 124 Awakening. The DXD group can be seen being on a spaceship heading to Antarctica. The pilot of the ship was Makina, who was waiting for instructions from Surziches, Azazel, Seraphol, Michael and Ajuka. Azazel. Got it, thank you Barakiel, he said, hanging up a communication circle. Surziches. Well. Azazel. We have good news and bad news. The good news is that the Trahexa hasn't been woken up yet, but the bad news is that there are bombs and a countdown trying to blow everything up. Michael. If that ever happens. Azazel. Yes, we know, but at least we have a plan B if the Trahexa is awakened, he said, looking at Issei, who was smiling. Well, 2 plans. Surziches. Is Rizen on site? Azazel. Apparently not, but it probably won't be long in coming, plus we have more problems than just him, he said, remembering in that girl movie. Makina. Arrive in Antarctica in 2 minutes. Surziches. Okay, guys, it's time for you to get ready, he said as he watched them put on warmer clothes. Ew. I never thought I'd go to Antarctica. Ashino. Ha, newbies, he said mockingly. Azazel. Guys, I'll be honest with you, if that thing wakes up. Surziches. It won't, or well, we'll try not to let that happen, he said seriously. Azazel. Yes, but. Issei. Don't worry, Azazel, it'll be easy, get in and out, he said with a smile. Tibba. That's what you said in the Asgard mission to get your revolver back. Issei. Shut up. Riaz. Don't worry, Azazel-sensei, we'll stop Rizen. Azazel. I hope so. Elsewhere, you can see how many helicopters arrived at the site. Some members of Grigori surrounded the helicopters with weapons, ready to shoot at whoever came down from them. But without them being able to do anything, tentacles trapped each of the faction guards being devoured or crushed by those tentacles. Nairuko. Hahaha, and those are guards. Don't make me laugh, he said mockingly. The helicopter's hatch had been destroyed by the sudden appearance of the Silverhair's tentacles, and Rizen descended from the helicopter with a smile, while Euclid and Louise accompanied them. Louise. It's so cold, she said while hugging herself. Nairuko. Don't you have a suit that makes you warm? Louise. It's cold, he said tremblingly. Euclid. Cold, he wrote this one in his little notebook. From another helicopter appeared Kyoko and that masked man who called himself the King of the Night. Kyoko. That's too bad, I wish I had killed some of them to consume their lives, she said. She's looking at the corpses of the guards. RDN. Don't be greedy, Kyoko-chan, besides, this will be a wonderful day, don't you think? Waking up to 666 and the world beginning its end is wonderful, he said smiling. Euclid, seeing that boy, only felt a little embarrassed, but she couldn't do anything, surely it was a ghost from the girl's past that was still alive. Rizen. Well, it's time to follow, or not, Apophis. As he said that, an evil and dark aura appeared, a dragon almost resembling Nidhegg appeared showing its power while having a calm gaze. That's Lucifer Sama. Rizen. Of course, Apophis-chan, he said with his typical attitude. Nairuko. Apophis-sama, may I marry a boy? I asked looking at the subject. Apophis. That depends on Lucifer-sama, not mine. The silver-haired woman only celebrated with a smile as it all went on. Evil dragons like Crumb-Crutch and Nidhogg were at Rizen's sides. Layden was next to Kyoko, RDN, Wolberga and Queen, who had appeared through a dimensional rift, or so it seemed. Apophis was walking next to Nairuko, who seemed to be very happy humming a song, apparently being the closest to Rizen. As the villains entered the place, some guards who were on the side of the factions were being slaughtered by Kyoko or Nairuko. Arriving at what looked like the control room, Rizen saw Barakiel and Penemu, which made him smile. They tried to attack the villains, but Nairuko used some of her tentacles to catch them, not letting them escape. Rizen. Whoa, 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 look, we've got here 2 crows that came out of their nests, he said, looking at both members of Grigori. Barakiel. You're son of. Rizen. I know, you insult me and you'll say I'm crazy, why am I trying to awaken the Trahexa and destroy the world? Well haha, the answer is simple, why do I want to, he said with a crazy smile. Penemu? You're a bucking wretched psychopath, he said while the tentacles made it difficult for him to speak and breathe. Rizen. I prefer the word visionary, he said with a smile. Alarms began to sound at that moment and through cameras, it was possible to see how Makina's ship landed on the cold ground of the place. Rizen. Ooh, it looks like our special guests have already arrived, what do you say if we give them a fabulous welcome? He said, looking at his companions who were only smiling. Elsewhere, Issei can be seen getting off Makina's ship with his team. The girls were cold, the boys were hiding the cold they felt by trying to look serious, and the mass couldn't worry about something as silly as the cold, as they were now trying to stop the end of the world. Surziches. You know what you have to do, now just do it, he said looking at Issei and the others. Issei. Go in and out, he said with a smile. The boys at that moment ran to the entrance where the corpses of the guards who tried to protect the ruins were waiting for them. Azazel. Shit, Rizen got ahead of us, he said, looking at the bodies that looked like they were crushed on the ground. The boys were about to move on, but at that moment some roots tried to attack the boys. Issei with his fire quickly incinerated the roots, and Yu along with Kiba had cut the rest of them, looking at the owner of said roots. Layden. Hello DXD group, I'm glad you've made it this far, he said, looking at those present. Rias. Layden, he said he would be looking at the dragon made of roots. The second attack this time came out of nowhere. The boys dodged the attack, and at that moment they went to a giant evil dragon that accompanied the dragon of roots, and on top of that dragon was Walburga. Issei only saw the dragon that tried to attack him seriously, and it summoned Fafnir, causing a fierce battle between dragons to begin by destroying some small mountains of ice. Walburga just smiled mockingly at Saji, and Saji quickly summoned his armor, starting an aerial battle with the evil dragon. Fafnir hurled great bursts of fire at the evil dragon, while Surziches and Ajuka seemed ready to fight Layden. Surziches. We'll take care of it, you guys keep going, he said as he spewed blasts of destruction energy. Rias. Ani-sama. Surziches. Don't worry, I'll be fine, he said as he looked at Layden. The root dragon roared loudly, and Surziches and Ajuka took out their wings and began to fight. Issei. Okay, let's move on. The boys kept running, this time entering the premises of the place. Ancient hieroglyphs were written everywhere on the walls of the place, and they saw a dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns appear, which they said would bring chaos and destruction to the world. Azazel. The most fearsome beast in the world, the Trihexa, it is said that if awakened it will annihilate not only the human world, but the underworld and the sky alike, and knowing Rizen, surely that will not be all he will consume, he said seriously. Arena. But if he wakes up, we can stop him, right? Azazel. It's not certain, we can use Big Red, but it said that if the two of them face each other, the apocalypse will definitely come, he said with some fear. Issei. Well, that's what I'm here for, remember, now we just have to stop Rizen and the Chaos Gods, that's all, he said seriously. Rias. It's true, if we do that we'll just have to kill that strange girl. Azazel. Easier said than done, she said nervously. The boys kept running through the icy corridors, but in a moment, tentacles tried to catch the boys, but they were burned by Issei, who saw the culprit. Nairuko. Hollis Ice-kun, do you look more chaotic than you know before? He said with a smile. Issei. We don't have time for you now, so get out, he said seriously. Nairuko. Ooh, I'm sorry, but Rizen told me to welcome all of you. Jijiji, come on, don't be so cold, come and give a big hug to your beloved Nairuko-chan, he said to make his feet turn into tentacles, and they try to catch the boys. Issei didn't want to use his fire anymore, if he did, he would surely cause an avalanche because of the pile of ice that seemed to melt. The tentacles seemed to pile up in the narrow corridor where they were, but quickly a sword cut the tentacles, this time showing a Shinobu in her teenage form. Shinobu. Hey trash, ready for a second round? He asked, drawing his sword. The silver-haired woman, seeing the vampire now in her teenage form, became angry and quickly attacked. Shinobu used his sword to cut her tentacles as if nothing had happened, while she had a smile. Shinobu. My lord, you'd better move forward, I'll take care of this trash, he said looking at the girl. Issei. Well, I'll take it to you, Shinobu. The boys just kept running another way, leaving both girls alone. Nairuko. You bucking bitch, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? He said as his tentacles moved back and forth trying to intimidate the vampire. Shinobu. Hahaha, I'm just an ex-legendary vampire who's in love with a womanizing idiot, but that doesn't matter, he said as he smiled and pointed his sword at the silver-haired woman. Let's dance, bitch. With Issei. They continued running until they reached the master bedroom. When they arrived they only saw a huge ice floe, where the frozen figure of the supposed greatest evil in the world, the Trihexa, could be seen. The shadow of that creature showed the combination of many creatures and animals, but the most remarkable was that of a dragon. The 7 heads stood out above all, and the boys thought that they still had time to stop Rizen. Rias. We arrived on time, we can still stop them, he said, looking at how the ice seemed intact. Issei. Yes, now all that's missing. The albino couldn't finish as they heard the voice of a certain grey-haired man. Rizen. Thank you for coming tonight, ladies and gentlemen, today is the day in which we will awaken the great Trihexa, he said as Crom Crutch and Apophis shone a lantern on the old man. Issei. Rizen. Ooh, hello kid, you made it to the best time, he said with an evil smile. Ooh, by the way, I think this belongs to you, he said, making Kyoko throw Barakiel and Penemu, who seemed to be injured. Asia quickly saw her wounds and began to heal them while Rizen continued to speak. Rizen. I didn't want to kill them as I wanted them to see the chaos I will now unleash, but it was very difficult. Kyoko-chan tirelessly insisted on killing them, she said, looking at the chestnut who only had her arms crossed. Issei listened to the words of the grey-haired man, but a certain albino on Rizen's side looked with a mocking smile at the albino, and also at a certain girl's sword. Rizen. Well, now that you're here, you're going to witness the awakening of the Trihexa, he said with a smile. Issei. "On my sensual corpse," he said as he pulled out his revolver. The boy was about to shoot, but at that moment skeletons and undead appeared out of nowhere. Well, from a magic circle it looked like Hades, apparently supporting Rizen. Rizen. "I'm sorry, but this can't be stopped anymore. I'm like Thanos. I'm inevitable," he said as it showed a countdown. 5 4 3. Issei. "No, turn it off, Rizen, turn it off," I screamed, trying to stop the gray-haired man. 2 1. Explosive charges attached to the giant ice flow that kept the Trahexa sealed lit red, and Rizen only smiled to watch them activate. Boom. A gigantic tremor along with the sound of an explosion shook the whole place. Surziches along with the others thought it was too late. A barrier of light was created by Issei protecting his friends, while a great current of air almost sent some of them flying. Rizen laughed wildly while his other allies only saw what was going on in earnest, but when the smoke that caused the explosion dispersed, he showed that the ice flow had not cracked one bit. The boys were shocked to see that, and it caused Rizen to be surprised, but at one point, some gold-colored chains seemed to glow for a few seconds to become transparent and camouflage. Michael. A powerful seal placed by the god of the Bible, hahaha, my father was no fool, he put it in case someone wanted to awaken the evil of Trahexa. Rizen. Shit, well, I guess now we'll have to move on to plan B, he said as he snapped his fingers. At that moment Issei opened his eyes in shock, while the subject Nidhogg brought 2 girls he knew. Issei. Euclid Louise, he said looking at both girls. Louise. Issei, help, they're trying to make us wake up to that thing, I scream a little scared. Lilith held the girls in chains, while Nidhogg was only with the 2 of them trying to intimidate them. Issei. Bucking Rizen, let them go. Rizen. Ha 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 ha, of course I said no, they will help awaken the Trahexa, he said as he looked at both of them. Louise. What if we refuse? Rizen. Well, let's say it's nothing pretty, he said as Apophis approached them while magic circles of electricity appeared around him preparing to electrocute them. Rizen. But don't worry, I'm not a monster, so we'll just kill them in a slow and painful way, of course, he said with a kind smile. Besides, the bubblegum hair already helped us to summon Nairuko here, why don't you want to help us now? Louise. I was forced to do it, she said somewhat indignantly. Apophis. We waste time talking to these 2, it would be better to force them at once, don't you think, Lucifer-sama? Said seriously. Rizen only placed a gun to Louise's terrifying head, while Issei and the others just watched what was going on. Rizen. Come on, what are you waiting for? He said, looking at both of them. Louise. Aye. Euclid. I would rather die than cause the destruction of the world, he wrote this in his little notebook. Rizen. Whatever you want, he said as he prepared to kill both of them. The albino saw how those 2 girls were about to die, but the albino couldn't afford that, he didn't want to have their deaths on his conscience, and he didn't want them to die. Issei. Girls shouted, getting the attention of both of them. Do it. Issei's companions were shocked to hear the albino tell them that they will wake up the most feared creature in the world, about natural, and Rizen, on hearing the albino's words, only smiled somewhat mockingly. Rizen. Ooh, Issei is finally ready to switch sides. Will you be my future Lerno? I asked mockingly. Louise. Q, what do you say if we do the world is? Issei. It doesn't matter, we manage, but I don't want you 2 to die, not like that, he said looking at both of them. Michael. Issei doesn't. Issei. I know, but I refuse to let anyone die in front of my eyes, he said, frowning. Yui. Master, you know that possibly if the Trahexa awakens, not even you can beat it, right? Lin. It's very dangerous. Issei. I know, but I'm still standing firm in my decision. I won't let them die at the hands of that bastard, he said, looking at Rizen angrily. Rizen. You heard it, girls, it's time for this to really start, he said smiling. Louise and Euclid, seeing the serious look of Issei, could only trust him as they followed Rizen's instructions. Euclid stood in front of those golden chains and let his voice out. Euclid. Break. As he said that, the ground shook as one of the chains that kept the ice intact began to break. Louise began to conjugate a song as little by little the chains broke, each word of the silver-haired woman cracked those chains, and finally the chains slowly flew away as they were torn apart by the power of the silver-haired woman and the song of the haired woman. Michael. I can't allow this, he said, sticking out his wings and rushing forward. Issei tried to stop him. If they did something stupid, both girls would die in front of his eyes, but quickly, Queen fired a bullet that lodged in the angel's shoulder, an interdimensional portal opened, and Michael's entire arm was swallowed by that portaler gap, causing him to fall to the ground wounded. The group was surprised to see that, and Euclid, with a bitter taste, saw the last chain that remained. Only one last word was needed to break it. Louise's chants made their voices heard. Euclid. Break. The chain was shattered. The necromancer's powers were not strong enough to break the chains by herself simply with her words, but Louise's chant made the chains weaken, and in the end the last seal was destroyed. Rizen with a wild smile watched as the ice broke and as the beast that would bring the end of all worlds was released. Reveria. This is magnificent. Azazel. This is bad, we have to get out of here, he said looking at the others. Louise. Now, set us free, she said as she looked at the silver-haired man with Euclid. Rizen. Ooh, sure, I'll release them, I'm a man of my word, but I never said how, did I? The gray-haired man simply kicked both of them, sending them into the void while everything began to shake. Issei quickly took out his wings and flew out to save them, while the others only followed Azazel's instructions and emerged from the ruins that began to shake hard. Outside the place, it was seen how Aladdin was emaciated and the evil dragon that was facing Fafnir was already dead on the ground, while Burga was having trouble fighting Saji and Surziches, and Ajuka saw their victory against Aladdin, but at that moment they felt a gigantic earthquake. The boys saw how the ground below them cracked, and when the ground opened, a terrifying and huge aura appeared. Surziches and Ajuka felt a great terror at feeling such an aura, and when the ground opened up completely, about 7 horned dragon heads came out of the ground that looked very intimidating. The black clouds above the intimidating beast were beginning to silence the surrounding lightning, and the monster only roared loudly, while 2 large salt wings flared on its back. Hard 125 Apocalyptic struggle. The woman in a black dress can be seen standing in the snow as she watched a dragon rise as it roared. She watched neutrally as the Millennium helicopters had been destroyed, causing fire to be seen, while the 7-headed dragon roared loudly, making those present tremble. Ooh, this is the beginning, what a beautiful moment, mother would be ecstatic if she saw this, she said, watching how the Trahixa woke up. Surziches along with Ajuka who were outside the ruins, saw the dragon with total terror, the monster and huge aura totally intimidated them, the ground of the place trembled, while the waters moved everywhere and lightning fell from the sky, thus welcoming the most powerful beast in the world. Rizen. Ha 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 ha, yes, this is beautiful, he said watching the dragon rise. The entire DXD group watched from the entrance of the ruins that had already collapsed as that huge dress that looked like different species roared loudly. The strange and terrifying beast that flooded the place with its aura and power seemed to be made of different races, such as a dragon, bear, lion, leopard and other more species. It had 7 heads with 10 horns, 7 necks, 7 long and thick tails of different shapes, 4 sturdy arms and a pair of legs even larger than these. Its torso is that of a primate leaning forward, covered by thick black fur along with dragon scales. Its eyes is significantly larger than that of Big Red, so it measures several hundred meters. Apophis. So this is the terrifying Trahixa, he said looking at the dragon. Aladdin. The day Millennium has been waiting for has finally arrived. Azazel. The end of the world, he said as the dragon stopped roaring to look at those present. The dragon looking around noticed Fafnir who seemed intimidated by the presence of the newcomer Trahixa. The leaders and Azazel said nothing. They were totally terrified by the presence of the great beast, and the DXD group was the same. They had never felt such power firsthand. The mere presence of that beast caused some people like Asia or Gasper to breathe heavily, but what made them have more was the fact that Lilith held Rizavin's trench coat as she trembled. Lilith. Monster scary, he said scared. Those words only made those present break out in a cold sweat as the very creation from Office's powers was afraid of him. Trahixa. Who woke me up from my sleep? A totally terrifying voice came out of the creature's 7 mouths, terrifying those present even more. Rizavan. Hey, here I am. Rizavan, who to that great beast was like a fly, appeared in front of his 7 heads greeting him. Rizavan. That would be me, nice to meet Trahixa-chan, I'm Rizavan Livan Lucifer. The beast brought one of its heads close to Rizavan to see him more clearly, which intimidated the gray-haired man a little. Trahixa. You a simple demon set me free. Rizavan. How rude, Trahixa-chan, I am the leader of a terrorist organization and I and my subjects set you free. The dragon still seemed reluctant to believe that a presence as weak as Rizavan could free him, but he quickly stopped seeing the demon and at that moment a great presence that some recognized appeared. From a pile of ice an Issei came out carrying Euclid, Louise, Brachial and Penemu. It gave off a larger aura almost matching the Trahixa. Quickly another mountain of snow and ice flew out, showing a Shinobu and Nairuko, which had a monster shape, letting hundreds of tentacles push the snow away from it. Issei quickly left the 4 of them on the ground near his companions, while he warned them of the danger. Issei. Guys, take Brachial and this one and go to safety, he said as he looked at the DXD group. Riaz. I know what you're going to do. Issei. Isn't that obvious? Well, obviously face it, looks like I already have your attention, he said, looking at how the 7 heads stared at him. Azazel. Are you crazy, will it kill you? Issei. Don't worry, that's why we have the multifunction double plan. You should have given it a better name. The albino only flew towards the 7 heads, while the group had no choice but to move away from the place. Quickly Makina's ship showed itself and the ship's hatch opened. Makina. Come up. The entire group climbed onto the ship while Millennium, Fafnir, and Shinobu watched from the snowy mountains as Issei watched the monster face to face. Trahixa. Your aura is known to me, he said, looking at the albino. Issei. Maybe, but I'll just give you a chance go back to sleep or I'll have to break you in half, he said with a smile. The beast, hearing Issei's clarification, only smiled maleficently as he saw the albino in front of him. Trihixa. You're so funny now, I'm curious to know the name of the first person who sees me without any fear. Issei. My name is Issei hyoudou and today I'm going to kick your ass, he said smiling mockingly. Trihixa. Haha, well I'll grant your wish to die, brat. The dragon quickly raised one of its arms and tried to strike Issei, but great was his surprise to see how the albino easily dodged his attack. The dragon only smiled more when the albino at one point took out a black and white sword that he recognized and with a single slash cut one of his forearms, leaving those present in shock. Trihixa. No weapon can pierce my skin, except your who the are you a brat? Why do you have those weapons? He said looking at his two swords. Lin. See each other again, Trihixa. Yui. That's right, but don't be overconfident, this time our wielder won't die like last time. The beast of the apocalypse, upon hearing that, only let out a small laugh and then began to laugh, leaving those present in shock. Trihixa. Ha 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 ha, I see, so those two old men found a successor, it's rare, I've never felt such an extra aura coming from a person, he said looking at the albino. Issei. You flatter me, but unfortunately I have to kill you before you destroy the world. Issei in a burst of speed moved away from the dragon, which began to throw lightning and fireballs from its mouths, surprising those present of the beast's abilities and powers. The whole place trembled as they felt the power of that monster, while Rizen and his allies seemed impressed by the power of the beast. Issei, seeing how the great blasts of electricity and fire were trying to give him, only quickened his pace and quickly covered Yui and Lin with fire. Issei in a burst of speed moved and quickly cut off one of the beast's heads, surprised those present. The DXD group watching the battle from the sky through Makina's ship were shocked. According to legends, no weapon or magic could cause such great damage on that thing. But Issei didn't use just any weapon, the albino used the sword created by the god of the Bible and the first demon king. Nairuko. Kai Ice-kun is so cool, he managed to cut off one of Trihixa's heads, he said screaming with excitement, seeing his love interest be so strong. Hades. Hey brat, which side are you on? You're supposed to complain, that shouldn't be happening, he said, looking at the gray-haired woman. Nairuko. I'm on Millennium's side, but I'm also on my beloved Issei's side, he said looking at the albino with heart-shaped eyes. Shinobu and Fafnir also watched the battle on the ground, a little farther away from Millennium and Trihixa, so as not to get hurt, while the blonde vampire watched the albino with some concern. Shinobu. I didn't go through you to die again, my lord, he said, looking at the albino flying in the sky. Issei, who was still in the sky, saw how one of the monster's heads fell to the ground. The black flames of Issei had incinerated the head, while the white flames had caused burns inside the flesh and skin of the monster, causing it to roar in pain. Issei just smiled. It was somewhat difficult for Yui and Lin to pierce through his scales, but if he put more strength and reinforced his edge with his flames, they would surely win the battle easily. Issei. What's up, that's all the power of the beast of the apocalypse. The monster only smiled so that everyone present could see how the wounds that the albino had caused him regenerated. The hand that was cut off healed, while the monster's head seemed to grow back until it was without any scratches. Trihixa. What did you say, brat? Issei. It looks like it's not going to make anything easy, right? The dragon smiled to release a great blast of fire from its mouth again. The albino dodged it quickly, and at that moment he heard the voice of a certain white dragon. Albion. Divide, 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 divide. The Trihixa at that moment felt its energy diminish as the burst of fire became smaller compared to a few seconds ago. The albino at that moment saw Valkyrie in her armor while also hearing Drake's voice. Drake. Boost, 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 boost. Azara. Dragon shot. The large sphere of crimson energy shot out and crashed into the dragon's body, causing a huge explosion, along with a tremor all over the place. When the explosion dispersed, it showed that the attack had done him very little damage, and the damage that the attack had done to him quickly regenerated without leaving me a scratch. Issei. Girls. Valkyrie. Do you plan to keep all the fun? Azara. We'll support you on Ichan. Rizen. Hey, don't get in the way. Trihixa. Celestial dragons, I see, it looks like you have more allies than I thought you were. Issei. That's right, so now, let's dance, he said smiling. The dragon roared loudly trying to intimidate the three young men, but it only made Issei smile defiantly as he flew off at a great speed being accompanied by both girls. In the sky you could only see three flashes, one black and white, one bluish white, and one crimson red. These three lights attacked and hit the Trihixa, while the beast only roared trying to use one of its 4 arms and 7 heads to crush or incinerate the 3 boys. At one point Azara created a lot of crimson energy balls and they were thrown at the Trihixa. They exploded but didn't seem to do much damage to the monster. The 7-headed monster at one point saw Valkyrie and tried to hit her. The silver-haired woman only saw how the giant leg of the monster approached her, but Issei quickly kicked her away taking her place. The monster gave a powerful blow that sent the boy flying, causing him to go through some pillars of ice until he hit the icy ground. The albino felt how some of his ribs really broke. Fortunately his vampiric regeneration plus his white flames totally healed the boy, but when he looked to his side still on the ground, he saw that woman with black hair and dressed in the same color. "You won't be able to beat that thing, it's stronger than you in that state," he said looking at the albino. "Issei. I know you," he said, looking at the black-haired woman. "That's right, we saw each other in Asgard, nice to meet me, I'm Impausa the goddess of death, you must know my sister by now." Issei. Goddess of death. How do you get it? Impausa. No, Hela is a Norse giant entity, she protects the souls of her factions because it was the assignment that Odin gave her, although the gods themselves can be trapped in their realm, it is very different in my case. I am an ancient goddess, the gods can live for centuries or thousands of years to the point that they stop remembering those gods, but when their last days come they get to see me. I am an entity that only the gods before they die can see. That old man of Odin managed to see me since his death was imminent, but apparently you prevented that," he said looking at the albino as he got up. "Issei. You said sister, didn't you? Do I know her?" Impausa. That's right, in fact she was the one who helped wake Trihexa up. Issei. Wait, she is? Impausa. That's right. Issei. Louise is your sister. The black-haired woman hearing that only looked at Issei with a serious look and without any expression. Impausa. I think the blow Trihexa gave you left you a little dizzy. Issei. Wait, if it's not her, Eucli-chan is your sister, she is sister of death. Impausa. That's right, she's my younger sister. Issei. Ooh, so she can kill people just by touching her. The boy was talking to the black-haired woman with some curiosity, but at that moment a magic circle appeared in his ear, listening to Azazel. Azazel. Issei, what the are you doing? Stop talking to yourself, Azara and Valerie need you now. Issei. Hey, I'm not. The albino stopped talking when he saw that the woman was no longer there and she was now next to Millennium. Issei seeing that only assumed that he was on the side of the bad guys and he only sighed to return to the battle. Trihexa. It's useless, none of you can beat someone like me, he said as the clouds above them began to drop thunder and lightning. Issei. Maybe we don't, but he does. Upon hearing that, a crack opened up from where Big Red came out, leaving everyone in shock. Red. How about idiot? Quickly the dragon fell on top of the seven-headed monster, causing the ground to shake and crack even more. Trihexa roared loudly as he felt the weight of the red dragon crush him, and he could only use his 7 heads to bite the dragon's neck, trying to make it move away from him. Net, wasting no time, released a large blaze of fire that caused the scales of the Trihexa to melt to the point where it burned the beast's skin and flesh. Rizen. Hey, that's not fair. Issei. As the saying goes, fight fire against fire, he said with a smile. Rizen. Shit, Nidhogg. The dragon just nodded and it flew towards Issei, the albino seeing that only moved quickly, while in a burst of speed, they threw themselves against each other, and when they clashed fists, they created a gigantic shock wave. From the dimensional rift from which Reddit emerged, an office also emerged, who saw Rizen with anger, but her gaze was fixed on her other self, which looked at her somewhat strangely. Rizen. Ooh, heck, it's true, I haven't introduced them, Lilith-chan, she's Office, your older sister, she said, pointing to the dragon. Lilith. One-chan. She said strangely and without understanding anything. Millennial quickly moved as Big Red and Trihexa fought like true titans. Fafnir and Shinobu had also arrived at the place, prompting Nairuko to glaze at the vampire. Shinobu. Shall we go about our business? Nairuko. I'll kill you, she screamed as many tentacles came out of her. Nairuko's tentacles at one point mutated and mouths came out of it that tried to devour Shinobu. The vampire with Kokoro Atari easily cut them, and he in a moment extended his hand and released a shockwave that destroyed the other tentacles. Shinobu. Ha, what a pathetic power, and you really are an entity almost as powerful as the god of chaos. Nairuko. I'll make you lose your sanity, I'll make you rip off your own face, but I swear that I'll kill you. More and more tentacles with mouths and what looked like bones came out of the silver hair, which left its human form showing its monstrous and misshapen appearance. On the other hand, Queen only smiled to aim her gun at Issei. Queen. Arai. Bang. The bullet that came out of the girl's gun quickly moved at a great speed. Issei to see the bullet coming just pulled Yui out and he cut the bullet in half. Queen. I think it's time for family reunion, don't you think, sister? Yui quickly took on her human form next to Lin and they saw the albinus seriously. Queen. Ara, it looks like I have a little sister that I wasn't aware of. Wow, you're just like me, she said with some mockery. Yui. Queen, I really don't think you can beat the two of us, she said as chains came out of her shadow. Queen. Phew phew phew, it looks like the cocky Kurumi-chan is still in you, Gigi, well, we'll see he said as he drew his sword. Multiple battles were taking place in the place. On the one hand the destructive battle between Big Red and the Trahexa, on the other hand Issei and Nidhegg. Then there was Azara against Apophis, and Valkyrie against Ladin, Little Lilith and Office. More than fighting they were simply looking for some difference which they seemed not to have. Deity summoned a huge dragon made of bones which he used to fight Fafnir, Saji fought in the sky against Walburga, and Nairuko fought Shinobu. The only one who didn't fight was Rizen. The grey-haired man had popcorn and wore 3D glasses, as if he were in a movie theater, while he watched the titanic battle between Big Red and Trahexa, accompanied of Issei and Nidhegg, which were seen in the sky. While all this was going on, the DXD group saw how their secret weapon, in this case Gran Red, was fighting against Trahexa himself. Azazel. This is bad, if this goes on like this, it will definitely be the end of the world today. According to legends and stories, if Big Red and the Trahexa face each other, the end of the whole world will be imminent. Surziches. What do we do? Bajuka. We have to stop them otherwise the world. Michael. No, we can't do anything said this serious one, surprising the audience. Azazel. What do you mean we have to? Michael. We can't beat Trahexa, not even with all the factions together. We can only stand by and hope that this is all over before the battlefield is destroyed, he said, looking at how the little icy island seemed to be cracking more and more. The girls of Issei could only watch with some fear and despair as their beloved fought against that evil dragon, and in the background two giant dragons fought against each other. Riaz. You can ice. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.